Hey everybody, welcome to The Rock. We're getting the stream prepped for the nightly live dive on Unirock. I'm so glad you guys are here. We've got an audience already. You guys are starting to get hardcore on me. I'm going to play a song. I'm going to introduce a guest. I'm going to get Darkwolf in here. We've got some stuff set for you. It's going to be a really good stream. Give us just a minute to get all the Rockinauts, because you know what YouTube's doing. It's pinging every side of the tube right now, letting you guys know we're rolling, and we'll be into this tonight on The Rock. Yeah, thank you guys for coming, guys. Seriously, let me go ahead and do a quick roll call. We'll see who is in here, and then I'll let you guys know what's going on for the night. It looks like we have Darkwolf already in the house. Bite Me Klingons here. Cookie. We've got Jamie. What's up, dude? Hell yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for coming. We've got Willie. Willie's in here. Let me see here. I know we got other people. Austin Miller. We got a Ray Sunshine, like always. You know it. We have Dead GPK, my dude in the YouTube over there. Michelle, of course, is in here. Yeah, guys, thanks for showing up. Okay, we are starting the show. We're rocking and rolling this. So the other day, I was chilling on the YouTube, and I bumped into a channel I'd never seen doing some really awesome Mandela Effect stuff, and it's really cool that I got him in here tonight, because I've been wanting to talk about Mandela Effect, and I haven't really been doing it much lately. So I'm happy now. I want to introduce you guys to our friend. His channel is Unbiased and on the Fence. If you want, introduce yourself, man, and just tell us what you do over there.
Well, I'm Shane Cornell, and I run the Unbiased and on the Fence channel, and I didn't really intend for it to be mainly Mandela Effect stuff, but, you know, after 2 videos, I was struck. I'd heard about it for about a year, but when I first actually was affected and realized it wasn't just a theory, you know, I haven't really been able to do much more than Mandela Effect stuff, so it's been keeping me busy.
You know, that happens to all of us, I think, honestly. You know, we hear about it, we look it up, we're like, hey, that's cool. And I did a few videos on it, and my audience wanted more. I started looking into it, and the same thing happened to me, man. So that's awesome. So let me go ahead and jump into YouTube real fast. And I'll pull your channel up and let everybody grab a couple links. Moderators, I think I've got Rachel, Darkwolf. Darkwolf, sorry I didn't ask you if you were able to, but if you can drop links, let me know. If you want to, go grab that link for me. And we'll take a quick look at your channel so that everybody can see it and have a link and be able to check out your Chan. That's what we call channels over here. I think you might have heard me say that before. You told me Okay, good, good. Some people might think I'm weird because I have so many different words for things. So, yeah, man, I've seen you do Mandela Effect videos. I've seen some other stuff, you know, on there. So, you know, I was digging it. I was going through, clicking and watching and seeing what I could discover there. So, like, let me ask you, like, when it comes to Mandela Effect, what was the thing that got you in, like the example or the Mandela Effect that got you the most? What's that? And if you have a major theory that you've been liking lately or a reason for the Mandela Effect happening, let me know. So what do you think?
Well, what first caught my attention is the scripture, the lion and the lamb scripture that it changed. And I knew I had read that so many times. I'd heard it in church so many times. I'd seen paintings with it on there. And when I heard that that had changed, I was blown away. I couldn't believe it. I went and looked it up right away, and surely it had changed in my Bible I had, you know, and man, I was just, and then I got to looking into it again a little bit more and noticed that the thinker statue, I had one of these as a kid. My mom had, I was with my mom at a garage sale, and, you know, it was there. It had the fist on the forehead, you know, and I think she paid a couple bucks or something for it. She got it for me, and you know, it was always there growing up. And my favorite show as a kid, Mr. Wizard's World, had it in the beginning of it, and of course, it's changed now. But you know, it was just such a vivid memory that when I found out that it didn't exist anymore, I had to Photoshop a version of it to, you know, see it again. And that's, you know, that's kind of gotten me a lot of, you know, and you can see these pictures online where people are posing next to it. What, you know, how you look at a statue and you pose and you do it, and they've got their hand on their forehead because they've looked up and they're, you know, mimicking it, but it's not on the forehead anymore, man. And it's mind blowing. So mind blowing.
Yeah, man, I love this one. I haven't necessarily used it in a video yet, but I really do like this example because I'm going to be honest. Like I have a thing for statues, like old ancient statues, just any. I talk about them so much on my channel. I'm sure all my viewers are getting bored of me bringing them up like I do, but I've definitely seen this one a million times, and I heard people talking, and I went and looked, and all I saw some people sitting with their hand on their forehead, and I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, okay, well, I don't know what the Mandela effect is here. And I don't remember when. It was within the last couple weeks or last week or something. I don't know. But I finally realized that, yeah, I did remember him, you know, sitting differently. I was sitting there staring at it. I think it was on a television show that came on, or who knows. But that one gets me. There's always like that. Everyone talks about a feeling you get when you see a Mandela effect and you start like you ask yourself, you get this thing like, did it change? Is that wrong? Is there something wrong with that? And that's a powerful feeling. It really is.
It really is, especially when I had, you know, because I was an artist growing up, I draw it all the time, and I couldn't quite get the fist to look right on the forehead, so I specifically remember that. So for me, it was just mind-blowing that it didn't exist anymore, and I just couldn't believe it, you know. And even the lion and the lamb one at this point, if I didn't have other people saying something, I think that would have, you know, I would have questioned myself. You know, even with that, reading it so many times, I would have still just had that doubt, you know, because who thinks the impossible happens, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah, that one gets me too. In fact, all the Bible stuff drives me crazy. I'm not going to lie. Like, that's one thing that, like, I've read passages in the Bible about like rules, almost Bible rules that say don't change the Bible because it's like one of the most major sins. So that the fact that they have that rule and that it's written in the Bible, we know that the Bible is predicting that people are going to change the Bible. I mean, it wouldn't be in there if it wasn't thought about back then.
But there's also a scripture that says none of these things will pass away. You know, the word won't pass away until it's been fulfilled. So then that makes me wonder, you know, is this a supernatural good thing happening? Because I definitely have been awakened by this whole thing. I was so far into the left brain, just, you know, if it couldn't be proven, if it couldn't be set in an equation or something, I didn't believe it. That picture right there is actually the one I photoshopped. That's got this convinced me. Yeah, that one there.
This one? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went and photoshopped that just because, you know, it bothered me that I couldn't even look at the picture of it. It just wasn't around anywhere. I've noticed a lot of people using it, which I totally don't care because I totally get it, you know. But
it's one of the first ones when you type in the Lion and the Lamb Mandela Effect into Google Images. Yeah, it comes right up. That's awesome. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, you know, the Bible. That's what I was thinking. You know, there are a lot of other passages that start talking about, you know, the Bible being manipulated, and that's just like you said. You're the first person who said, you know, that it looked at it from a positive, which I like doing that. And because we talked about this last night in the stream, not the religious changes, but that, you know, looking at something that you think at first that you're like, oh man, that's a really bad thing to have the Bible changed, because I know a lot of people are scared about that. There's a channel, and I don't know if that's how I found you, but I think I found you on the sidebar of another channel. I don't remember, but yeah, they her name is Meegs B, and I know a lot of people have seen her. I think she was on Doc Lupo's channel a couple times, but she does a lot of Bible changes. She's brought up a lot of really crazy stuff that could be changed in the Bible. Like if that's another channel, I'm going to have to add that to the checkout list here later
there's
today.
Unicorns in there now. That's mind-blowing.
Yeah,
in the Bible, you know.
People tell me that all the time.
Judge not, lest ye be judged. I mean, you hear that all the time, and those words are all switched around now. I mean, it's saying the same thing, but you know, for someone who knows exactly how it was worded, judge not lest you be judged, everybody knows it that way. And now you read it, it's I can't even remember. It's just kind of switched around, and it just doesn't even flow right anymore, you know.
You're right, and we've been seeing that with a lot of stuff lately. Judge not lest ye be judged. Is that the way it was? See, I get confused.
That's how it was.
Okay, that's the way it's supposed to be. All right.
Yeah.
Let me see what comes up here. Okay, well.
Oh, there's some tattoos where people got it, you know.
Yeah, judge not lest ye be judged.
Judgment, drop the E. Did you notice that one? That's crazy too. Just the word used to have an E in it. Judgment, you know,
and it doesn't now. Oh, I typed it without the E. I didn't even mean to. Hey, probably yeah. That okay. So of course I always talk about examples, and then and that leads us into the next logical thought process with it. What do you think is a theory behind? What do you think is causing it? Have you come up with a few different main theories that you have?
I don't know if anybody knows Dolores Cannon, but she's this hypnotherapist that worked for years doing past life regression. And I was raised Christian, so you know, just the idea of reincarnation and all that was just evil the way I was raised. But when I looked at this video she put out around 2010, and what she would do is hypnotize people, and they go back to a past life, and then at some point she would start talking to like this collective consciousness being or something, that she continues conversations through different patients all over the world. So it was just mind-blowing that she could be in London, right? And then she talked to this collective consciousness, and then like a week later she'd be back in the States and be hypnotizing a completely different person that didn't know the other person, and yet they would pick up on a conversation where they left off from this other person, and that was just mind-blowing. I mean, that was enough proof to realize that she was the real deal. And then when I was reading in her book, I came across this passage. It's in one of my videos. I think it's entitled "Benevolent Beings Have an Idea for Awakening Us and to Our Free Will" and things like that. But I was reading this book, and it was published in 2011. And they specifically say in there how they're discussing making material changes to our reality, observable changes. That's how they actually word it, you know. And I was like, man, that's the Mandela effect. And so I highlighted it, I put it in this video on there, and it's just I believe it's an awakening. It's to wake us up to the fact that, you know, we're really in this simulation almost, or almost like a game. The way she explains it is, there's not even really like a hell, like people think, where you're just burning forever. It's more like, if you don't make it through, if you don't learn to love in a lifetime, you just got to do it again, and you just keep doing it until you figure it out. And, the whole idea of karma, when you help other people. And then that kind of led me to the thinker statue changes. Now, the thinker statue has shifted all the way to his left side now, and the hand has gone to the chin. So I felt like I was, I don't know, enlightened with information that the whole problem is that we've moved to our left brain, our digital brain, basically. I mean, it's like where you do your math, your science, just logical thinking, and it's really where you talk yourself out of things if you have intuition about something. Like, say you're not supposed to make a big purchase or something. It's not time to buy that house or something. Then you talk yourself out of it with your left brain. Well, it'll be okay. I just got that raise. And, but maybe that subconscious mind knows you're about to get laid off and it's warning you. And, we can either listen to that. It's still, angel on one shoulder, devil on the other sort of idea. But then the amazing thing is I went back and watched the Never Ending Story, and it's about the nothing taking over everything, right? And it totally sounds like it's talking about the left brain overtaking the right brain, the dream, the fantasy world of the humans, you know what I mean? The dreamy world. And it's really what connects us all. So the left brain seems to be more self-centered. What am I going to do today? Math, things like that. And then the right brain seems to be more of like our God brain, where it connects all of us together. It's where we dream and come up with ideas and just our intuition. It's basically our heart. It's referred to as our heart a lot,
Yeah, like the right is more like your logical mind, and the left is more of your subconscious self. Yeah, kind of, in a way. I kind of see what you're saying there. Yeah, I know when you said that about the simulation and the video game thing, I actually had a video about a man that predicted the Mandela effect, because that kind of same thing happened to me. I'd seen a video where this guy was talking and someone said, hey, this sounds like the Mandela effect. And I was like, man, he's so right. And I went in and listened to everything else this guy said, and he says pretty much the same thing. And that's awesome. I need to look more into Dolores Cannon. She sounds like that her teachings or videos or whatever are right in line with Philip K. Dick's stuff. And this guy is convinced that we live in a computer simulated reality. And he said that the only way we would know is if there were small changes that were noticed around us. And it was like, I was like, literally had like the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I heard him say that, because of course he doesn't say Mandela effect or anything, but when someone says, that this is going to happen or this is something, and then you'll know because of small changes around you, that's the first thing everybody thinks, That's what we're having reported all over the world. So that's what really gets me. A lot of people that describe themselves as very logical people will get almost angry at people that talk about the Mandela effect a lot. And I'm only saying this because it's something I've experienced. And I wish they would not do that, because when at first, let's say we had 10, 100, or 1,000 people noticing some changes, okay, that's cool. You get up to the numbers that we have now, and I think that it would almost be illogical to not look at it. I think it would be stupid to not look and give credit to that many reports of changes.
And that was one of the things that came to me, was that, we've kind of gone from a society where if you blame a higher power or a God for doing something, it's a cop-out. It's like, why did you quit the scientific method to figure this out? You've copped out, and now you're not even trying to figure it out anymore. But now with this Mandela effect, it's almost been turned on its head. It's like, if you deny the fact that it's a higher power doing it, now you're copping out, because science can't explain it, whoever's making the changes are above our reality. They're outside of our reality. For them to be able to make a change, and it's a retroactive change, they're not confined to time and space as we are.
I'm glad you said that, because I get a lot of theories and I test them against that one I wanted to call it a variable, but I guess it's not. But I tested against that fact because I'm like, look, let's say the parallel dimension thing, you know, there's residue left over here. You know, if we have parallel dimensions, by all descriptions from Einstein or Hawking or whoever you want to go read about, whatever physicist or whatever quote unquote genius you read that has talked about, you know, other dimensions, other realities, things like that, you know, residue doesn't really fit in my opinion. The residue thing I think is the greatest clue, only because like, and I never would have looked at residue because residue that is reported that you can't really go and check against is something that I like to consider, but it's not something that I really iron down. But I've found a few things like I have a toy that is a Christmas ornament from the 80s that says, Luke, I am your father. And, you know, we've got the movie saying, no, I am your father. And I've done a lot of, you know, voice analysis stuff and wave analysis. I put them into sound waves and really did some experiments to see if these are the same take, like if it's the same, you know, words James Earl Jones said, you know, or if it sounds like he reset it for one thing and then said it again for the other in a studio. So everything I've found when it comes to these key pieces of residue shows me that they're things that have been changed partially. Like the Luke part is changed, not the last part, just that part. Right. And that's what really drives me absolutely up the wall. I don't know
if you saw the video about I had created this image in 2010, 2011, where it was, I just took a world map and I took all the languages of love and I just sort of fit them to the map. And it's the background image of the one that you see there. But I did a video where I actually opened up the old Illustrator file and the map had changed within the file. I mean, I opened up this file that I hadn't opened in years and the map had changed right underneath my artwork. And the artwork didn't change because I didn't really trace it. I just sort of lined the letters up with it. So, I mean, I've got hard evidence. It's the one right there that says hard evidence because, I mean, somebody might think I faked it, but I've actually uploaded that image right there. I uploaded it to Fine Art America. You can see I uploaded it in October of, see where that word's just floating out in the water? That used to be land right there. You know, and it's just, you know? And so I turned on this layer so that you could see the differences in the map. And there's places, there's so many islands. It's just unbelievable. Any island you see right there that doesn't have a word on it, like right there, that's all new. And it just popped up. I wouldn't have just skipped these islands, you know what I mean? It took me like over a year to make this piece of artwork.
It's awesome.
Yeah, so I've got hard evidence that just to let me know I'm not losing my brain on this, because sometimes you can feel like, man, I've gone and checked the year. I've gone and, you know, just to see if there's things you never do just because it's so mind-blowing sometimes. You know, I've actually thought I died a few times. I was like, man, have I died? This is just crazy, you know?
I've had that feeling myself, man. Like this is one of those things that it just really, it's hard to explain. It's hard to wrap your mind around. It's so mind-bending. It's the only way to say it. You know, parts of our past are really starting to seem now like they have changed and have small.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
you're fine.
No, new right there. It's all new. I mean, just anywhere you don't see a word is new. And so see all those extra islands in the Bahamas. It's just it's mind blowing. I wouldn't have just skipped them, you know. So,
yeah, I mean, you could have easily just went over them and edited them out, you know, and if you were going to take, you know, not use them or not put a word on them for sure.
Right.
So I could see that. And, you know, little things like this, these are the good pieces of evidence. These are the things that we need to really do other testing on. Like Darkwolf is real into coming up with ideas on how to run tests against certain pieces of residue. Like I just want to get my hand on the actual physical ornament, or actually, you know, go into this file and look at your file with just the actual JPEG code, like the code for the JPEG, instead of, you know, looking at the image and really see if there's something amiss right there. Because I think that when I hear Philip K. Dick describe it, I feel like the man is saying that we would have more clues there than, that they would be very significant changes. I mean, there's just things about some of the people, and it's weird to say this because it's almost like, oh, that guy is kind of predicting the future. It's like, oh, Dolores kind of predicted this would happen, you know, and it's weird to say that. I never would have said something like that before the Mandela Effect, and it's opened my mind a lot too. Definitely. I appreciate it.
I had faked it, and I'm like, you can see where I uploaded this to Fine Art America. It's on, you know, I have no control over them, you know, where they say when I uploaded it and it became to purchase. So you can see where October of 2012, this piece of art was just like you see it here without the map underneath, because I turned that layer back on. But look at all those islands along the edge of South America that are new. You can see where my words were lined up for, you know, with an invisible line that's no longer there, which used to be the coastline. And, you know, Denmark is completely empty now. So I don't know where Denmark used to be, but, you know, when you get to Denmark, you can see where it's like it's just there by itself with no words on it. So it would
definitely. Okay, so when you made this, like what we're looking at now, is this you going back in and talking about how it changed? Is that what this video here is?
Yeah, I actually opened the Illustrator file, which I'll be happy to send to anybody that you know that wants to look at it. But it's the Illustrator file. Everything's on its own layer. I actually brought this JPEG and did a vector scan of it so that I'd be able to expand it and blow it up to a large size. And so it's a vector version of it. And you can actually see where there's little mistakes in the vector where it should be water. You can kind of tell, but there's a whole string of islands right there. You can see where it says Maldives or Maldives or whatever.
Yeah.
Those weren't there. You know, and I actually thought, well, maybe the water just receded, but there's places where there's words out in the middle of the water and no land. So, I mean, it's quite extraordinary if you look at it. That, you know,
do those places that have words with no land, do they look like they match up to any other mass, or they look like they're missing their mass? You know what I mean? Is that what they do?
If it is something, it's nowhere near where you know, it ain't like it just moved to the east a little bit or something like that. It's just
that's incredible. You can tell right there. You can just tell in that one. The frame that's on the screen. Let me pause it there, because that's significant. That's a lot of landmass.
Yeah,
it'd be hard to mess that up. I could see 1 or 2 or even 3 maybe slipping by, but I don't see 50 or 70.
I was so thankful. I was like, man, it would have taken me a whole extra year, because all of these little intricate islands would have really sucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was kind of glad I didn't have to do it.
Yeah, like that's a good way to look at it too. You know, like, oh, hey, if this would have been like that, I would have had a lot more work on my hands. That would take forever. It really, I don't know how you
took forever as it was. So yeah, all of that extra stuff would have just, and you can see over by like Hawaii and stuff where there's islands in between the islands I did. So there's no way that I missed it. You know, so
there's a couple. They just pop up everywhere you go, though. It's like every little piece of the world. Yeah. Oh man, we had this story the other day. It was about the man from I don't remember the wording now, but it was a man who was from a country that didn't exist. He was traveling on a plane and somehow ended up going into customs, and he gives his passport. Yeah. This is kind of in line there a little bit, you know, because he could point to where his country was. He could say, that's not my country. That's not my country. My country is not represented here. And, you know, back then, this was in like either the 40s or the 50s. And this was, lots of people were interviewed about it. I know sometimes, you know, maybe a couple people will exaggerate something. In that one case, I don't see it being that way, but it does have a lot of things in line here. I mean, we could be looking at the geography changes are getting really popular right now. And you know that there has to be a reason why they're getting popular. And it has to probably be because, you know, there's something significant going on is how I would maybe think of it.
Was
Maybe
it
we could
actually a
have some
resource
clues
for
there.
someone who does have an extensive knowledge about geography? They can get in here, because even somebody, the Denmark thing I was telling you about, they were like, "I'm so glad you posted this because I knew Denmark wasn't there, and I don't really know where it used to be." He said, "I think it was a little bit to the east," but yeah, it's just so weird that all this stuff is so changed.
There's some by Alaska even. I don't even remember seeing
Yeah.
these islands. I've looked at Alaska many times, and I don't remember seeing these islands, but
They're just
I know
all
that
over.
they probably have names, I'd suppose, but
Mm-hmm.
so we could probably go into Google Earth and actually look and see see what it looks like physically real fast. That might be cool to do. We
I
could
was
maybe
wondering
compare
about,
a little.
how there's new animal species and things. I was like, man, maybe that's what these islands, they probably popped up on these islands or something. But then you got to kind of think of the change was retroactive, so that it's not like these islands are empty. They probably got people on them. It's just
Yeah.
wild.
I mean, we do have a
Actually, because I was wondering if maybe the water just went down and caused them to pop up. That was sort of my first thing. I was like, man, did some benevolent force perhaps take so many billions of gallons of water away so that as this, because the polar, that's pretty frightening when you see how this big old ice is about to break off into the water, and think of what
mm-hmm.
tidal wave it could have and things like that. So.
Let me see if I can go to Curry Body, because that's where I saw a lot of I saw a mass there that wasn't okay. So we got Kiribati there, and it's represented here. At least is saying it is on the saying that this is
None
a
of that
general
was
area
there.
of it. So,
That was just all ocean.
and then if we pull out here, wow, this is definitely. Where is this little island? My heavens!
I know it was remote as it was, but it's just nuts that.
Okay, it looks like it's out by Hawaii, I suppose, or somewhere. Oh, here's Hawaii. Okay.
That's why it looks like it. Yeah, it was on the far right of my map, but it's actually where it's about to flip around to the other side, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a map that's laid flat like yours is, and then you have a globe, there's always going to be changes in shapes and placement, of course. But that's not like an error. It's just naturally what happens when you translate a map that way. But yeah, let's, the Alaska thing's getting me too. And okay, I found Hawaii. Okay, we got the part of the video that's on Hawaii. This is very interesting. I definitely want to, what I think would be good is to get a, what do they call people that make maps? I'm going blank. You know, Rachel? Cartographer, right? Is it a cartographer?
Okay. That sounds right.
Yeah, I'd like to get an actual career cartographer to talk to us sometime and come in and be interviewed. That would really be an excellent.
I'd be happy to send them the file because they could get in there and. Because I want to say it's like 15,000 pixels wide, because I wanted it big enough. I was entering this contest that was at the end of 2011, and it was going to be held. It was an Adobe contest, and that's what I was trying to enter this in because I thought it would be, with it having all the languages, I thought it would be a good piece that might have a good chance at winning this global art contest. So that's why I spent so much time on it, and I actually wanted to kind of get people from all these different places and get their faces on there, but it was just so much work already.
That, for sure.
And I thought it was missing that human element to it. It's just sort of text and
Yeah, we can see Maldives right here, and it is represented on your map the same way Google Earth shows it, but
it wasn't there before because there's no words on it. Because if it was there before,
and look at the way it looks on. Yeah, it looks weird. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's not. It looks completely different than the rest of the land masses on Google Earth.
Like it's not even really above the. Yeah, that's strange.
It looks under the water here. Look at this. It really does. The more you zoom in, what are we looking at? Is that a beach? Wow. That's a beach.
Talk about a deserted island.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of deserted islands.
I've never heard of Maldives before today, but I mean, there's a lot of places I've never heard of. But I wonder why this isn't really mapped out like the other masses are.
That could be what you were talking about, where there would be sort of a difference in the parts that had been changed.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what we always try to do. We try to look for any other little difference that could, because look at this. We got some parts that the satellite obviously mapped out very detailed. Yeah, we even have some houses. And then we zoom out
It's like a neighborhood in the middle of nowhere.
It really, yeah. And I don't, Google Earth typically, I mean, it's been there a long time. Luckily, we have another form of Google Earth that this is really interesting me. I hope I'm not going too far with this because I'm really getting into this. But the new Google Earth, have you seen this? We talk about it sometimes on our show. It's,
Oh, no, I haven't.
Oh man, this is pretty crazy. This thing, and we did this really late at night the other day, so I'm glad to do it at a semi-normal time here. But the new Google Earth is like inside of your browser, which I don't even know how they do this inside of a browser to begin with. This is just in my browser. It's a web address, and it's the entire world scanned in 3D. And I mean really well scanned. No joke. So much better than the regular Google Earth that it's mind-blowing. And we can jump right down, and it shows it the exact same way. I can't believe it. Because, okay, so we've got Maldives here that looks like this. It looks the same in both Google Earths. So let's look at this. Let's jump to New York City. We're just really fast because it looks that everything in the new Google Earth typically looks completely different in the old Google Earth. So this is a good little exercise, maybe. Yeah, I can zoom in here on New York City. And yeah, I do have some 3D layers turned on, but the 3D layers are completely different. You'll be able to see what I mean in just a second. And the ground. We don't have any cars scanned. The ground is all flat right here. So if I go to the new Google Earth and look at this. Okay, that is really freaking me out, this Maldives thing. That's just really getting me. But let's jump over to New York City.
Almost.
Yeah, like it's not been scanned. But I'm telling you, they've had enough time.
What about the Statue of Liberty? I've heard it's on Liberty Island, and I always remembered it either being on
Ellis
or Ellis Island. Yeah, Staten.
I remember Ellis.
Go and take you could take, I guess, the ferry from Staten and look at it from there, but it was on Ellis Island. And I heard it's now in New Jersey. It was in New York first.
Is it in New Jersey now?
Well, when you look at the line, and you know what? Another thing concerning that is that it was bombed, and no one's allowed in the torch. How many people have been allowed in the torch? And now if they would just simply hear that you haven't been allowed in the torch for 100 years, they go like, well, I've been in the torch. You're like, well, not in this reality, because they don't allow anybody in there.
So many reports. We have so many reports of people sending us emails or links to articles where people are getting on the internet, writing blogs, writing articles into newspapers saying, I've been in that torch and it was only this long ago. So that is one thing that blew my mind, because look, when the World Trade Center was bombed, hit with the plane, I mean, I looked and I'd heard so many times that it was the only second attack on U.S. soil by a foreign nation. But we found out that there's 4, 5 now attacks by foreign nations that I have reports of, that I've confirmed in history, in the books,
Wow.
And I don't know how that happened.
I only knew about the extra. I thought there was 3 now, but wow, that's amazing.
Oh, yeah. We've got the one from Germany where they attacked the Statue of Liberty. And then we had another report. What do we got here? We just got an email. Okay. Uh-oh. All right. I don't need that email. But anyway, yeah, we had reports of a couple other attacks, and I think Disintegral knows about it. I hope you're in. I'm going to type it in the chat. Disintegral, if you're in here, message me.
I think it's Oregon family.
Oregon? Yeah, I think my team's telling me it was Oregon that there was an attack.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
there was the reported attack in Oregon. Of course, I'm going to say reported because we want to fact check before I come straight out and say. But yeah, okay, so this is the new Google Earth. Now, last night or this morning, however we want to look at it, we were going around in the new Google Earth, and we were just amazed because they actually scanned this. They scanned the world with some kind of satellite or some kind of, who knows what they used. And it even scanned the cars and the trees and everything in 3D on the entire world. We can go anywhere in the world and see this on the new Google Earth. So we've got 3D trees. We've got 3D cars that have been driven around. And it looks like an apocalyptic wasteland if you zoom in and look at the ground.
Right.
From where, you know, I guess the cars don't render, I guess because they're moving or whatever, they render a little strange.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then we go and we can look at the regular Google Earth right here. And this is the same place in New York City. And we can see the way it maps, which is in a 2D form. Even the buildings are just a 3D shape with it painted on. Oops, I went into Street View. But yeah, you can see the difference here. Now, the only reason I'm showing this, oh, what am I doing? I'm getting all messed up. The reason I'm showing this is because where we were in Maldives, it looks completely different. And then on your map, it actually shows an anomaly also, which I think is significant. I think that tells us something. I don't know what yet, but.
Definitely something going on.
For sure. I'm going to have to look into Maldives history, maybe try to find some people in Maldives to try to talk with. Hopefully we have some English-speaking residents who will volunteer to maybe come on the show or let us just interview them or something, because this is very interesting. We went ahead and added it into the book, so it's in there. It's on the list of topics to research now. So that map thing is so cool, man. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, you were mentioning something about a nickel, and I'm fascinated. And like, if you will, hopefully we can present this to the audience a little bit so that they can, you know, maybe question them. Maybe we can get our audience. We'll ask them about it, and then you can show the first, however you think is relevant to get them involved. Try.
Yeah, I'll switch to the nickel here. The two that I was aware of, anyway. And, you know, it's just, everybody knows the one on the left. I mean, we've seen it for years. And then everybody knows the newer style that had come out, you know. But then, what about this one? I mean, this one here that's popping up has been out as long as the first set. Is that coming up for you?
Oh, perfectly. Yeah.
Okay. So this set here, if you see, I've got a version of it since all the way back in 2006. So it's technically been around as long as that other one that seems newer. But that other one was only struck in 2005 and 2006, and then they quit it. They quit the main striking of the typical, what you think of when you think of a nickel, and replaced it with this one since 2005 or 2006. I'm sorry.
And
you know, and I hadn't even seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen this nickel. What we're asking you guys is, have you guys seen this nickel that's on the screen now? What do you know about it? Is there anything that you guys can add in? Because I'm flabbergasted by this. When you showed me this, I mean,
this should actually be more familiar than the other one, and it's actually, you know, I had never seen it, and I asked my family, like, yeah, we've seen it, you know, but I did this blind test on the channel, and everyone that looked at it was like, oh my gosh, I work in retail, I look at money all the time, I'm constantly counting money, and I've never seen it, you know, and there it is, 2006, you know.
Yeah, and I'd like to go in and maybe see how many were struck and when it ran to.
Since 2006.
That's just fascinating. Where does all this stuff come from? You know, like where are why do people, maybe like some people say, oh yeah, we don't get news like we used to. All they care about is this and this. But no, honestly, these are the types of things that we should we handle and operate and look at on a daily basis. You know, every time you go to the store, you get money back. And I know it maybe, now if this was, say, in 2014, I would be saying, you know, it's only been a couple years. 2012, you know, I'd be a little shook up, like, you know, that's been enough time for us to know. This says 2006 on it. I can see the one on the right says, yeah, 2006. Yeah. That is very, very striking and significant. Let's see what our audience is saying really quick. Michelle says, weird money now too. Oh, yeah, I feel the same way, Michelle. This one has me perplexed, and I can't wait to look into this more. This is great. And Jennifer says, everything is freaky lately. Yeah, Jennifer, you're so right. Bite Me says, the nickel looks familiar. Bite Me, let me know what part of it looks familiar to you, because I want to know. You're the first person that has said anything. The first person that we've seen say something like that. So that's cool, and I want you to elaborate. The Mike Dampier show says, look at the nickel. That should be changed, right? Oh, Charlene Boyle. He's talking to Charlene. My fault. Charlene says, I thought it was Eisenhower, but it's FDR. Everybody basically is saying strange sound or strange looking, and they're kind of shocked. Mike Dampier says, man, that is sick. Yeah, Mike, I'm feeling you.
Still. I actually found a stamp my dad had in his old collection of stuff, like a 1-cent stamp. And it's slightly different than this, but it's basically, you can tell they used it as a reference to create this nickel. It's still Jefferson. So it's just freaky, you know?
Creamy says that 2005 to 2010, the U.S. Mint put out a series of different nickels. So yeah, Creamy, do me a fave and email me something. Let me know something. Oh, Bite Me says the face looks like I've seen it before, and I work as a cashier. So yeah, Bite Me, you'd think you'd seen it a lot and that you'd have one. And Michelle says again, though, money that came from that creepy Google Maps reality you just showed us all. Yes, Michelle, that's funny. Yeah, no, seriously. Yeah, this Google Earth thing really creeps me out, man. Like, I have this is where my dreams take place, is in this version of Google Maps. Like, it's not fun there either. Trust me. Yeah. So, okay. So what else? What other Mandela? I know there's like 2 other money Mandela effects. Have you heard of any other things that? Oh, is Dark Wolf in here? Can you hear me, Dark Wolf? I don't have sound.
I hear you loud and clear, Bubba.
Awesome. Let me try to get you on screen with our featured guest Shane here, and we'll get rolling. Hey, Dark Wolf, that's a good way to change pace a tiny bit. Let me ask you first, buddy, about the nickel. Have you seen this nickel that he just showed us yourself?
I have not seen it myself. That is new to me too. I remember hearing about this effect, and it kind of tripped me out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to. Oh, I got it. I know what I'm doing wrong. Oh, did I get it? Did I make? Oh, got it. I keyed you out. Okay, you're keyed in. Okay, cool. All right. Weren't you the one that told me about another money Mandela effect, or am I getting confused, Dark Wolf?
You're getting confused. I've got something about money, but we can bring that up here a little bit later. That's another conspiracy one.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay, so let me see here. Well,
okay. If I may add, Shane, first, it's a pleasure to meet you and talk to you. I really enjoy the stuff on your channel a whole lot.
Oh, hold on. Shane actually. Oh, you still there? Okay, good. I wanted to introduce you guys.
Yeah, that's great.
Because Shane messaged me and said he was going to duck out for just a minute to, grab some stuff and things like that. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I didn't know that. Really? All right.
Oh my! Rachel just looked inside of her purse and pulled out. Did you have any other nickels, or is this it?
That's it.
This is the only one in your purse?
That's the only one in my purse.
She just pulled out one, but she has never seen one of these. I don't know if it's coming up. There it is. She has never seen one of these before, and she just pulled out one. I can't believe it. It's from 2013. Wait a minute. So Creamy said that between 24 and 2010, they made a lot of different nickels. This one obviously is still running. That is crazy.
Wait a minute. That's the regular one, isn't it?
Let me see it one more time, Rachel. Hey, can you pull that picture back up, Shane, for me? Or
oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dark Wolf's got the normal one up. Let me see what this one is, because I want to see what one this is. Let me see if I can get it in the screen right. There it is. Oh.
Did it pull it up or?
Yeah. I can see it. Hold on. Let me click over.
So there are 2 different ones in circulation. This is something people are just getting confused about then.
No, I don't think so, man, because honestly, Rachel was telling me that she had, like, this is weird. We went to the store earlier to save a lot and got groceries, and I got a nickel, and I gave it to her, and she put it in her purse. And the weird thing is it sat down in front of us for a while, and the guy said, I had a dime and a nickel there. or a dime and a quarter, and he said, well, hey, do you have a nickel instead? And we're like, oh, and we looked around, and I was sitting there staring at this thing, and I was looking at it like, you know, what the hell? Like, I'm telling you, it didn't look different to me at all. Like, but I could just be nuts. You know how I am. I'm kind of, wait a minute. Oh,
now, these are the
okay,
first
so, you know, okay.
that most people are familiar with.
Yeah, that's one I got. Mine's the 63.
Yours is 63? Wow.
Yeah, I know. I looked down and went,
I'm not even that old.
This is 89, maybe? Yeah.
Yeah,
yep,
so
89, 05. Yeah, that's crazy.
So for
I've
me,
never
the one
seen, let me see the back of it.
Was like the newer, cooler looking one. So when I saw the Mandela Effect one and saw that it had been around just as long as the one I considered to be new, I was just blown away.
Oh, no, wait a minute. That's different. I didn't know it had been around just as long.
Yeah,
Rachel's convinced. She swears that this has never been. She says that this was a regular nickel, and now it's different. Now she swears.
You know, this is something I found with the Mandela Effect that has really, really tripped me out with the Mandela Effect. And you have things like Jiffy peanut butter and the nickel, and you mentioned something else earlier, and I can't remember what it was, but it seems like that. The story, the different attacks on America. It seems like the stories are refitting themselves to match the Mandela Effect.
That's right. That's what kind of I felt like.
Yeah.
Jiffy peanut butter is my favorite example, and I know that's an old original, but bear with me. So I looked into it. The guy that created it did call it Jiffy peanut butter before he sold it to Procter & Gamble. After he sold it to P&G, it was called Jif. Now, that was back in the 50s or 60s, so we should not remember it in our lifetimes. So history is changing to refit what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see that theory. Now, hold on. Now, let me rewind for a second because, yes, Dark Wolf, I want to introduce you to Shane. I want you to be able to talk to him, and then we'll go into all of our topics. You just got here, so, you know, Dark Wolf, Shane, Dark Wolf. And Dark Wolf, I know you've seen some of Shane's stuff, so, you know, if you want to ask him anything, go ahead and do that now, except while we have a second and all that stuff before we get into some talk.
All right. Well, I love your map, man. That map is absolutely amazing. I've seen all kinds of people talk about these new islands that keep popping up, but to have it actually laid out like that, where you have an old version where you've actually laid over a new version, that's really awesome. To see that.
It just worked out that way. I mean, that's crazy, you know? I just got lucky in that way. Or, you know, I don't feel like it's luck. I feel like, you know, that it was all meant to be. But, and I also have, you know, I drew the human body, the skeleton. I had to go through an anatomy class. So I've got the original skeleton. I've got the original muscle structure. I don't really know how it's changed because I don't have anything to compare it to. But I would have been busted if I had cheated and traced it because it would have changed. But because I just looked and drew it, and I don't believe it changed because of that, you know?
Right. And it's funny how those work too. Another question I have, and I've got like a whole list of stuff here that I've been noting down. New Zealand, you were talking about, I love your map once again. And to me, this is a big one because I want to ask you first, where do you remember New Zealand being on the map?
I don't really know. You know, I basically know where the continents are, and I know, you know, the Western countries, of course, but I wasn't that familiar with it. And, you know, I didn't really take the time to really learn the map as I was spending so much time with it. I was just basically moving these vector points to make it match, you know?
Yeah, I'm like that with the map also.
I hear you on that one.
But I did have some comments. You might want to look below that video because, you know, some people were leaving comments about the questions I was asking about, you know, Denmark, because Denmark is just not covered with any letters at all. So it means it was somewhere completely different than where it is. And you can even see where the words are overlapping, that the titles of the countries are now overlapping. They would have never released a map with overlapping titles like that. So that's kind of another little indication that it was, you know, supernaturally changed, if you will, you know.
Absolutely. And one last thing I want to comment on, because, well, for me, New Zealand was always above Australia.
Mm-hmm.
That was just, I studied earthquake maps and tectonic plate maps for a while, and I'd used another chat version of a chat room I used to be in, and I had a lot of Kiwi friends. So I wanted to know, and Australia friends, I wanted to know where they were in relation to each other, mainly because of their accent. Right. So I noted that in my mind while studying this map. I made a point to put that picture in my head. So when people started talking about the New Zealand Mandela Effect, I said, no, wait a minute. I looked at the map and said, no, that's completely wrong. That is absolutely wrong. That's not right.
Yeah. What's the new... Yeah, what's the New Zealand Mandela Effect? What does it state? I know you may have just said it. I was in the comments a little, but what is the New Zealand one, just so I can stay caught up here?
It's quite okay. So New Zealand was reported to be above Australia. Some people vary on the exact spot above Australia. I remember kind of being in the center, maybe a little to the right. But they all agree that it was above Australia, mainly because Australia was the land down under, the last bit of land before Antarctica.
Yeah. And it's
we've got New Zealand pulled up. Well, it's down into the southeast.
Oh,
so here's Australia. This is on the new Google Earth, of course. So this, most people say, is from a different reality because it is a crazy version of Google Earth. But still, it's factual. We got New Zealand right here on the bottom right, and then we've got Australia over here. And we do have people like Wobbly. Wobbly's from Australia. I'd like to get Wobbly weighed in on this. I hope he might not be in the chat right now. We have other Australian viewers. I'd love to talk to them about this. Of course, New Zealand is very close to one of our favorite spots on the globe. I about said Australia, Antarctica. I love it. But yeah, it's strange because I will say this. Okay, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm just that guy who I didn't ever really, when I saw New Zealand on maps and stuff back in the day, I just glanced through. I didn't really take the time I really should have, because, you know, once the Lord of the Rings came out, and I'm a bit of a nerd, so I like movies like that, but once it came out, I loved how they shot a lot of those videos in New Zealand and the mountains there and stuff, and I really wish I would have paid more attention now. But it's a very beautiful country.
Absolutely gorgeous country.
And another thing is, whenever you get so far south down here, the different maps sometimes skew it so much that it might just seem different if it's more popular to skew it in this reality or not to skew it, you know, because sometimes Greenland will look like it's, you know, just as big, if not bigger than the whole United States. And then sometimes it looks like it would fit right inside the United States. So it can vary quite a bit.
Whoa. Look at these shapes on the ground. What are we looking at? A farm?
Wow.
Okay, yeah, that's a road. That must be a farm, but it's in a circle. That's strange.
Colliders.
That's
I
wild.
noticed that, actually, to bring this up, you know, I noticed we had a collider not far from where I was raised in, I think it was actually in Illinois, but I was raised in St. Louis. So I heard about this collider that was closing down, I think, in September of this year. And I was like, what the heck? We didn't have a collider in Illinois that close to my home, you know, but in this reality, supposedly there's colliders everywhere.
They come up all the time in our topics. They are everywhere. We've got them in Chicago, Ohio, Texas. They're everywhere. I mean, it's really like almost everywhere you find a major college, they've tried to pop a collider up for people to study there. And it's so strange because we've come up with some very in-depth and physics-based theories on the damage that a collider or that nuclear weapons or even nuclear power plants could do to the tiniest parts of the world. It really could cause a lot of damage. I mean, if space is just this thing that's just there and it's just flowing through everywhere, you know, so what if there's all these colliders? You could have 1 million of them in a 10-mile area, so what? But if space is more like people are starting to realize it is now, with, you know, string theory and M theory and all these things, and space is more connected than we thought and tied together, you know, it's even such a crazy idea, but they say that some particles are it doesn't even matter how far the two particles could be from each other, that they can be linked through quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
And then what happens to this particle can happen to another particle that could be on the other side of the universe, which these theories are based on mathematics is the thing. They're not based on guesses. They were done with equations, which is what makes them even more, I want to say scary, but I don't want to use that word, even more significant, I would say.
Well, even Einstein called him spooky.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shane. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, in the Dolores Cannon book, they were explaining how Atlantis had built up to the point, pretty much where we're at with the colliders and all that, and that the damage those things can cause can actually affect the whole galaxy, not just the planet or not just our solar system, but the whole galaxy. And then you've got people saying we're in a completely different location, a different spiral arm of the galaxy. And I know the sun and moon seem to move differently than I remember. And the stars seem brighter. I know Venus, when I've seen Venus lately, I guess, I don't know, a couple months back, it seems so much brighter than I've ever seen it.
Yeah, people are reporting this a lot. They're talking about how that's not what I see on message boards is the phrase, that's not my sun or that's not my moon. And I'm not joking. I see this, I want to say a couple times a week, if not even more than that. So, I mean, yeah, it's got to be prevalent right now for that to be popping up like it is. I'd like to look into Google Trends. I don't know if you can search phrases, though, but I'd like to see how much that comes up on the internet.
I believe you can.
Have you guys heard of
we should try that sometime, man.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh, Darkwolf was just talking about him yesterday or this morning, right? Darkwolf.
Oh, okay. Well, he was talking about how the cliff high.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
That guy. Yeah, exactly. He was talking about how the sun's actually not a nuclear reactor. It gets its color from what it's passing through space, and the types of
plasma.
Yeah, exactly. And that our sun hasn't been the right color since I guess he said 98. It was the last study of the sun. Now it's more of it looks like someone's arc welding up there. It's real blue or white looking. You know what I mean? Compared to how I remember as a kid.
Absolutely, yeah. I follow his reports myself. I buy them every month. Great guy. Those information right there, like that is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I was reading that just the other day. He was talking about the plasma and the new area of space in which we are going through, and the interactions of the plasma and the sun is heating it up, but it's changing its interactions with the Earth. So there's looking wider, it's actually going to be a different kind of heat hitting the Earth. Really crazy what he talks about in there.
Different cosmic waves that's getting to us that weren't able to get to us before, and all sorts of strange things.
It was really crazy because I was saying it's really crazy because I'm not trying to plug or anything, but that said, I was reading his report, and at the very bottom, he's got a certain area that deals with other stuff, and I'm not going to say the name on here because it's just too darn crazy. But I know what area, you know what area I'm talking about, and the space goats area. There we go. I just go with the space goats. But the section, the section was talking about a lot of stuff that reminded me of the video that I had just put out, and it was scary because I read it after I put the video out. So I thought people are going to read this and go, "Wait a minute, he's copying his stuff." But it was so dead on with what I had put out. I was like, "Whoa, that's good confirmation."
Definitely.
Yeah. And, cosmic rays and the Schumann resonance, lightning, people have tried to link those things together. From the scientific data, seems like it's pretty, I want to say, factual that that it is linked. How much light we get from the sun, the type of radiation we get from the sun can affect our weather. We know that the Schumann resonance, if you believe in it, if you subscribe to it, says that the amount of lightning that's in the atmosphere can affect people's moods, the way they get along with each other. There's studies done on this. It's not just a guessing game. These are things people try to prove in a scientific way. So it's all very significant, I think, when this all starts tying together. And what we've been trying to do is tie some of these conspiracies together a little more lately. We've been getting a lot of good work done with it. I don't know where it's going to go in the end, but we're getting somewhere. What do you think?
So you were talking about, well, Shane was actually about to tell a story. He was talking about Cliff High, and he brought him up, and we kind of went off on a little tangent there. Let me ask you, Shane, where were you going with that?
Well, I was just explaining how the way the sun was just burning the different colors. So yeah, you just followed up right where I was going with it, and I just thought that was so amazing. And he even gets into the quantum computers and his theories about the Mandela effect, because he believes it's the quantum computers doing it. I have a different take on it. I don't believe it's the quantum computers. I believe they seem too purposeful in a way, even though they.
Right.
I don't think it's an accidental thing happening. It seems like, someone's done it on purpose, and I don't see them testing things with the most popular things to give away what they're doing either. Because if they could do these types of changes the way humans are, they'd be using it for, financial gain or something. They wouldn't totally be ruining, all these changes would become a liability at that point. You see what I mean? I mean, it would ruin their chances of using it for playing with the stock market or something along those lines, which is typically where humans go with, how can I gain from this? How can I make money out of this or whatever? So I don't see it as being humans doing it. And then when you look at JFK, the surgical change there, a vehicle that didn't exist until this Mandela effect. I mean, that's a custom-made vehicle now that didn't exist before.
Yeah.
That is a lot of fair points right there.
Yeah, what I was going to say was that's a good kind of like conversation to have. Like, and I have a video coming out. I was going to release it Tuesday. I might just go ahead and knock it out tomorrow, because I think I'd like to bring this up because the conversations went here kind of. But, I've been asking myself in the last, let's say 3 days, what if the Mandela effect, and I don't mean just the Mandela effect, when I want to make sure everybody follows me on it. When I say Mandela effect, I'm talking about time anomalies, and I'm talking about the problems or issues that we've seen with time lately. What if someone could use that as a weapon? And what do you guys think? What ways could time changes, time anomalies, what ways could that be used as a weapon or for monetary gain? Because we want to think about what people can. That's what happened with nuclear weapons. They made them, and then they realized very quickly, well, they made nuclear energy, and they realized very quickly this can be used as a weapon. What if they realized that some test they did, some experiment that happened, caused time changes, time anomalies, and then what bad things could people do with that? Have you guys ever thought about that? Shane, I'll ask you first. I mean, have you gone there with your thoughts?
Yeah, that was sort of my first initial thoughts. And then when I saw the Bible changes, and then you think back at how far that would have had to go back, I just don't see someone toying around. I can see, a few little changes here and there, just if they're testing the system out, but I don't believe they go into the Lord's Prayer and change it. Well, you know what I mean? They pick some kind of, some obscure passage somewhere in, Genesis or something, or probably Leviticus, where it's all the laws or the begots, some kind of boring part, and then test it out or whatever. But I don't see them going in there and changing the lion and the lamb and some of the most popular, most well-known scriptures, just like all the other changes, the most popular brands and logos, the most popular sayings. It's like they want to be noticed, who's ever doing these changes.
I do think that. Dark Wolf, do you have anything on it? Oh, sorry, Shane. If you got more, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't really see any way to use it. I mean, I can see all sorts of ways to use it as a weapon, but I don't see them doing these other changes and giving away, the fact that they can do it if they were planning something along those lines,
Well, let me see what Dark Wolf thinks. Well, hold on. I want to read you a comment and then get your thought on it, because this comment is really good for what Shane just said. It's a good breach in between the two comments. Shane said, or I'm sorry, Joe K. Smith Hiukik says most of it is a terrestrial psyop, but that's to cover up something else. Now, what do you think, Dark Wolf?
I don't know what they could be covering up with a terrestrial psyop like the Mandela Effect. I could go with the psyop thing and the weapon thing for the fact of if I wanted to socially engineer a future generation to be a certain way, even their own religious structure, I would go back and change only specific things to change the entire meanings. Like some of these Bible verses you bring up, Shane, a lot of them actually, the word itself changing, like the lion and the lamb is the one you brought up earlier, you're the one that's big for you. It changed to a wolf and the lamb. Understand, if that said wolf, I had been all over it.
Right.
But
that's right, because we've got a dark wolf right here.
Exactly. Right. But that one verse is speaking of a prophecy, and that one character change changes the entire prophecy, for instance. So if I wanted to socially engineer or change a future generation to what I wanted it to be, I would go back just a little bit and start engineering only certain pieces of reality. So I can see that as a social weapon.
Definitely. I think what I can't ever say his name correctly. Whatever he said, I think he was trying to say he meant like a distraction. It's Mandela Effect is the distraction, not what we're looking at as the Mandela Effect, but the little changes. You know, it's like all these little changes, just like Shane was saying. You know, yeah, it's like why do that? Why show your hand? Why show everybody your hand of cards? You don't want to do that. They know what you got. Well, if you act like it's just this thing that changes logos and does these little things, could that be distracting us from something bigger? That's
kind of like a rope-a-dope. Look over here. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. That makes sense to me. Keep looking at the little things and quit thinking about what could really be going on, which is one thing that, you know, I decided to challenge when I very first found the Mandela Effect. My first question wasn't what's going to change next. My next question was why? What's going on? What's happening? Why?
I was afraid it was accidental at first, to be honest with you. You know, because if they're accidentally doing things like that, there's no telling what might come up. But once it seemed like they were doing it on purpose, and then you guys heard the one whistleblower that supposedly, where they talk about the one that's kind of went rogue, and they're
oh, the AI one. I know which one you're talking about.
Well, this guy kind of comes on this anonymous message board, and he's talking about there's 23 of them. They call themselves the Collective, but there's one that's causing problems, and he's going to destroy the world, or because we had an extinction level event occur, and they saved us from it, is what he's saying. But this one guy's threatening the whole operation. So then that immediately took me to, because he's supposed to be a clone, supposedly. So I'm thinking clone, elders, there's 23. He says there's this one. Are they trying to insinuate that they're the 24 elders from Revelations that's supposedly, controlling these things? And it got me checking back into Revelations and everything. And I just think I think it's that right there is sort of just to kind of lead you in the wrong direction. I don't think they have anything to do with it at all, but I don't think they want you to realize what's really happening, that it's a benevolent force and it's out of their control. They would rather you go down a different line of thinking and think these are bad changes. But that's just my opinion. I just kind of throwing out everything together.
No, that's a good point. That's right. That is what we do here. Theorize, try to find out what theories fit together, try to pull things together. So look, what we were going to do for just a minute, we've been talking for a little bit. We're going to recalibrate the streaminators, and we're going to just chill for a second. We're going to listen to a little bit of a beat, maybe 30 seconds, a minute. If you need something to drink, if you have to use the restroom, now is the time. So we'll see you back here in just a few seconds, maybe 30, 45 seconds on the rock. Thank you for being here, guys. We appreciate the viewers. Here we go. We'll be right back. That's right. Let me turn the volume up. I guess I have it turned down. There it is. That's right. You're with Dark Wolf, Unbiased, On the Fence, and Unirock, chilling tonight on the Live Dive. appreciate you guys tuning in. We've got about another 20 seconds and we'll be right back at you. We're just giving you a second to breathe, a second for us to process the new information, and let us reload to get ready for the next segment coming up on The Rock. Thanks for being here with us on the live dive. Welcome back. It is your late night live dive. We're going to see who is chilling in the chat. Then we're going to rock out on a few things we haven't caught up with tonight. And if we get to, we'll get back to some more discussion, debate, and topical treachery on Unirock. So let's see. We've got Charlene. She's always here. She's still here. UFO Underground is in the house. Dark Horse 9, how you doing? I don't remember you being here. We've got Magi. Yes, Magi, if you are not busy, I am extending the rock down to you. I hope you jump on. I hope you want to climb on up and get in this discussion. Magi, if you're available, you're welcome to come in. All you have to do is send me an email. I will drop my address in just a second. Or you can find it in the About page of my channel. What I want you guys to do, we are moving on. We are rocking out. We are getting moving here. I want to see some stuff. I want some emails. I need some topics. I need some pictures. I want some UFOs. I need stuff on Mars. Let's see what happened on the moon. Send me some pictures. I don't know. It's just something. Magi 728 is in here. Plex 504. How is it going, my friend? Joe K. Yes. Liz L. The Mike Dampier Show. Cindy Hargett is in here. She says, well, it's weird that everybody doesn't see the Mandela effect changes, and we agree with you, Cindy. That's what we're talking about tonight. We haven't hit the Mandela effect hard in a while. We're hitting it tonight. We're talking about it. We're doing what we got to do. Dead GPK is in the building. We have Creamy. He's chilling right over on the couch. Yeah, Charlene's still there. I love to see that. Damien is in here. He went upstairs to get a beer. He'll be right back, though. And Bianca B, I didn't mention her yet. Yeah, Bianca is rounding up all of the kids and getting them in bed so we can really get down and chill. And I have one more to mention. Salted Cedar just said, cello. Well, cello to you, Salted Cedar. I'm glad to see you, buddy. Every time I say his name, I think of a really big oak tree that, like, when you go up to it, it smells really salty. Like, I know that's not what his name is, but that's what I think of. I mean, I am weird. So, all right. Well, we're glad to see you guys in here with us. On our channel, we do a few weird things. We have some things that we have to do a few times every night, or we're just not doing our show. So, Shane, I hope that I hope we don't bore you, because this won't take long. We're going to go ahead and do our normal couple skits here, which one of them is, let me find it because I don't have it loaded. One of them is our famous, everybody loves this thing. It's the, is that loud enough?
A little bit more.
Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
Oh man, I always click that thing way too many times. Okay, guys, we're gonna head right. I get like hypnotized by the random Wikipedia article sound, dude. I don't know why. It's not even my voice. Like, it's, I don't even know where I got it from. Okay, we're going to click the random button in Wikipedia until one of our viewers tells us to. Oh, Salted said stop right when I got going. Whoa, that was fast. Thanks, Salted Cedar. Yeah, big old salty tree, you. Okay. Telok Bahang is a state constituency in Penang, Malaysia that has been represented in the Penang State Legislative Assembly since '74. Pretty cool. We have been talking about places lately. I'd like to know, this looks like an island. I'd like to know how this is represented on the map. We might look that up sometime after we get done tonight. We always push the button another time, especially when we get a place. We got Joe Eugene Rout from October 14 to December of 44. He was an American football player and a World War II soldier. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm talking about. College, he attended college. He was on the football team he was a guard, and he was All-American in 36 and 37. So he was hardcore. But he was commissioned, which means he went into the Army as an officer. And he was commissioned as a second lieutenant upon graduation from A&M, went into active duty in the United States Army, and he played for the Army West All-Star football team. This guy must have been really good at football. He was also an infantry officer. They are some hardcore guys. I'm telling you, I've known many. He received a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. My goodness, dude. Killed in action in 1944, December 10th. We salute you, my friend Joe Rout. Thank you for fighting for what you believed in. Okay, so let's get back to the Mandela Effect. We just checked in with good old Joe Rout. Actually, before we even go back to the Mandela Effect, I'm going to bore everybody a little more by doing this. We're going to... Because I promised we would check out Mel... damn it. What's her name, Dark Wolf?
Melanie Gallagher.
No,
no, not that one.
No. We did her yesterday because she was on the channel, so we checked out her Chan. It's Beegs. It's the girl that does Mandela Effects, and she does a lot of Bible Mandela Effects. She's always wearing a outfit. You know what I'm talking about? Meegsby. Okay, Meegsby. Is that her name? Is it Meegs?
I don't know. I wonder if that might be like a name or something. Or maybe like a nickname.
Yeah, you think she was trying to type in Megan and accidentally hit an extra E and was like, I'll just leave it that way.
It makes you wonder sometimes. I wondered that myself.
Yeah. Well, she put out 2 videos 4 days ago. She gets the views, man. Let's go down to her comment section. I'll go ahead and drop a link into the chat in case you guys want to leave Meegsby a little comment, bomb and love. So let's slide right down. We got to do this stuff to keep the community together. I'm not lying. We've done this and actually brought in so many more channels into our circle by doing this because people are like, it's nice of them on their live stream to come in and say hi. They, let's go say hi back. And then we get them on the show and they chill. It's just so cool. So we're going to say to Meegs, hey, Meegs, did you accidentally type an extra E in your name? We want to know. Thanks, Uni. Oh, during a live stream. Yeah, we always got to add that in there. All right, we got the business end cleaned up, Dark Wolf. Now, I haven't asked our guest Shane the few questions that I ask every guest, and I have to do it. So we're going to go ahead and hit that point of the show where we're going to talk about, I don't want to do that. What am I doing? Okay. We want to talk about what you think of a few different conspiracy topics. Let me go ahead and fix the screen. I turned it pink earlier. What do you think, Shane? Do you have an opinion at all on UFOs? Have you seen one, experienced one, or do you have an opinion?
I have not seen a UFO. I've always wanted to. I'm always looking at the skies, but I have caught some what looks like orbs, but they're actually like those flying, I guess they're like spider webs or something. And it made me realize that a lot of what we see on there are really these flying webs that, you know, just appear to be further away and appear to be some sort of orb. And it looks so familiar on the tape, you know, that I figured people release these and they know they're fake, you know, because you could tell with the naked eye that it was just sort of this fuzzy, I don't know, spider web or something. Have you guys noticed? You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if it's kind of pulled up from weeds or I don't know, just blowing out of a tree.
In the sky?
Yeah, it's just floating, you know,
like in the sky,
20 foot above your head or something. Not very high, like, you know, like it blew out of a tree or something. But when you're videotaping, it looks like a white orb far away, and it made me realize it looks so familiar.
Oh.
That I realized that a lot of people release.
I got you. I see what you're saying.
And, yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. That actually accounts for many UFO sightings. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's scary. Look at all those spiders floating through the air. Oh, I don't want to see this anymore. Help me, help me. I'm scared of spiders, guys. Sorry, I'm a wimp. Yeah. There are a lot of explanations for a lot of the videos we see. That's one of the main things we do. I haven't done a UFO video in a while, and I've been kicking myself because I don't do them enough anymore. But we always try to debunk every sighting we get. That's our main focus on UFOs on this channel. We want to pump them into Photoshop, turn up the filters, mess with the curves, mess with the exposure, and prove what they are. And yeah, about 90% of the time we immediately say this is a lens flare or this is a plane or a bird. So it really helps in weeding through those certain ones. So yeah, I've asked you about UFOs. What do you think about channels that talk about the Illuminati a lot? Do you have an opinion on that subject in the conspiracy world?
Yeah, I do pay attention to what's his name, David and Corey, the whole disclosure, cosmic disclosure. Do you guys know about
Corey Good, David Icke?
Or not David Icke, but David Wilcox.
Wilcox, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Wilcox.
Oh, Wilcox. Yeah.
And you know, he calls them the cabal, but it's basically the Illuminati. And you know, I don't really have any thought. I don't really focus on the negative too much. In fact, I'm getting away from more of that because I feel like they've just been fooled. You know, I feel like life has got these traps, and they've just fallen into one where they try to use some dark energy to do something. They think that you know, they're pulling something over on everybody, but I don't believe that they really are pulling anything over on us. I believe they're really caught. They're deceiving themselves. I really believe that.
Yeah, I get that. I get that feeling also from David Icke, and a lot of people get mad at me for saying that about David Icke because he does the whole reptilian. He news broadcasters, famous people that experience compression in their videos. He'll say, "Oh, look, they're shape changing." Now, I will say this: I've seen a few videos where I really do start to believe it with him because, man, some of those videos that David Icke has, they really look like they're freaking.
Yeah, like the Secret Service one that was going around. That was pretty freaky looking.
Yes, that was a good one. That was.
Yeah, I seen that guy.
I want to show
I seen that guy during the inauguration parade, and that's the first thing I thought. That don't look right. That looks out of place.
His skin color, even, you know, it was just.
Yeah.
It was so odd.
I agree.
And they have pictures of him, you know, all around the board. Like they've got him other places too. This Secret Service guy. So yeah, what I did is while we were talking, I jumped on one of my favorite websites, which is UFO Stalker. It just is a map, and it tells us like when someone puts a UFO report out, it lays it in to this map, so we can see where it happened at, the details about it, the story. Not only did this one have 3 pictures, it has 2 videos, and this is a really interesting UFO sighting. I'm starting to get a feeling when I look at it closer, though. I've got a feeling for it. But yeah, so here's picture number 1, just so everybody has a chance to look at it. And let's look at picture number 2. So here's the difference between 1 and 2. 1 and 2 going back and forth. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now here's 3. 2 and 3. I feel like a dude that gives you an eye exam. 2 and 3. 2 or 3. 2 or 3. Which one looks better? 2 or 3? Okay, sorry. And then he has a video with this also. And where's the third dot? That's weird. The video's throwing me off. Because at first I thought, when I looked at these pictures, I thought this looks like he's looking through a window. And those lights are reflections on the window that he's picking up.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with the way it moves. You see, like, the way the light is, it looks like his camera. Oh, look, we got another guest in here. We are partying tonight. We have Magi just jumped in. How are you doing, Magi?
Trying to mute.
Yeah.
I'm looking for my mute.
We got you. We can hear you now.
Oh,
Yep,
you can hear
we
me?
got you. It's okay. How you doing? Yep, we can hear
Doing
you,
good.
buddy.
How y'all doing tonight? Continue on while I work with a few things.
So,
I'm listening. Go ahead and continue for a minute. Let me get some stuff straight.
Will do. I'll tell everybody. I'll show people your channel really quick because I don't know if Shane has seen your channel yet, and I'll show you Shane's channel. We'll just okay, yeah, we can see you, we can hear you. Everything's going good here. So Shane, this is Magi, Shane. You know Dark Wolf. We're just all Mandela Effect guys. So
nice to meet you.
Let me bring up Magi.
Good to see you again, Magi.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
Thanks for coming in. We went from just a normal live dive to having some guests. Yeah, so Magi does really artistic and wonderful Mandela Effect videos. He also does some UFO stuff, which is cool because that's what we were talking about before you came in.
Yeah, I was listening to a little
some
bit.
alien stuff, right?
Oh, definitely. That's why I was going to listen for a little bit. I was watching for about a half hour, so I was seeing some very interesting stuff. So go ahead.
So, like, when I get, oh, for sure, yes. When I get 3 guests, I try to make we try to make sure we all get a chance to talk. So what I'll do is we'll bring up topics and then we'll all just go down the line and we'll give our opinions on it. And you're free to jump in and say what you want. Don't worry about interrupting anyone. Don't worry about, don't try to be too polite. We're all friends here. So, no rules, everything's cool. So I just want to make sure I put that out. I know other channels have their own rules when it comes to live streams. I don't have rules. That's what it comes to.
I used to say there's only one rule. I used to say there's only one rule, and that is there is no rules. So right? Exactly. Okay, so what did we hit so far? We've hit the geography changes, and so Magi, I don't know if you were in here we were talking about the map, and we were talking about guys, what was the other topic after geography? I know it was a big Mandela topic, and it's leaving me. I came in. Money. Yeah, I came in when you were talking about weaponizing. When you were talking about weaponizing.
Right. We could all talk.
That's when me and you
had a great conversation about that. Awesome.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So we can go back there.
Let me. I got the part, and I picked up right as you were coming in. What we were talking about, and yeah, AntiMatter. By the way, don't quote me on the number. When they run the Hadron Collider, any of them, of course, the others, I just realized were even existed here about 2 months ago. But when they run the Hadron Collider, yeah, there's a byproduct left. It's antimatter. I'm sure you guys all heard of it. It's with Oppenheimer and what they did back then, and even what they did with nuclear fusion later. I mean, it's like, don't quote me on this, but it's like either 100 or 1,000 times more potent. With the cases where you may need 15, 15 pounds of something on a small nuclear warhead. On antimatter, you would only need an eye drop and do probably 10 times the damage. But it takes so much. I do know now. You know how facts go and what they release.
But according to them, I mean, I guess you're talking about micrograms of because they're dealing in the extreme micro. The byproduct left over, I guess, from what I've been told, something like you would have to run that collider for years before you got, 10 grams. But yet an eye drop's all you need to do 10 times or 100 times the destruction of the latest warheads we had. Supposedly they've never used it, but the byproduct's definitely there. So
okay, so what I want to do then,
the potential for it to be already weaponized.
Go ahead, finish what you're saying.
Well, I was just saying the potential for it to be weaponized, of course, and it may be already in works in the making. Used for all we know. That's all I was going to say.
Definitely. I found some, I found information that they have been using nuclear weapons extensively in the air, underground.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to give Shane a chance to respond on, just any topic or any response around what we're just bringing up. And then Dark Wolf also, what do you guys think about, CERN and the production of their byproducts, which could be gravitons? They've talked about having dark matter and other things. They're trying to collect anti-hydrogen in great amounts, all of the colliders. Shane, what do you think about that? And if you have anything else to throw in, let me know too. What do you got there?
I think it's uncharted territory, and they probably are doing too much experimenting with too much energy, and not knowing the result is just not very smart. In fact, I figured that's what it was with the chemtrails when I saw how much more they've been pumping in the sky. And then you just figure, did they mess up something with HAARP, and it's like a kid, you leave your kid, they mess something up and they're trying to cover it up, and it just seemed like something like that. Because otherwise, why wouldn't they say, hey, we're getting more solar radiation, we're having to put this stuff because that's going to be less damaging than if we allow the solar radiation through? Why wouldn't they just say that? So it's almost like, you caught your kid, you messed something up, and now he's trying to hide it, by spraying all this stuff in the atmosphere. And it's just nuts how much they're putting up there now. I mean, you see rainbows everywhere, and most people don't. When I mention it, they're like, what? But you can see this sort of just iridescence in the sky everywhere. You can see a halo around the moon at night, and now they're spraying some stuff that's clear after, it looks like, I guess they're trying to make it look like contrails, but you can tell they're just pumping so much of it that your camera won't even focus. You try to get your camera to autofocus, and it's so much of that in the sky, you gotta manually focus it because it just goes in and out trying to get focused. And it wasn't like that before. I know. I've taken pictures of the sky now for a while, and the camera just trying to focus is just crazy because of all the stuff they're spraying up there. You can't get a clear view.
That's so true. And that's one of the things we hear the most is that the sky looks different. And I'm not just saying that because we brought this up. We get reports, and I mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. People talk about the sun being different, the stars looking different, the moon looking different. And we get a lot of people, a lot of YouTube channels looking through different filters, different types of panes of glass or panes of other material, like darkened, you know what I mean. And they put these filters in front of their lenses and take pictures, and they're trying to bring out some evidence of this stuff. Okay, Dark Wolf, it's your shot, man. You heard what Magi said on nuclear weapons and CERN, and you heard what Shane said. Give me what you think on these topics real fast before we move on down the line here. What do you think?
Well, he brought up Oppenheimer, and that's a good point, Magi. Oppenheimer found a whole lot of crazy stuff, and he was even quoted as saying that if he knew what he would have been creating when he found it, he'd have never looked for it. Exactly. So the fact that they had that technology back then and were able to find that, every one of these new finds has led to a new discovery in the world itself, new inventions. The electron was electricity, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. If they're creating antimatter, that is one of the most dangerous things they could ever play with. They could literally annihilate the planet with a teaspoon.
Yes, exactly. I didn't know the actual number. That's why
I've heard that.
Yeah, I didn't know the exact numbers, but it's unbelievable. It's astronomical. It's a very small amount compared to even our huge nuclear weapons. Like you said,
exactly.
a teaspoon, yeah, definitely.
So if there's
maybe
even in the smallest degree, the accidents that can happen are extremely scary. Not to count what they plan on doing with it.
Right. Well, I mean, with 10,000 scientists, you could have gotten, you know, you did the experiment, you have the byproduct. Of course, you're going to see the potential immediately. Creating it could have been, you know, an accident. I mean, not an accident, just knowing, all right, they did this when they got it at the
a happy accident.
No, a happy reward. You know, basically, you know, they did it. This was the byproduct. Oh, look, we got this byproduct from it. Because the first it was dark matter, I think, and then like Uni said, the gravitons, and they started collect. It was so minute at first, is what I read. You know, it was on a microscopic level, so they were collecting this. I would guess they probably have. From what I had seen, I don't know how often they run that thing, and I think they run that thing even when they say it's down, maybe at lower levels, but I think it's always running. And I think the ones back here are all in sync with those, and I think they're all running, maybe not exactly at the same time, but I think they do experiments when they're running them all. And so that now, this is what I found out about the Mandela Effect or the whole situation. I'd seen CERN years ago. I don't ever recall any other hydro. I knew we had one, but I didn't know where, and it's a smaller one. But now the one in Texas seems big. Like Uni said, there's one in Chicago. I heard that too. I had Jacob Israel tell me there's one in New York, which I'd never heard of, but he pretty much verified it. He lives there.
There is.
Yeah, there's one in New York.
Yeah.
What can they do if they network all these things together? You know,
well, it looks like, my point was, it looks like once they found out they could make this antimatter, and because it's coming up in microscopic levels to collect it, well, now you got 5 of them out there running, all in sequence. They're going to get more and more. You know, it's so small and hard to, you know, it's on such a small level that it takes so much running of that just to get a wee little bit of that antimatter. So if you got 5 of them running now,
and they run these things. Yeah,
and this is not. This may sound a little crazy, but here's how I look at certain things. By the time they show us stuff, I mean, even with in the 80s they had the plane. It looks like the bat plane almost. I can't think for some reason. I drew a blank.
Oh, the stealth plane.
Yeah, the stealth. Yeah. When they came out and showed us the stealth, I remember reading. Well, there was. No wonder there was a bunch of UR reports with it, because we were flying this thing out 15 years ago, and now we're just showing the public. So if they're doing that same thing, so you know, if they're doing the same thing, you got to figure we're at least 10 or 15 years behind. I think we catch up quicker today because it's a quicker world. You know, the stuff comes in quicker. I don't think it would take 15 years now, maybe a year. And I'll give you another example. I remember when they did the Awake I was reading about the God particle in 2012. They said it was broke down for a long time. They fired it back up. Then I started hearing about dark matter, and I thought, when I first started, I thought dark matter and antimatter are the same thing, and they're not. Dark matter is the opposite of matter, and antimatter is a byproduct that actually exists. You know, dark matter is just something that's like space in between. You know, there's actually matter in between what we would call empty space. They're saying, so
that's still theoretical, though, isn't it?
No, yeah, all of it is. All of it, except the antimatter.
Except antimatter, yes.
Yeah, they know that there's a byproduct that was left, and there's an actual another one. I think I'm going to pronounce this right. I think it's called a strangelet.
Yes.
Yeah, Google that. You'll see, they don't even know what that is, according to them, unless they figured it out here in the last couple of months, because I haven't been following it. That was one of the things that was considered unidentifiable antimatter. They knew exactly what that was and its potential. Now, my point on the prior to that was, I don't necessarily know they knew they were. Like I told Uni last night, most science, and I do biology and chemistry, is why I know. You know, and I know, you know, I'm doing it for, it's basic, but I mean, you know, it is biology and chemistry, and a lot of it is basic. But you know, I see myself in the last 30 years of my job doing trial and error. That's what I do. You know, and I'm trying to better. I clean water, you know, or I go out and grab water out of streams and try to get as much pollutants as you can.
Right.
Well, my point is the example, and it's a smaller community, but I mean, we get pretty good stuff. And I'll give you an example, and it's probably going to get off just slightly, but we'll find something. We've been using a piece of equipment, and it tells you, I'll give you, you know, say less than 0.001 aluminum. You know, we run tests. 10 years later, they'll come out with another higher quality technology, and it'll tell you that, you know, you were off by quite a bit. But
right.
That's really not my fault, because I don't have the equipment.
It was only the technology you were working with at the time, right?
Well, plus the technology wasn't even there yet. So as this new tech, now it reads it on a lower level. Now you got to go back 10 years and say, that's actually what we were drinking in the water. We thought it was yeah, that's my point. And so in the case with CERN, I think all science is that way. I'm just saying everything's trial and error. Even if you have something nefarious, you got to still do trial and error before you can find out.
That's a lot of
what am I doing? Now, what you were saying earlier, and I'm sorry, I didn't get who you got on. What's your Shane? Yeah, Shane. When you were saying that, Shane, when you said it may be an accident, and we said that last night, and that's can be a possibility too, because trial and error is gone. It starts creating all this weirdness. They look back and go, oh, what the hell did we just do? You know, what are we doing? All right, then they find out they do that. They go, well, we got antimatter, we got this, we got that. And, you know, we roll with it from there. You know, that's how I see that. Right. Any of those possibilities are there. We do know they have antimatter. They don't deny that. And that was my point. They're telling you now they had antimatter. Did they have it 10 years ago? Probably.
Well, you brought up something a moment ago that I'd love to delve a little deeper into, and that's the strangelets.
I don't know. Last I heard it was they don't know what it is. Of course, that's what they're telling us.
Let me read you. Let's read everybody the definition really fast so that, you know, the viewers and even myself are following along.
Yeah, me too.
I've read about strangelets before, but, you know, so what the definition says is a strangelet is a hypothetical particle consisting of a bound state of roughly equal numbers of up and down strange quarks. An equivalent description is that a strangelet is a small fragment of strange matter, small enough to be considered a particle. Now, what that means is, let me like tell you what I think it's saying. I think it's like when they slam the particles together, there are quote unquote strange particles. They're particles that behave differently than they can plan on them, because they think when they slam these particles together, oh, we know where every piece is going to go. Or they can predict with equations. So the strange ones are the ones that don't fit that mold. So let me go ahead. I want to make sure I, you know, keep everybody, you know, cyclical and moving here. So let me ask Shane now. Shane, do you have input on what Magi just said? And do you have anything regarding, you know, the strangelet and what's going on? I'll just go right down from Magi, or from Shane to Magi to Darkwolf and back to me. Yeah, what do you think, Shane?
I think with the strangelet, it's probably one of those things like that they did with the dimensions. You know, the math wasn't working out. They probably had to add something in there for the math to start working out. And it's the strangelet, and it will be that until we sort of know more about it, you know. I think they probably just don't know, but they need it in there for the equations to work out, just like with the dimensions, you know. That's sort of my take on it.
Yeah, go ahead, Magi. Definitely.
No, I have to agree. Let me read that again. That sounds very possible. I mean, I really don't have it. The last I recall, you know, it was slightly unidentifiable, but it seems like they put a term on it. But still, it's basically strange. So it's still something that he may be, maybe it's very possible, because there's some other, let's see, I think they ran helium, and then they ran metals. I know that once. I can't remember which one. It might have been iron. Because when they ran light is when it was the awake, and that was that. I'm not sure when the strangelet came. That's what I can't remember if that's the awake program. You guys remember that?
Try to find out.
program, because the Wake just started up officially recently, and that's when they added a plasma.
Okay. Yeah, they use plasma. That's right. And I wasn't sure when the strangelet. I can't remember that. That's what I meant. I can't remember if the strangelet was prior to the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I believe it came out before the Wake
so
program.
it's telling me that.
Okay.
Yeah, Wikipedia is saying that when they collide heavier particles, you know, which they do collide lots of particles, and they do things like lead and other gold and stuff. So the heavier particles produce more of these. From the star collaboration is the actual name of the one experiment they're using to try to research more strangelets.
Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Dark Wolf, I want to make sure you have a chance to weigh in. What do you got, buddy?
All right, so here's the crazy thing that I think. So science has a really bad habit of adding in their own things and words and definitions. Like we have theoretical dark matter. Why? Because we had no other reason to explain it, so we made up a word for it. We have theoretical strangelets. Why? Because, well, we had no other way to explain it, so we made up another word for it. It's strange. Just call it a strangelet. I think the science is kind of getting a little too free with their math and their ideas, and just adding stuff in so it will work instead of looking at evidence to back why it'll work. So I think that's a little bit of an issue. Now, these strangelets sounds like to me, when you smash something together, you have pieces go flying everywhere. So if you have something that should be together and part of it broke off, but it didn't all the way break apart, that's exactly what it sounds like. It contains up, down, and strange pieces. So it sounds like something fragmented, and they're viewing a fragmented piece of a proton, electron, neutron, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. You know, okay, so when you talk about strangelets and things that aren't supposed to happen when they smash particles together, you know, let's go ahead and just jump back into the broad, so we stay more towards Mandela here. We went into this talking about weaponized, the way that you can look at it. You know, we've got nuclear weapons. They started out researching how, you know, nuclear energy and the way it can help us launch our rockets or our spacecrafts better, and the way we could power things with it. Well, they also found out they can destroy entire cities from the face of the world. Now, I wanted to make sure I include the viewers in the discussion, and we had a few really good points. Now, I'm sorry, I'm not going to remember who said what, so if you said this, type it in and remind me who said what. But one comment said that they were talking. We brought it up about how the smaller changes, and I'm only saying things so we can bring them into our mind, and we could probably try to spark more discussion. So they said that by distracting us with small changes, they may take our focus away, which I could say the channels that are represented here right now, Magi's channel, Dark Wolf's channel, Shane's channel, which Shane's is Unbiased and on the Fence. The other guys, just their names. And I know I try to not let myself get too lost in small examples. They are important to bring up. I bring them up all the time. I just mean that I try to weigh them out with theories and other parts of the spectrum too. So I think all of us do that very well. That's why I'm really happy we all got in here tonight to talk about this. And I think it could drive the conversation. We want to think about, I want to know what you guys think. I didn't get Magi to weigh in. If they are distracting us by these smaller changes. Also, people in the chat are talking about how the Mandela effect, and this was just one comment, but it could be a complete distraction. Maybe the Mandela effect is just a new thing that's completely, they're saying, hey, if we start the conspiracy people going down the road of memory changes, they're never going to be able to prove it or disprove it. They'll talk about this stuff for 30 years, and hey, we can go out and do anything we want because they're not going to be focused on the other stuff. So we want to stick with weaponizing. What do you think about the distraction, though? And do you have anything else on weaponizing? Shane, what do you think?
I don't really.
I know that was a lot. I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't really think it's a distraction. I think they would like to have that sort of power to do the types of changes we're seeing. But if they're trying to distract us, most people aren't even seeing it. You know, so it's like I think they would be surprised that they're like, hey, do we even need to do this? Because they don't even notice logos changing. They don't even notice these obvious things, let alone, you know, some of the whatever they could be trying to hide that they're doing.
What about if they're trying to cause dissension between us and them? The ones that are seeing it and the ones that aren't. And that it's
that's a pretty good point. Yeah, just to get the discussion going. And I thought that about NASA when they tried to get us to look for Planet 10 or whatever. You know, it's like, what are they trying to get us not to look at here? But yeah, I see what you're saying, but I just don't. You know, it's like everyone. It's sort of brought us together. I mean, we wouldn't be here together right now, so that it would totally be backfiring on us because these like-minded individuals like ourselves are coming together and figuring this stuff out too. So that would definitely be a backfire. But for the most part, the general population don't see what's happening, and that's mind-blowing.
Might be a reason.
So true.
There might be a reason that some are seeing and some aren't for the same reasons I said. We don't know how big this is going to grow. If you can get this may be early stages, so if you can get them fighting each other, they're already doing it. They're coming in as trolls. They're saying you're crazy. They're saying you're this.
Well, what about flipping back and forth? We had Houston. We had.
I meant just. I was only. I'm not. Trust me. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm saying I was only addressing the fact that if it's no distraction at all, well, at least it's already caused a distraction amongst people fighting about it. And I do agree with you. At least maybe we jumped ahead of them there because we got together as groups, and they don't like that too well. I'm sure if that's the case. Yeah, we're blowing their what their plans. Even if we are still arguing, not us with those that don't see it all. Yeah, I thought about that too because that's one of the reasons I addressed it last night too. The disunity, the fighting, the disrespect. It's the madness that's been going on the last couple of years in the streets. Mandela Effect, or is it?
That's a good point.
I mean, that's increased too. It's in politics, it's in everything, and it's definitely this is to address just part of the agenda.
I have been blown away at how much your brain tries.
That's just a thought in my mind.
The way your brain tries to resolve it and make it into a false memory, even though, with the things I know, like, the Lion and the Lamb, and my brain just works overtime, it seems.
And see, that would get Christians fighting.
It's just some sort of mind control.
See, those would get Christians fighting amongst yourself. The Christians that see them are going to argue. I'm not saying it's going to happen now. If it gets worse, it's going to just the dissension and disunity will get worse and worse and worse. And if that's what I meant.
That's not to count the internal battle that he causes within your own mind.
Exactly.
Because it makes you think you're going crazy. And I've noticed that it is a lot of like-minded people that have done their research, that are open to these ideas, that this affects the most. So what better group of people that you'd want to get rid of to try to drive them crazy than to make them question everything about their own reality? That's interesting. I just had that thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you something else. It may sound like a higher level, and it probably shouldn't. But, I mean, I think there's people from all backgrounds because of experiences they went through. What if they're attacking the seers? Just because someone's not religious doesn't mean they're not a seer. I meant, what if the seers are the only ones affected? We're seeing it. we're the ones. Yeah, definitely. I mean, so only certain people are seeing it. So I mean, there's the seers, and they try to keep making religious ties. No, that don't work. I did agree with Burma last night, Uni, that empaths seem to be a connection. But it's still, you get the others that don't, even though they're empaths. Gosh, I've been trying to connect this for years. I tried to connect green eyes. Does everybody got green eyes? I went in every angle I could think of. But to me, to attack, it's almost like out there, to attack the King James. That'll get the Christian, the Christians. There's pastors out there that do already they're admitting that it's changed.
Right.
And when I first started checking it out, no pastors were admitting it. Not YouTube pastors anyway. No. Now some are starting to admit it.
Like the one that starts stuff.
If you go to that pastor's site and read the comments, there's Christians down there calling him crazy and saying he's went to the dark side, basically, whatever term you want to use or label. Yeah. I remember
when I was 11 or so hearing a sermon about you can't put, old wine or new wine in old wine skins or whatever, now it's bottles. And I know I sat through that because that was the first time I'd heard the term wine skins,
Oh yeah, I found
that does drive me crazy. That whole, the newer words and the new verbiage we have finding its way into the Bible. Like some people will say, oh, hey, it's just people trying to make the Bible more current. Maybe they're just adding it in. But then a lot of people are going back and saying, no, I've got a Bible that's been sitting here for 30 years that never said couch, and it does now. I've got a Bible that I'd like to find those Bibles that are very old. People have kept them for hundreds and hundreds of years. And I'd like to see if we have a Bible that uses the term for wineskin and couch that's from the 1500s or the 1600s, like the oldest ones. Okay, I want to steer us somewhere. I want to try to get us moving into I got a train of thought for us to try to all jump on this train and ride it for a minute. Okay, when we were talking a little bit ago, I wrote down some keynotes, and I didn't bring them up last time. I want to make sure I bring them up. We were mentioning the colliders all over the world and how they just keep coming up. We keep finding more and more of these things. And yeah, we went into where, they are producing things like the different types of matter that you can use that are more powerful for bombs and for energy. So yeah, maybe they are harvesting this. But one thing I want everyone to have a chance to weigh in on is the fact that Shane made a really good point. He said that, what if they link these colliders together and share data? Well, there's two points there. I hope that we can all touch on and each get our mind thinking about the fact that recently with the D wave, people are saying that they have CERN has gotten the D wave, and we know CERN has, but that they got it to help link itself together, process its data, and link it with the other colliders, but also the fact that the World Wide Web, the internet, was invented at CERN. We know this. Now, we talked about linking them together. We've talked about D-Wave before, and we've got now so many new colliders coming up. So hopefully we'll do it right down the line. Shane, Magi, Dark Wolf, and then we'll bounce back here. What do you think, Shane? Just those things I just brought up. You got some stuff on that for us?
Yeah, I think if this is definitely them doing these changes, I can see how they might have gone back, instead of having to spend all the money and all the time to build these colliders. Damn, if they can just make them all appear at one time, just because, like Magi was saying, if they're wanting to produce this stuff and they need to do it in large quantities and it's just not working fast enough, then why not go and create all these colliders at one time and start, quadrupling or even 6 times in your output of this stuff, So yeah, I can definitely see that, and it's spooky, like the China ghost cities. Have you guys? It's that same sort of thing that I just never heard of, and then all of a sudden you got these cities that will hold millions of people, and they're just sitting there empty, brand new. That's just bizarre. It's just bizarre stuff. Have you guys even heard of that? I hate to kind of tilt it in that direction, but it's that same sort of thing. These just pop up all of a sudden, because it's crazy.
I made a video.
What do you think, Magi?
I made a video on the cities in China, and there was one over New York. I think I split them in half. I should have put them together. I got the info later. Yeah, I mean, I'm right with him. I'm right with it.
And that made me wonder if they're doing it because they know of a pole shift and they know those areas, because a lot of those areas are cold and stuff, aren't they? I mean, they really aren't desirable places right now.
Yeah, and another thing, the D-Wave and the CERN both operate at almost absolute zero. I mean, that's a connection. I don't know what it means. I find it odd.
Well, when you're talking about clouds and weather patterns, that means quite a bit. Because if you're operating at absolute zero and you're radiating this temperature outwards, because let's face it, the magnetic field they've got, they're radiating everything outwards. So if you're radiating this out into the atmosphere, you're going to be changing the amount of moisture, because you're changing the temperature. you're going to change the amount of moisture around it, therefore the formation of the clouds and whatnot around it. Now, that said, I don't discount the interdimensional idea of the cloud cities either.
No, I didn't either. They didn't look like the normal mirage, or I don't even know. It looked like a communication effort to me. It was very, very strange. Like they were trying to communicate.
Now, I got that. Talking about, I've seen the cloud cities, but I was actually talking about actual
cities. Well, that was my point of, that was what I was saying. You know, you start out with, we start out with the mirage type, or the holographic type. And then the next thing you know, they're manifested in the physical. Yes, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I said when I agree. Because it was almost like trial runs. You know, are they creating these empty cities? And that first one in China, and those were like the early test runs. Like I said, trial and error. They're doing trial and error. Look, we can make these create, or did they pull them clear in from another dimension? I mean, there's all kind of possibilities. Yeah, that's
could very well be an accident too.
Yes. We brought up accident and very well be an accident. Yeah.
And I want to step back onto the main topic.
Trial and error.
Connecting of the D-Wave computers all together to run one big system. Now, this would make a whole lot more sense to me, because if you collect data everywhere and you have a quantum computer or a series of quantum computers, which means they're most likely all entangled, you wouldn't need a bunch of wires and whatnot to run it. You just enter data here, and it's all flowed together.
Yeah, that's why when I heard Jordy, I'm sorry, did I cut you off? I didn't mean to. I thought.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought because his mic cut out a couple of times. Just on here. Excuse me. I lost my thoughts.
Well, let me, while you gain your thought back, I want to make sure.
Go ahead, yeah.
I just want to let Liz weigh in. Liz L says, is this a Mandela effect? Hawaii was hit by an EMP, so an electromagnetic pulse, accidentally in 1962. I was reading about that, and I was like, well, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Bite me Klingon. Beaters need, oh, I'm sorry. She's talking about beating. She beats a lot. Let me find it. Oh, yeah, here we go. At list L, the empty cities and empty theme park. I get what you're trying to say there. Honestly, I think I do. Michelle says, I don't want to be redundant, but that crazy doctor eating Plutonia. Uni, if you can look into it in your downtime, perhaps make a video and your thoughts. Michelle, you know it. All you got to do is ask, and I'm on it. And I'm going to put that in real quick. And I just couldn't play the sound on it right now. But yeah, I want to definitely look into this more while the guys respond to the next set of topics. I'll look into it and see if it's something I can bring up here, because I've never heard of it, and it's fascinating to me. PlayStation says I never knew they had video jukeboxes in 1960. It's called a Scopatone Model 450 video jukebox. Wow. It does seem like the more I look into technology, the more like further back we've had more advanced technology. I don't know if maybe that's a good thing, if you guys have anything on that here coming up too. Okay, so we've got the viewer stuff knocked out, because I'm definitely going to start keeping their comments and questions in more often. So guys, please, if you have questions, if you have comments, we all kind of look at all these different conspiracy topics with different points of view. We've got different types of channels, in a way, more like different favorite topics, different favorite theories. So you've got a really great panel sitting right here who can answer any questions you have. And while we go there, I actually have a set of questions that were sent to me in email that I meant to ask whoever was in this video tonight. So this is the perfect time to bring this up. So let's go ahead and move down the line. Now, if I cut any of your guys' thoughts off, all you have to do is just let us know your points that you didn't get to say anytime during this. But what I want to go towards is the dimension theory. Now, I don't want to get really hard into the, there's a million infinite number of parallel dimensions thing. I don't want to go there as much as I know you've all heard about CERN and the other scientists, like the real famous ones, talking about how there may be other dimensions. They say that they could be very small. This was on CERN's website. I had a whole video showing where CERN was talking about, well, there could be entire dimensions that are very, very small, and there could be entire dimensions that are very large. So I just want to get your general thoughts on other dimensions outside of the parallel dimension theory. And I want to know too, do you think, and this was straight from one of our viewers, viewers that watch all the time. So it's important to hit this for them. They want to know what all of us think on the fact that, like, if another dimension was, if there was a doorway, because we've seen CERN even use the word doorway, scientists at CERN. If a doorway opened up, in our minds, what could be on the other side? And what are general thoughts on other dimensions? If you want, just go down the line like we've been doing and jump in if you got something. So Shane, what do you think, buddy?
Well, I think there is some confusion where, you know, people talk about parallel dimensions, and then you talk about, you know, different dimensions as far as, you know, different vibratory frequencies, or, you know, just different frequencies. Like, there could be people here at this very spot that we're at, and they're not on a different timeline, but it's more like a spiritual realm. They could be right here, and they're strobing at, you know, 1 million, you know, strobes a second, and we're strobing a little bit less, and we never are quite existing at the same moment. So we never really interact, or maybe they can see us, but we can't see them. And I think that sort of gets confused with these multiple timeline that's often called parallel dimensions or whatever too. So I don't really believe the you know, like you were saying, the millions of different timelines going on. I feel like every time you make a decision, we're constantly riding this wave of millions of potential choices. But once you make that decision and you observe it, then you collapse the wave function. So all the other ones weren't chosen. So I don't feel like these are all going at one time. I feel like we're constantly surfing this wave of potentials, but it's always collapsing down into a single timeline. And that's sort of confused with these higher realms of beings, like the way a spaceship might just phase out. You know, they're really just changing their frequency to something we can't observe. So I think these are kind of mixed together a lot, and I don't really know if what they're considering. Are they talking about, you know, spiritual realms, higher realms, what we're trying to ascend to sort of a thinner density or a higher vibration, or if they're talking about, you know, jumping into this other timeline where we get back to the Earth we knew. And, you know, I don't really believe that too much. I'm with Cliff High on that one, definitely.
All right, that's a good point. Cliff High, he even mentions the word ascension a couple of times, but he always puts his 2 cents in about it too. Magi, what do you think about it?
I think that, like we were talking last night again, that I don't see a separation of the scientific, if they've tapped into another dimension. Like Uni said, if they've created a way to get to another dimension, you can go just as easily back to some of the old ancient. They had doorways too that the shaman just walked right through. I mean, whatever ceremony they did, and can go into those dimensions. A lot of them use dreams. A lot of them use hallucinogens. It boils down to basically, do you think that if you used a hallucinogen, or you had a hallucination or a vision, and or a dream, and you wake up and that's just a dream, or is it a dream, or is your consciousness moving into a whole nother dimension? So now we're kind of getting
like an ayahuasca trip or whatever.
Yeah, well, my point is we're getting into labels, and what we've done. I'll give you it's an example in this one sense, and then I'll go with the other. And I hope it don't take too long. I recall reading a story once. The old Indians up near where the Aurora Borealis, you know, for years they said, well, that was a doorway to another world, is what they called it. And then science comes in and says, well, it's the electromagnetism coming around, you know, and that's what causes the lights. So science had their version, and it was probably done by calculation, but it didn't really say it wasn't a doorway to another world. This proved the Indians that believed that.
Right.
All they did was come up with some label saying, well, this is a scientific answer. I think we run into that a lot because Shane made a good point when he's just saying from a religious, and I think they're starting to come together. I don't see a disconnect between if science has a breakthrough and wants to use that label dimension, it's fine. And the old shamans or the Indians saying we moved into other worlds using not just a peyote, whatever, because see, they believe that that's another world that's just as real as this world. In the Juan Matus books that I read, he said that the world's like a cluster of worlds, like layers of an onion. And once you get into that mastering the dream attention, you can just move into any of those worlds. Right. I mean, I think they exist. I think they exist, so it makes it hard for me to take the other stance.
I agree. Yeah, like the spiritual realm, where we go when we die.
I think they're the same thing. Yeah, I think they're the same thing. That's why I said it.
All right, guys. Sorry.
Not a problem.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had to go grab a drink and stuff. So, okay. I'm sorry I missed what you guys said about some of that. I hope I didn't interrupt anything. I just wanted to jump in and make sure that I take a second to clean up shop a little bit, make sure everyone knows what's going on, because we've got about 22, 25 new viewers, and I want to make sure all of you know who we are. So right now, you are in the middle. You're in the live dive on Unirock. You'll find the live dive happening sometimes like every night. Yesterday, it was a combined total of 9 hours of streaming. YouTube almost kicked me off the tube. We also, with us, have Dark Wolf is my normal co-host. He's always here chilling, giving theories, telling us what he thinks, bringing information into the mix. You'll find him at his channel, and I will drop a link. Actually, no, I don't have links, so I will go ahead and drop a link and make sure. Rachel, if you want to grab Magi's link, I'll drop Dark Wolf's and Shane's. I want to make sure you guys know, if you haven't subscribed, if you haven't checked out Dark Wolf, and I'm getting to the other guys here too, make sure you do, because if you're into conspiracy, I call it the topic of the conspiracy topic, which it just encompasses, all those things we talk about. And we're also joined by Magi, and you'll find him by Magi728 on YouTube. And he came in just a little bit ago, and we got to hear a lot of his thoughts on these topics. Hopefully, Magi, I hope you have a few more minutes and can hang for a little longer too. Awesome, because we're going to keep this rolling. Magi's channel is right here. If you haven't checked out Magi's stuff, make sure you do. The guys here, we typically do live streams just a little differently than other places. We try to bring the theory out more than, at least equal to the examples when it comes to Mandela Effect. But we're also going to hit the UFO, the Illuminati, and any other topic that means something to us as people. And I mean, shoot, I've done videos on video games before. So, hey, we also have with us Shane, which he is the king of the channel. I get you can be a king of a channel, right? Am I saying that wrong? I think you can. So he runs the channel, Unbiased and on the Fence. I look at myself as the king of the Unirock channel, so why not? So he runs Unbiased and on the Fence, and this is his first time on Unirock. Magi, you haven't been on yet, though. No, you did. We were here once. I get confused because I stream so much, it just all ends up running together. So anyway, I want to make sure you give these guys a subscribe if you check out their video and you like their stuff. Consider, because I never tell you what to do. I only ask that you consider giving these guys a subscribe, checking out some of their videos, and if you do like what they do, the best thing you can do to help any YouTuber is to share one of their videos in your social media. And the hardest thing for us to do as YouTubers is get out to a bigger audience. And that's what we want. If somebody watches my videos, I know if they don't like them, I'm not going to try to pressure them to subscribe, but if you do, I hope you'll hit that button, click the bell. You'll come see the streams. You'll come every once in a while, drop in and see us, because that's what this is about. It's about us looking into these topics and getting them out to you. Now, not only that, on these streams, especially the ones like these ones that are later at night and where we're trying to explore these topics, I really want you guys to drop questions, comments, any observations you have. Now, I may miss what you say, so it's very important that if you have a question and I don't get it, or if you have a question that you think, man, I just really want them to talk about this, all you have to do is email it to this email address. I have it open on the screen. It will come in within a minute or two, and I'll see it. And when I get to where I can get it into the show, which I promise it will happen the night, the show that you send it to me, when I have that time to get it in, I will put it in. Now, okay, so we hit the multiple, or we hit the dimensionals theory. I didn't get to hear what you guys thought about the question like that I got in the email about what another dimension could be. That one really gets me.
Yeah.
That's the one that gets me, guys. Did you guys answer that one?
No, I was actually about to head into that myself. I never really had a chance to go ahead and give the answer. So.
Okay, let's get, so look, let me go back, right, and just write down the line. Shane, Magi, then Dark Wolf. Let's do this, like, let's just try to give, like, maybe, let's try to stay under 30 seconds. Let's try to get anywhere between 10 and 30 seconds. Give me the quick version. What do you think if another dimension could exist, and we're not talking about the parallel thing, if it's just another one that sits right beside ours, what are some possibilities to you that could be there, look like any of that? Shane, start us off.
I feel like there's definitely other dimensions where, you know, frequencies are different. There's other beings there. They can interact with us. I believe some of them have the ability to change their frequency to interact with us. And, you know, it's sort of the unknown, but I feel like if there is benevolent beings, they're there. And like somebody mentioned earlier with the onion skins or the, you know, the Russian dolls where you kind of come out, they're just sort of outside of where we're at. And they aren't confined to our time and space and our, you know, our time-space continuum, basically. So that would be my short version. And it would be,
Thanks.
you know, the spiritual realm, basically.
Great. Thanks, buddy. Magi, give me your short version on what other dimensions could be to you. What do you think?
I think that they're like the slices of bread. I think the closer they are, the more they will reflect closer to this world. I think the farther out you get in dimensions, and I think they're infinite, the changes just go at a very slow pace. That's why I think if we did shift a little bit, that's why we only see minor changes. And then I agree with Shane on that. The farther out you get, I think you get into inorganic beings, you know, and other entities. I do think the closer they are, the harder they are to see. I don't think we run into each other as often. And I think the farther away you get, those entities probably have a higher intelligence, I'll say, and that could maybe watch us. We can't see them. Maybe be able to manifest and then disappear. I think they could be just like we see with the UFOs, because I don't think they're planetary. I think UFOs, if they do exist, or beings, are dimensional. I don't think they would be out there in some other galaxy. I think they'd be right here on a different wave, on a different vibration. Yet those, I still see it like a layer of an onion. As I said earlier, the farther out to the onion, the more and more different it would look from this world.
Definitely.
Yes,
great point of view. Great point of view. Great way to describe it. Okay, Dark Wolf, you're up, buddy. Hit me. Let me get it.
All right, so I believe that the bigger decisions in life are the ones that make the split points. Not every second as if I'm going to smoke a cigarette right now or not, for instance. I think it's the bigger decisions in our life that make these splits. Now, that said, when we have these multiple dimensions, I believe that people over there are just as real as us. And at times, the wavelength of our worlds could come somewhat in sync. Therefore, we could see the other side as ghosts or maybe even shadow people, and we could look just as much to them as such as they do to us.
Great point.
Excellent, my friend. It is. And I'll go ahead and round this out and give you guys my opinion. I agree. I think I always say, and I promise it's not a cop-out, I always say that I think certain things are possible. Well, lately, I've been leaning so far towards thinking that exactly what these guys said are just, and especially Shane, I liked what you said about it's more like a spirituality. Well, you didn't say more like, but you said it's like a spirituality thing. Also, I've read in the ancient texts, I've said this on the channel before, the ancient texts tell me a lot about the way I think life is. And they say that the other dimensions, they describe other dimensions like the ones that we are possibly describing now. And I think their account is more of like a blueprint to what these dimensions could be. Now, I want to make sure I put out there, though, that I'm prepared to admit that other dimensions could just not exist, but I'm going to tell you something. When I started my research 10, 15 years ago, I didn't think they existed. I was a hardcore atheist. I've said this in the last 2 weeks, every day almost. As I went on in my research in a scientific way, I started to see the spiritual side. The lower I went, the more I saw it. And if I apply the things I found out about DNA, evolution, and the way things came into being and the way things work, I apply it to the other dimensional theory, I start to realize that spirituality plays a huge key there. And I also feel that it's been motivating me to try to be a better person and to hold a level of responsibility in my channel. Because I do see so many people, and I know this is off topic, but we do get trolls sometimes. And I forgot to mention in the live stream, if you see somebody dropping a Patreon link, make sure you double check it when you click it. There are people disguising Patreon channels to look like people who live stream and then go in and they drop GoFundMe links, Patreon links to try to get the money you would normally donate to the channel you like. They're trying to get that money themselves. So I would always maybe check with the creator or go off of that creator's about page, just because the trolls came up because we've had so many, we've had a lot. And then I was thinking about, there's so many people that troll because they say, hey, it's just the internet. Well, the internet is an interconnection of all these people. Now, if there is a law of karma, if there is a law of good and bad and good and evil, which I fully believe in the law of good and evil, it would stretch into the computer if you're dealing with another person. Now, if you're going to log into Grand Theft Auto and go around and shoot everybody, yeah, cool, okay, it's a game. If you're going to go into someone's channel and try to sabotage their stuff or take money, yeah, you're definitely doing something wrong. So, okay, I went off topic on that last part. I just forgot to bring that up when I did the business earlier. We've hit some of the, we just hit some deep stuff. We've hit some, good regular stuff. We've just been all over the place. So now it's important, and I'm going to make sure, don't worry, I know Dark Wolf jumped up. I'm going to make sure Dark Wolf gets a chance on this. I just want you guys, and I'm not ending this out. I'm just going to shift the focus of the show a little after this last one. So before we do that, I want you to make sure you guys have an opportunity to say anything you want about any topic you want, whether we brought it up or not, before I move into other parts of the show. So this is your chance. No matter what you want to say, it's your time. It's the floor. Grab it, take hold of it, do what you will with it. It's your rock for the next whatever amount of time you decide to take it for. And just let me know what you're thinking. We'll start with Shane and we'll roll right back down here. So what do you think, buddy?
Well, just to add to what you were just saying about, the trolls, I think, there's a certain level of accountability just as a YouTube channel provider where, you got to make sure that, you're not putting out fake stuff. I mean, people will put stuff just for clicks or whatever. And to me, I think if you come across people like that, you should just unsubscribe from them because, they're not being honest with you. You can't really trust what they're giving you, and it's sort of ruining this whole thing we got going for us here. You know, I feel like if people are purposely putting stuff out there, they're just as bad as the trolls that's putting these fake links up there. You know what I mean? It's just dishonest, and I feel like there needs to be a level of accountability. If you don't feel like there's a higher power looking down at you, I mean, it doesn't have to be God, but it could just be someone outside of our simulator, you know, looking in at how we're playing the game. If you don't feel like, you know, anybody's looking, at least be true to yourself, and, you know, don't put stuff out like that, because it just makes it so much harder when you're looking through information. And, you know, that's one thing I can tell you honestly. I would never purposely put any bad content out there, even iffy content. I like to double check stuff myself. That's why I even had someone posted a comment earlier. What about this effect? What about this effect? I'm like, you know what? It didn't affect me personally, and I don't really want to speak on that because, you know, there's just not enough people. The Berenstain Bears is a good one. There's so many people, then I don't feel bad about mentioning it. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, Berenstain. But
oh, no, you're fine.
I didn't even know about that book. So, but there's so many people that are freaking out, people with the same name, and they're like, I would have known if the name was different than mine, and vice versa. There was one that, you know, Harley Davidson or Davidson. That was one that I haven't heard anybody mention it, but to me, it looks funny with the extra D in there. I thought it was Davison. My last name's Robinson. And, you know, it's got the N in there, and I always thought it was sort of different, like if my name was Robinson, you know, without that N in there. But I wasn't sure, so I've never put anything on there about it. But there's people that seem like they'll just post anything without even considering that they could be spreading disinformation around. I've seen it with, you know, Bible verses. They come across a shocking verse, and then they'll put it on as a Mandela effect. And I know I've seen those verses before. They just suddenly start reading their Bible to see this stuff. They'll come across something that's shocking, and they'll, oh, that wasn't in the Bible before. But yeah, because I remember it being shocking to me years ago, you know. But there's definitely changes, but it just muddies the water, I feel. And people should be more conscious of what they're putting on there. Or if they don't know, just say they don't know. Like when I did the nickel, I had no idea that everybody would respond like they did so well, you know. And everybody's like, oh, wow, the nickel, that's awesome, you know what I mean? But I was still iffy about it, even putting it on there, you know. But that's sort of my 2 cents. It would be to add to what you're saying.
Thanks, buddy. No, definitely agree with everything you said, man. And awesome. I wrote down a couple key points. I'll hit them after Magi and Dark Wolf get a second. Go ahead, Magi. Anything you want to say for a few? Go ahead and go, buddy.
Okay, good. I'm going to stick with the Bible verses there too, because and I don't want to come in a different angle, but I actually experienced this, so I'm going to have to bring it up. When I first started seeing the ones that I thought changed, I did too. I did like Shane did. I had seen several that people were putting up that didn't change. But then I had to step out of myself and say, well, wait a minute. Just because I didn't see them doesn't mean it wasn't a change for them, because as I showed the few to certain people that I had seen, that I knew, that I definitely knew, they didn't see them. You see what I mean? Yeah, I was putting that, so I needed that same respect, because actually it got very irritating to me, because I couldn't find anybody that seen them or admit it at first. It was even worse. I watched a pastor, a couple pastors, and they actually made a little video about it, you know, because you know, he said he had to go back 40 years and see if the Lion and the Lamb had changed. Obviously, he'd been preaching the Lion and the Lamb version, because first of all, the Lion is Jesus is the Lion of the tribe of Judah and the Lamb of God, and it's talking about the millennial kingdom and the second coming, where all the animals lay down. We don't learn war no more. So it's definitely removes the part of all the people that wrote essays. I got friends that wrote essays. I've got pastor that I work with that wrote an essay clear back when he was 18 about how Jesus is the Lion of the tribe of Judah. That's why it's a lion and a lamb in Isaiah. Well, now it's not, and it's never been. So, I mean, these people are, and I've actually wrote a few things on the old message boards about the Lion and the Lamb and the millennial kingdom. I don't want to take them lightly when someone else, because then I would go and I've seen a bunch of videos. I actually started reading my Bible to see if I could find them myself. So no one was planting that thought in my head. But I did watch some of them. The one I can even remember, the woman gave a scripture and she said, at the end of the Old Testament, I'm not going to quote scripture. I'm just not going to do that. I know you all know which one I'm talking about. If not, it's right at the end. It says that the Son of Righteousness will rise with his healing in his wings. It's a prophecy of like someone coming. It does say S-U-N is what I remember. And she was saying, no, that it was Son, S-O-N. I can go back 25 years of studies. I used to use that scripture all the time because when I got into other religion and was reading it, the Baha'i faith would say that the Son of Righteousness. So my point is you can go in and make that reference that he fulfills that prophecy. So you can go into the Baha'i writings right now and they'll call the founder of that faith the Son of Righteousness, S-U-N. So, I mean, it goes back to the 1800s there, and you know, they use that reference. They're writing, and she was saying it was S-O-N. I'm just wanting to do this. I want to give her that respect because just because me and Shane, we didn't see that change, doesn't mean she didn't see that change, because I know it by experience. Like I said, I brought mine out, and not everybody was agreeing with mine. And it was actually starting to agitate me. So I can understand her. I mean, she was given a lot of them, and I'm not sure we're talking about the same person. There was a couple different ones, and they started getting attacked pretty good too. I think my whole point is it's the same way. I don't think we see all of them. I'll give you another example if I can, if you don't mind. In the Kennedy assassination, I had just probably 5 years ago witnessed a video, the Zapruder film, where they were trying to say that the driver shot her. And when I made him bring it up on YouTube at work, we all watched it. It looks like he reaches down. It's a silver. They say it's the glow on the guy's head. He almost comes to a stop. The angle of the shot looks different. It's up higher, like coming maybe, you know, from that angle if you're, you know, point blank shooting somebody. Then he speeds up, and it looks like he tucks something down under there again. Just here recently, I see it makes it look like Mrs. Kennedy shoots him. And when I watch it slow, because here was one of the trickeries. Most people watching the Zapruder film just watch for the head explosion. It's common. You're looking, you're get your focus on that. And the one 5 years ago said, well, take your focus off of that, because they know most people do that, and focus on that driver. When I quit watching that, it did look like he shot him. And it did look like it was possibly a gun. Now it makes it look like she did it. And
yeah, the projectile looks like it's almost going upward.
And it looks like she's holding him down. It looks like she's pulling him down. And my point was, 5 years ago when I was focused on the one with the driver, all I had to do was not watch the, you know, President Kennedy, so I could see the driver. So now when I watch that one and watch that driver, he no longer looks like he shoots him. And I know we watched this. We watched this. Yes, we watched this over and over at work, kind of just blowing our mind. This was before the Mandela, or before I was introduced to the Mandela Effect. And, you know, we all stood back. I know we watched it probably 10 times that day. I just recently heard Mrs. Kennedy in that one, and I watched it. And then I watched it, and it looks like she throws something. So I go back, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to try this and watch this driver. Does it still look like? And it does not no longer look like. It doesn't even look like the same video to me, to be honest with you.
Oh, I've heard that a lot, actually.
I mean, that one, and all I was trying, and I didn't mean nothing bad by that, Shane. I was just saying, I think sometimes just because we're not seeing every one of them anyway, there's a lot now. And I even know when it first came out, and I only had probably a few dozen, and a lot of them were Bible ones. I'll get you. We're saying, I know the word couch is in there now, and if you research the word couch, it's It didn't even exist in the English language in 1611. You can look it up. It's some of them are close, like Italy's in there too. Well, Italy doesn't become a province. They used the term Italy, but it didn't become the province of Italy until quite a way years after 1611 in the King James. So, and first of all, besides all that, even the writer of the King James is supposed to be writing about that time and as accurate as he possibly can. And Cotton Mather is one of them. There's several writers of the King James. You know, no matter what you're reading there, they're supposed to be writing it to be accurate at the time. The word Easter is also in there. It's in the Acts of the Apostles. It's in when that's Peter, when he gets out of jail, it said they held him, they were going to let him go 2 days, or they held him until after Easter. Easter was not a holiday back in Christ's time. Easter was a Roman holiday after the 4th century. Christians adopted it. They called it Easter during the resurrection. Now that's before 1611, but that the author should be trying, it should have said Passover, because it says of unleavened bread, which is Passover. Then it says they waited till after Easter. It doesn't even make sense why you would throw Easter in there. Why would the author trying to do a Word of God book that's supposed to be the Word of God throw a word that, okay, it's okay now in 1611 there was Easter, and apply it back to what went on 2,000 years ago, what he's supposed to be trying to write accurately? It'd be similar to us writing something 30 years ago and throwing something in that we know now. I'll give you an example. It'd be like us trying to talk when we were 10 years old and talking about the Blue Beam Project when we knew nothing about Blue Beam. That's how I see that. I mean, there's just so many. Yeah. They're trying. They don't make sense. And it was only in defense of, I don't think everybody, I do think some get piled on. Don't get me wrong there, especially with the Bible. But I mean, then again, some of them aren't. I think some people are shifting at different times and different. I don't think everybody's shifting it or experiencing it the same way. Like I said, I was showing some to people. Yeah. Well, I was showing mine. I'm just as bad as her then, because I was showing some that people said they've never seen. And I know that I know they were that way for
rather out of memory. It was like she was saying it out of shock rather than memory.
I think you get that. I understand that. I think that's why I said I didn't mean it to come across too bad, because but that's what happened. I caught myself saying, well, that wasn't the Mandela effect for me. I don't know. We were doing it up here in my family, because when we first seen it, we'd watch it, and one was saying, I remember Luke, and the other one's like, well, I don't remember that. We already, as a family, as my brothers and sisters and my sons and my nephews and nieces, we made it into like a little game when it first came out, because we got paper out and was like, what do you remember? This was early on when I first got turned, then it really hit me because so many big things started changing. Because right then, at that moment, it was kind of just a few little, like you said, the Berenstain Bears, whatever. I didn't know much about that one. Now I do try to pull back from the ones I don't know. That's why when it's a Bible scripture that I did know, or another scripture, like I said, why would the Baha'i faith in the 1800s use the lion and the lamb? They're not Christian, but they're basing a movement from Christianity to Baha'i. Yeah. So that means that whole religion got it wrong.
Well, what about 50 states? Is that something that you guys have been affected? Has it always been 50 states for you guys in America?
Yeah, I'll go there for sure. Let me do this. So I'll write that down. What about the 50 states? We'll hit that up, because I got another panelist to come in too. So let me get things moving here. So has there always been 50 states? Okay. Now, all right. I got that written down. I didn't let Dark Wolf say his piece. Dark Wolf, I'm not going to short you, but just give me your thoughts on everything we've caught up to. And I'm going to, while you're talking, send a link out and get someone else in. So Vin, when you come in, we're going to let Dark Wolf finish, and then I'm going to transition the show to a new kind of like portion of the show, because we're going to flip things up. We're going to keep it moving so the viewers are, they've got new stuff coming in and out, but we're still going to hit the stuff you want. Michelle has a topic for us. We've got the topic from Shane brought up.
Actually, I have a topic that I have to bring up because it just hit me and I need to know. And I'm going to have you, I'm going to have 4 more people. Well, I'm going to have 4 people total with me, then 5 in here, and we're going to get some stuff done. So Dark Wolf, hit me with it while I get a link sent out and get Vin in. But Vin, let me just say, when you come in, let's let Dark Wolf finish his thought. Let me transition us into the next phase of the show. I'll introduce you, and we'll get this moving. Go ahead, Dark Wolf.
Appreciate it, Bubba. All right, so I would like to touch on the muddy waters thing that Shane mentioned. There is a lot of channels out there that are presenting a lot of false information, and not just Mandela Effect, but across the board. And it really makes data collection hard for people like theorists and people who are trying to use these data points. I know, Shane, you're doing a lot of theories. I know Magi does some theories. When we're trying to find these actual data, you know, a lot of it can be questionable. And you know, back to what you said, yeah, it might be an enemy for one person but not another, but I would count that as a data point for say. And some of those get to the point that you can have somebody looking everywhere around their whole room, and every item they have, they're going to say, this is a Mandela Effect. And there's a channel out there that I personally think does that. I'm not going to name drop, but that's my opinion. You also spoke. Yeah, exactly. You also spoke about, again, Mandela Effects that other people don't know. I put one out a while back, and it's been about a 50-50 split on it from Back to the Future 3. I'm not going to get into what it was, but I've had some people completely disagree with me, and I have some people completely agree with me. So it is a little frustrating, but I decided a long time ago I wasn't going to do the Mandelisms anyway, so it wasn't no big deal for me. Yeah. I do like that the whole panel has the same like unbiased thing going on here. That is awesome. We all try to look at it from every viewpoint possible and in every angle we can come up with. I think that is absolutely amazing. On that, I'm pretty much out of. Oh, one more thing I'll touch on. I'll let it go there. Shane, you mentioned frequencies. I think you're really, really, really on to something with this whole frequency thing. Take a lot deeper looks into that.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
on
you,
that,
Dark
I'm
Wolf,
done.
Bubba. Thanks, buddy. Well, hey, you're not done because we still have more show to do. Now, I want to make sure I do I do this how I got to do this. So I want to make sure everybody knows what we're doing. We're having a discussion. We're doing it's almost like a round table. I'm just I try to jump in and I try to keep the topics rolling. I'm trying to keep us switching up and moving down a progressive line and trying to keep it similar if I can. Sometimes I can't. You know how it is. I need that squirrel effect. That thing is freaking awesome. You got a squirrel on your head. I don't have that one. I need it. Sorry. I get pretty crazy sometimes. Okay. Because now listen, what we got another panelist coming in. Vin is supposed to be coming in. Vin, you're supposed to be jumping in here, Vin. But anyway, we've been talking for a while, and I haven't even really stayed true to the show. I haven't dropped the beat. I haven't checked out a Chan, but I don't think we're going to do that yet because we did. We checked out 3 Chans, these guys. We just did it a few minutes ago, but we need to hit a random Wikipedia article to keep this moving the way we do because also sometimes it steers what we talk about. Now I will say this though, Michelle, we're hitting your topic first because you brought it up a while back and I haven't got a chance to get to it yet. And I'm sorry, Michelle, because you're always here. You're always supporting me. And I'm going to not only bring it up now, I'm going to do what you asked. I'm going to make a video on it too within the next 2 days. Because I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, so maybe the day after. Anyway, so Vin hopefully will be in here by the time. I'm going to try to maybe send the email again. I don't know where he went. Hey, Dark Wolf, can you check Discord for Vin and maybe tell him I sent him an email? If you can't, it's okay. I didn't know if you had that capability right now.
I definitely can. Not a problem. I'm going to go ahead and mute out.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Yeah, just take a second because I'm going to play a song anyway. We're going to drop a beat just for a minute while I do some ins and outs and work getting our I want to make sure our chroma keys are set. I want to make sure the stream is still beaming out to the sides of the tube that it needs to go to. It'll only take maybe 20 or 30 seconds. So while I do that, I'm going to drop a beat by one of my favorite beat masters, Mark Delp. He gave me an entire CD. He's the drummer for one of my bands I used to play with, and he's still drumming, which he's one of the best ones I ever heard.
Let me bring it up really quick because, man, my screen has just gone all over the place. Okay. Oh, that's not it. Okay. Hold on, guys. I promise I will get this together. I apologize. It's okay. We've been streaming for a while, and it's time to reset our think tanks. We got to get our heads back in the game. We're going to start fresh, start new, then get in here. The link is in your email. Let's rock out. Bam. I'm not feeling that one. How about this one? Nope.
Financing program, but there are generally applicable regulations.
How about that? Nope. There it is. That's what I was looking for. We got Vin. Vin, I'll be right with you. We're going to listen to this for a second while I get everything set for the new panelists. This is the Rock Live Dive. Thank you for being here. We're still rolling. We're still rolling. We're still rocking. We're still talking. Give me about 20 seconds and I'll be right with you guys. And we'll start this discussion up again on The Rock. Hey, Dark Wolf, give me your video for a minute, buddy, so I can chroma key it. You guys are right here on the strangest place on the tube. I feel, at least. I think I'm a strange guy, so my channel has to be kind of strange. Anyway, you guys are on the rock. We are rocking. We are rolling, and we're about to be talking. And for anyone who just got in or anyone who left and came back, we went ahead and rewind, play. We recalibrated the stream machine to get this back into, get us back into the flow of things. We got Vin in here, my good friend BitofVenom. How are you doing, my friend?
Fine, thanks. How are you doing?
Good. Then I've got Shane. He's from the channel Unbiased and on the Fence. Shane, Vin. You know Dark Wolf. Vin, you've talked to Magi in Discord, right? You guys know each other? You guys met before?
Okay, just making sure. I got to try to have my manners. My Uni mom would get mad at me if I don't keep my manners while I'm on the air. She really does. I'm not kidding.
Yeah,
She'll like in her car drive over here and smack me on the back of the head. I'm not kidding. Okay, I want to go ahead and do what we always do. We kind of like went on a little bit of a cycle, a circle. We're back in the beginning of a stream, inside of a stream. It's like a dream inside of a dream. Yeah, the movie Inception. Did you guys like that movie? Oh, yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, we're going to hit the comments for 2 seconds. We got Charlene is in here. Bit is in here and there and everywhere. Michelle is in here like always. Pelgrim71. We got Story. Hey, Story, thanks for stopping by. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad you're back here. Shannon SL311. Oh, yeah, Shannon's always here. So, yeah. I mean, you guys knew that. JB Scott. So I'm talking about JB. Yeah, we've got, I'm trying to find a new name while I get down to the bottom of the line because we've got around 50 viewers. We've consistently kept it throughout the broadcast, which is it's really good numbers. Now, we usually have that number, but during the day on the East Coast. So to have that number in the evening is very, very great. I appreciate you guys being here so much. I just want to say that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Story accidentally put her first name twice when she made her YouTube name, and that's why it says Story. I always wondered that Story, but I like calling you Story, so I'm not going to stop unless you tell me to. Tracy is in here. There's Salted Cedar and Beaver Chops. My nickname since a kid is Beaver. You see, well, yeah, okay, I'll go with that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Salted Cedar is a creative name. Now, I said it earlier. I look at him like he's a big tree, and whenever you get near him, he smells kind of like salt, you know, like a salted cedar tree. But I know that's not what his name is. I have to keep saying that in every live stream now that I said it once. I'm sorry. All right, so we've reset the stream. We hit the play button. We're back up here. I mean, we never went anywhere anyway. I just wanted to kind of make it feel like we just started again because we got a new member and we are going to reset on topics because we've gone some great places. But I have to make sure that I'm listening to my audience and make them involved because why else do a live stream unless I'm going to? So Michelle has been wanting us to hit a topic. Now, hopefully, we've got a panel of a few people. So I'm hoping that one of us has at least heard about this. I think I have the right guy pulled up. Michelle, if I don't have the right guy pulled up, Albert Stevens, please let me know. So I'm supposed to be researching the scientist who ate plutonium. Before I get into it, I'll start. And now what we're going to do is we've been going from Shane through Magi through Dark Wolf to Vin. So since we've reset the stream, we're going to go from Vin to Dark Wolf to Magi to Shane, just because I got to be fair and keep things moving. Vin, have you heard anything about this? I have never heard of this.
Me neither. I never heard about it. No. Well, about Curie and the radiation, but not about the scientist eating plutonium. No.
Okay, so Michelle says I had a video clip pulled up at first. The only thing is I can't play videos on this stream like I usually do. I'll play it without sound and I'll turn on the what are those things called when words come up? My brain is frozen.
Closed caption.
There you go. That's it. All right. Thanks, guys. You saved me there. Okay, so let's see. The first one here is pulled up. Let me go ahead and mute it. It's muted, and we'll do subtitles for a second. I bet one of us has heard of this. I bet somebody knows about this. He eats radioactive plutonium, I think. That's called residual radioactive. Now it's under the decontamination rules of the government. When you decontaminate somebody like this, it's that contaminated is certainly a reportable incident, you know, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. It's not a long clip. All right. You know what? You know what I like to do? Dark Wolf, you know, I break the rules all the time. I've been warned. I don't care. I'm hitting play. Let's hear what they have to say.
Nation. Is it radioactive? Yeah, it is. Very radioactive. Now, decontamination is nothing but scooping it back up and putting it into the bottle. I just now decontaminated my hand. No, I didn't do such a good job. Not good at all. Is it still radioactive? Yeah, that's called residual radioactivity. Now, under the decontamination rules of the government, when you decontaminate somebody like this that's that contaminated, and this is certainly a reportable incident under current...
Okay, so I'm going to tell you what happens, and then we'll talk about it. So this man has radioactive plutonium in his hand. He's not wearing any type of protective equipment. He's going to eat it and doesn't die. So I guess he's trying to show us that things aren't as radioactive material. It doesn't hurt us like the government says it does. I believe that's what the man's saying. Michelle, I challenge you, please. Oh, I'm not challenging you in a mean way. I'm just saying I challenge you, please. If I was wrong on any of that, let me know. Because we're going to see what everyone thinks about this real quick. This was a request. And, oh, yeah, Story says he's going to have mushroom clouds come out of him later, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, that's a good point. He probably will. Okay, so Vin, what do you think about this? This is weird. I don't know what to think. Hopefully you guys will have something for me. What do you think, Vin? And we'll move on down the line.
Well, I think he will die eventually, but yeah, it's not healthy. Not straight away he will die, but it takes some time for your cells to be damaged by radiation. So yeah.
Okay, what do you got, Dark Wolf?
All right, well, you know, I've heard a couple of our team members kind of talk about that.
Awesome.
They don't think radiation is as dangerous as they say it is, because there's more than one example of this, actually. I've heard some of our team members talk about 2 or 3 examples of people who've been around high amounts of radiation and it's done absolutely nothing. There was one guy that came over into the Hangouts in our group one time, and he pulled out this weird looking gun and it had a little battery thing attached to it, and he held it to the top of a Geiger counter and he pulled the trigger, and I watched this Geiger counter go to insane, I'm talking about absolutely, according to the government, deathly insane levels. And it didn't affect anything around, didn't affect anybody. He was just fine, wasn't coughing, wheezing, having any effects. Led me down a path I never thought I'd go, because I've always believed the whole, you know, radioactivity is bad, you're going to die if you get too close. Then again, in the comic books, they told us that we would have superheroes, and I'm still waiting on that from Japan, so, you know.
Definitely. Now that we've got 5 people in here, we just want to make sure we try to we want to keep things moving along. If I cut anyone off, please make sure you stop me and say, look, I just want to do this, add something in or whatever. I forgot to say that a minute ago. I got it out. It's good. Okay, Magi, you got anything on this guy or anyone who does this that contaminates themselves with radiation? I don't understand it.
No, I've never seen it before. I have to agree with BitofVenom. I think he's probably taking a small amount. This is just my opinion. And maybe not getting an effect immediately. Do you know how old that tape is, Ernie? Do you know what the date is on it?
I don't have any details yet. We're going to look into this. I'm going to do a video on this because this is fascinating.
His suit looks like maybe the 80s. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, late 70s, maybe 80s.
I mean, wow. No, I've never seen anything like that. And I have to agree with BitofVenom there. That small amount might not have affected him immediately, but whoa.
He's in for a stomach ache. He's in for some nuclear heartburn.
Now, whether they're saying it's worse than it is, yeah, that still can be a possibility. I would be open for that. It's not as bad as they say. But I don't know. I've never seen nothing like that one, brother. That's a new one to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Very interesting.
Shane, what do you got for me? You got anything on this topic?
Same way. I mean, I've never seen anything like that, and I'd be interested to know if he's even alive to this day. I mean, that would be mind blowing to me, because
I'd like to know
this guy's for sure dead within a couple of years of eating this stuff. You know? I wouldn't want to try it.
Same here.
Yeah, I ain't eating it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not eating any anytime soon. You know what I'm saying? All right, definitely. Okay, well, we hit that. I'm going to let Michelle know. Michelle, you support me so much, and I'm going to make a full video on this. And not only that, the ones Dark Wolf talked about, we've already got good information just from bringing it up for the short time we did. So I'm going to add what Dark Wolf said into this. I'm going to go back to Discord after we're done, find out who else said this stuff, and I'm going to get the information for you. And I'm going to make it funny, too. I'm going to have a funny I'm going to eat some plutonium in my video and see if I blow up or not. You have to tune in to find out. I've got the special effects to do this, so we'll see what happens when I eat plutonium in my video tomorrow or Monday. Okay. We had a couple more viewer requested topics before we move on to our normal, or not normal, but until we move on to what we were speaking of a little more. Okay, that one was mine. Okay, so we got to move into the email because I think I hit everything from the book. I was sent a picture while we were speaking. And who was it? Who was Andrea? Yeah. So Andrea Bursett sent me this. So let's read it. I have not seen this before. I'm not lying to anyone. I'm just bringing something in that a viewer sent me during the stream. That's what the stream's for. It's what I love for you guys to do. So what I'm going to do is, guys, make sure when we respond to this one, don't be, try to just get me something and get down the line. I'm going to hit the viewer comments and see if we have any other questions while you guys respond after I read this, and then we're going to move on. When energy structures cross more than one sheet, i.e. more than one synchronized universe layer, then this structure will appear non-physical and yet can remain stable. This may be the form of subtle energy and higher dimensional structures such as the soul. Now, it says on the side universe number n, which I guess is a variable. So the arrow going up showing the different layers of this is representing a phase, or I guess a frequency is what I would think phase would mean there. So then, yeah, you see where this bottom sheet is bending. It says 4-dimensional space-time. Okay, we're going to throw what we know about that in to the layers. All right. So we got higher dimensional. Now, this is pointing to this little circle. So that's what we're going to look at. The arrow pointing to the yellow circle, and make sure you note that the sides of it are broken and dotted. Higher dimensional structure can span many sheets corresponding to stable universes. These can bring knowledge or energy from other dimensions. So interesting. So I hope everybody can see this okay. I'm checking it. Yep, we got it. You guys can see this while you tell me what you think. Any response whatsoever, whatever you got, let me know. And I think we lost Dark Wolf. That's okay. Dark Wolf does this thing where he falls down and then pops back up like all through the stream. So he'll be back. Let me know, Vin, what do you think about this while I take a look at the comments?
Well, it coincides with all the theories and all the spiritual things. If you vibrate on a higher level, you go to another dimension. That's the whole story about the third dimension, and we're moving to the fourth and the fifth dimension. Because of the vibration, and coincides with the human resonance, that vibration is going up as well. So yeah, it sounds and in science you also have an overlapping of energy. Gravity is a good example, for example. Gravity is also it's weak here, but they believe it operates on multiple levels. That's why it's a weak force. And also in the spiritual realm, you can move to another dimension if you vibrate on a higher frequency. So I totally agree to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Dark Wolf, what do you got, my friend?
Well, I have to go right back to what I was saying earlier about the idea that if there are other dimensions around us, that the layers between them could be so thin that we get every now and then on that frequency, which is exactly what this says. And we would see things, basically what it said to me, what we are looking at is, it'd be like shadow people or ghosts or things that look semi-solid but aren't. And I would believe at those moments we would look just as much like that to them as they do to us.
All right. Yeah, great point. What do you got, Magi?
I think it looks like the layers of the onion and the bread that I was talking about earlier. Yeah. That was what I used.
I saw that too.
Yeah, when I said the slices of a bread or the layers of onion and even the circle itself in that one philosophy, Juan Mathis said he could see an egg-shaped right around the navel, which is called the gape of power in that book, which is also powers they use to transverse into different dimensions, or he actually calls them attentions, but they're still dimensions. I mean, it's just a label. But yeah, looks exactly like what I was describing earlier. I mean, in my mind.
Yeah, oh no, I saw it too. And yeah, sheets of paper, a piece.
And then even the circle, even and connecting. I still agree with the that the closer they are, and that was kind of what I meant. That it's not much different than ours. Yeah, maybe ghost shadow people. The farther you get out, I think you might find what people would what they called inorganic beings, or ones that can appear, disappear, walk through walls, and maybe the shadow can too. I just think the farther out you get, according to that religion or that philosophy, it wasn't really a religion, that it just gets a little more different, more because of the intelligence level is kind of a little bit widened too. Based on something like the Mandela Effect, if it was the first two and they kind of just meshed, you might only see slight changes, and veer back and forth. It's a world a lot like our world, and I still agree that dark shadow people and stuff like that could appear through it. But I'd say the next one's probably a little different. Yeah, I'd say each. I have to agree with the philosophy I read that each, like I said, slices of bread, layers of an onion, looks very, very similar.
Definitely. Shane, what do you got for me on this one, buddy?
Well, I don't so much see it as the timeline, dual timeline thing. I see it maybe pretty much what they were saying with the higher vibrations, but I kind of see it as more of maybe one-way glass. I think maybe they don't look like each other. They don't look like shadow people to each other. Maybe that would be sort of a one-directional thing. But that's just my opinion. And I think the ring there is definitely what CERN's trying to do, kick open this doorway that they can sort of shift into these other sheets of paper, But
very good point. Very good point.
But it's all,
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, and it's this kind of represents what we were talking about earlier, and it said at the top or bottom, I don't remember, but that the non-physical or the soul spans many of these, and I found that very interesting. Maybe that is something that we should consider, is that maybe it just came to me. Oh man, okay, I got a great topic. All right, so yeah, we let me bring up my email. Sorry, and Andre Burset, thank you for sending this to me, because it just kicked off some thought, that's for sure. Okay, Alex Devine, in response to what we were talking about, says, I had a dream in January last year where I was in a pitch black room and a white light appeared, like a zip, opening into a doorway, and I approached it and felt a crazy vibrational buzz coming from it and went in apprehensively and immediately flew up and soared high, feeling it all through my body till I freaked out so much I woke up. That is a cool dream and a cool story. I have that happen all the time. I will freaking freak out in a dream, man, and then I'll wake myself up, because like I've even had dreams where like in the dream I'll try to pull my own eyelids open. I'll be like, oh my God, I'm dreaming, I have to wake up. And I'll wake up and my hands will be doing this to my face when I have really bad nightmares sometimes. I'm not even kidding. Dark Wolf knows what I'm talking about. It's crazy. I only said that because he laughed when I said that. I was like, oh yeah, Dark Wolf's had that happen to him.
Sorry, I follow that definitely. There was one time, real quick, let me jump in here. I was having a dream, and I was playing soccer. I don't play soccer, understand. But I'm playing soccer in this dream for some reason, and I'm running up to kick the ball, and I swing my leg back real far, and I swing forward and kick this ball. I was a little more awake, I guess, than I realized, and when I did, I kicked the teetotal crap out of the wall. That was a quick wake up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I've had that happen too. Okay, so what I got was, okay, I was talking about this, the end of that thing there after everybody talked, and I was saying something, and all of a sudden this thought hit me, and it's like the perfect question to ask everybody. I've asked Dark Wolf this before. I think I asked Vin this in Vin's last stream with us. I think, but Vin hasn't been in for a week. That was my bad, Vin. I got to get you in more often. I'm sorry, bro. So basically, let's start with Vin, and I'm going to say, like, it's like a principle, okay? And I love this freaking thought, this principle, or whatever you want to call this thing. I know you guys have heard this. I'm going to quit building suspense now and just say it. Okay, you've heard about if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around it, does it make a sound? Well, we all say to ourselves, of course it does. But the theory is that in order for now in the, let's just say in the whole multiple parallel universe theory, which we kind of shied away from talking about that earlier, but Vin has a lot of good points in that theory. I've heard him talk about it a few times. And I want to add this principle into that theory, have us all talk on it for, you know, a small portion of time, and just round robin it, and maybe we'll go around 2 or 3 times on this one, because if we get a good chain going. So, all right. Now, they say if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Most people say it does. Of course, that's just logical. Well, there's a theory in the multiple dimensional theory that says that a universe that does not have an intelligent observer in it does not exist. Now, yeah, I know that a lot of people hear that and they say, okay, it's just like the tree thing. It exists, but it's kind of going along this thought process of, well, if there is no one to observe the universe, then, you know, does it even really exist? And this is a very deep thought, because the more I about said, the more you, and I don't ever want to tell you guys what to think, but the more I think about this, I know it sounds nuts. The more I start thinking about it, the more I start thinking that no, these universes would not exist without an intelligent observer. It's like the more thought I give it, the more I get to that conclusion. I'm very interested to know if, as you guys think about this principle, where do you go? Do you still sit and say, like, well, the universe does still exist because, yeah, it's physically there? Or do you ever get to the point in your mind where you're saying, no, I don't think it would without an intelligent observer? Then you're up. Let me know, buddy, and then we'll bounce around on this one.
Well, all about realities, and it coincides, of course, with the quantum physics. If you don't have a conscious observer, it doesn't exist, or it can exist in 2 separate states. Can be there, or it can not be there, or it can be both at the same time. But why should a tree fall if you don't have an observant or somebody that hear that or see that? It's pointless. So why should the tree fall? It's just a state that the tree is standing there or the tree is on the ground. But if you're there and the tree falls, well, you got, of course, you will see the tree falling, but it's just a matter. It's just a consequence that the tree has to go in that state of laying on the ground or the falling state, so to say. But if there's nobody around, there's nothing to observe, so it won't exist. Also, when you look at the Mandela effect, most people that see the changes are the people that are not closely involved. For example, people in Australia are less likely affected by the Mandela effect, that they see the changes that happen to Australia itself, that move upward to the north. So it can mean that because we observe from a long distance, we see it, we don't observe it all the time. We are not consciously aware of that. So for those people, they are in Australia itself, and they will get into the transition and be more observant all the time. It's a really difficult matter to grasp, but I don't think there's a tree. If there's no observant present when the tree falls, it doesn't make a sound. No.
Thanks, Ben. Definitely. See, I'm so glad you said it in a way that like really brings it out. You know, that really shows me like, you know, it really helps me verbalize why I was saying that, you know, if there is no observer, and I don't mean like if the tree fell and then we walked up to it the next day, is it still, you know, did it fall? Well, of course it did then. I mean, if you have a whole forest and no one ever observes this forest for the entire life of the forest from when it was first sprouting until it was a barren wasteland, I mean, what do you say then? So yeah, you said it perfectly. Dark Wolf, do you agree? Do you think that things will be there if there is no observer, intelligent, or even intelligent observer just means any intelligence. It doesn't have to be super intelligent, or could be just a chipmunk. But look, if there's an observer there and they're in the whole timeline, do you agree with this? Do you not agree with this? Let me know what you think, buddy.
Well, this is something that I've jumped back and forth on the fence on a whole lot, because I've took this topic and thought on it. And it's so, you know, philosophers have been talking about this since at least back in the Roman and Greek days that I know. So here's my thing on it. If a tree falls in the woods, it's going to cause a vibration. However, it won't create a sound, because sound only happens when it hits our eardrums. So by technicality, it wouldn't create a sound, it create a vibration. In relation to Mandela Effect and what you said there, you know, you and I had a discussion one time, Venom, about if it's forgotten and a majority remembers it differently, reality could change as such. And I think it goes along the same path as what this is going down. It's all relative to a situation. The majority wins in that case. But again, I'm going to go back with the tree falling, and it creates a vibration. But if you don't have something to hear it, it really doesn't create a technical sound.
Sorry, I was eating. 1 second. Okay, so yeah, but I want to know if there's no one that'll ever not only just hear the sound, feel the vibration, see that it fell, have any experience with it whatsoever. If there was never an observer, no matter what the intelligence, to ever feel any part of it, to see any part of it, it's just a tree that fell in the woods and was never observed for the whole history of time. Does it exist? Just like give me the super short form so I can get the other guys' input.
Okay, I'm just going to give it one sentence. Does a planet exist if we don't find it?
Got it. I'm just trying to get how you feel. So, yep, I got you, bro. And I'm glad you said it, because I like the different viewpoints on this stuff. Magi, you're up. I said it all a couple times. Let me know what you think about this, buddy.
I have to go with what Dark Wolf said the first time. The vibration would be there. No receptor. It would just be no sound. I mean, I think there would be the tree. I don't think there would be any sound. You have to have a receptor. You have to have someone hear it before you'd have sound. I totally agree with that.
Excellent point. Excellent.
I mean, I think the vibration would still be there.
Gotcha. What do you got, Shane? What do you think on this?
Well, I'd have to take it another step. The same way we got vibration with sound, I think we have vibration with sight. We have vibration with existence. And I don't feel like there is a forest if no one's observing it. No tree, no forest, no sound, no nothing there. Just like in a game, you walk into a new room and it loads it in right then, you know, and you look to the right, it loads it then. You look to the left, it loads it then. If no one's there looking, listening, nothing's loading in there.
Can I jump back in there for just a minute?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Based on that, if an atom doesn't exist unless there's an observer, that means we don't exist based on that theory, because that's why I agreed with Dark. I know that if you look on the subatomic particle, the atom only exists when there's an observer, so that's matter. And if you take that to a higher level, and then I know there's 5 different theories of string theory, but I mean, they'll actually show that the atom does not exist. It's like dispersed. And then when there's an observer, it's, you get the atom with protons, neutrons, electrons, and a nucleus. If you don't have an observer, it actually doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's just goo.
That's where I was.
Which is somebody to pop the cliff.
Yeah, that's why I said the tree would be there, or what if there's an observer there? Then yeah, it's there, and if not, then it's not really there if there's no receptors.
I've danced around this so many times.
I mean, but I still agree with the Dark Wolf. Well, wait, I'm sorry. It seems
you're fine, bro.
If you're going to say with motion and it falling, I could still see a wave there, but a wave wouldn't really, without the receptor, you would only have the wave out there.
The waveform wouldn't collapse into a reality.
Well, hey,
yes, exactly.
Cool. Let me do it. Let me do it this way. Because I want to make sure Vin gets into and everyone too. So let me just chunk it back. Let me just send it back down the line, and then we can all get in again there. So yeah, that's where I was hoping that by the end of the first wave of this we would get to, because I think this is the great debate, and I knew if I've got started here that we would probably get to this point. We'd get down to the physics part of it, the theory that well, yeah, it is a theory because they'd have to mathematically or physically prove it for it to be fact and stuff. But yeah, and I know that the mathematics does say that this is a fact. Now we're getting into the point where they're saying that physics shows that if you don't have an observer, something doesn't exist, even on the very, very small. Now, if we factor that into the equation and we think about that thought, this leads us into the computer-generated reality theory to an extent. Now, I know it's not proving it or saying anything like that. I'm just saying that some people say exactly what Shane said and exactly what Magi said in response. They talk about that theory in physics, and then they talk about the computer-generated reality thing and how it backs it up. So with us thinking about all of that added into it, let's go back down the line. Then if you have anything to add, then Dark Wolf will just go right back down, and we'll shoot again if we have anything else there. Go ahead, Vin.
Yeah, going back on that vibration. I mean, if a tree falls and make a vibration, it's sound created. There's only not an observant to hear it. So in my opinion, there is sound at that moment. But if you think about reality and simulation and matrix and all those kind of things, I mean, what's the more cost efficient? And that's to create a simulation, a game, a matrix. It's more cost efficient just to render it at the time that you observe it. It's why make it if there's nobody to interact with or to observe it. And yeah, so if in the simulation game or in the simulation, there are stories about people that they suddenly made their mind up to do something spontaneous and turn around the corner, and everything totally changed. There are stories about that, jumping realities but yeah, I think if it's all a simulation, and it sounds that the simulation is the most cost efficient creation of reality. It's more efficient than to create reality itself, all the matter. So it could be all in our heads instead of out there. So yeah, it's a difficult one, this one. Loads of theories and loads of possibilities on this one. Yeah.
Definitely. That's what I like. I got questions that are like that. Dark Wolf, kick something else up in here and we'll roll down the line.
Well, the simulation theory is a wild one because you make a lot of great points, Vin. It would be more cost efficient. I was thinking that too when I was going through the whole idea of, I leave here every day and I turn my lights off and nothing is here to observe everything that's in my room, for instance. And I come back and everything's in the same place. But again, if you were only needed to turn reality on and off as it's observed, and that would make a lot of sense. Now going back towards what Magi was talking about, and me and him were just discussing with the waveforms, that could be the on and off trigger right there, is looking at it and collapsing that waveform to make that happen. That could be what the simulation theory decides what's going to happen based upon. Observing it could be the trigger of it appearing or not appearing, for instance. Collapsing the waveform.
Yeah, definitely. Magi, what do you got?
That's good too. Again, I do know that they looked with the on the subatomic particle levels, and I just heard this recently. I think someone had mentioned to Neil deGrasse Tyson, whether we believe that or not, that as they were looking at, I think in the quark level, that the things started becoming pixelated. They're starting to see pixelation, like it's a video game, or what is it, virtual reality, another simulation. I just now run into that probably about a month ago. I haven't looked into it a lot, but he was verifying that when he looked at that particle, it had pixelation, just like a simulation. Very, very possible.
That's interesting. Wow.
I actually probably have that
a little extra in there. Yeah, that kind of changes things a little bit.
It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. You can. The easiest way to probably search that would be someone says something to Neil deGrasse Tyson about simulation. I forget the professor's name. He's an astrophysicist too.
Cool. I'll bring it up here in a minute.
Yeah, check, see if you can find that.
All right, we'll do. Awesome. We'll do. Shane, what do you got? You said it's in your video, one of your videos, right?
Well, I did. Go ahead.
No, was you talking to me, Uni?
Oh, you're.
We'll
figure it out after we do this. Go.
I didn't know who you was talking to. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're fine.
I still contend that if no one's there, it's not there, and you show back up from work and your stuff's all there. I mean, I've heard instances where somebody leaves the room and maybe their drink had been moved or something. No one else was in the house. Is that just a glitch in the system reloading back in? Or I don't really know. I do feel like it is more of a simulation, though, like a video game.
Yeah, I start to think that the more I live day to day, honestly, and the more stuff I read on the Mandela Effect and stuff. Yeah, completely. So we've kind of hit the point in this where we're starting to get towards the computer generated reality thing, and we talked about it at the very beginning of the stream. So I love how this stuff happens. Everything kind of goes full circle. Oh man, what do you think, Vin? Take us somewhere here. Where we've talked about how could things theoretically only exist for an observer. Now, when I look at this, I say to myself, now, if I leave the room and go to work, for some reason, I see it more as because I am an observer and I am coming back to there, that it still exists in the reality. I might not be I'm probably looking at this I'm probably pulling this too far apart. I mean, I kind of get this idea that in this situation, there would be a space around observers, or maybe the further out from an observer, like this big matrix or something. I don't know how to describe it, but maybe around the observer is an area where things stay more materialized. And, just said that was a crazy thought. So, anyway, I don't want to go too far off.
Observers you have in the world, every bit of consciousness, from an animal to a human to there's other people that are also affecting the same field, and that's what really makes this question a tricky one.
there you go. So let's go there, right? Do you think that maybe we are starting to see more paranormal things in our reality, from Mandela Effect to UFOs to ghosts to everything down the line? Yes. Are we seeing more of this because we are getting so many more people into our world? I mean, we're at record numbers when it comes to population. Could higher population, more observable minds being around us, could this factor into our reality? Could it factor into how things work? Could we eventually be at a point where there's so many people packed into such a small space that reality is affected by this? I know this is an insane question. I've never asked anybody this before, so let's just take it off the top of our heads. Vin, start it out.
Oh, difficult one. I don't think it's the numbers of the people that affect reality or that makes it more... I do think the more people vibrate on a higher level, the more other people will vibrate to the same extent. Also, you see it at planet Earth with the Schumann resonance. If everybody resonates in that higher frequency, it's a bit the same as the 100 monkeys, so to say. Everybody learned that trick. So if there are more people vibrating on that level, it will be multiplied and it will be amplified, so to say. I don't know if all the people on there's another theory about the non-playable characters. There's a theory that's a really funny one, interesting too. So I don't know if it's difficult to grasp and to get your head around, but yeah, thinking about reality and changing, I do believe that we're moving to another dimension, that we see more of the spiritual realm, especially people with Mandela Effect. For them, reality is fake or not that real anymore. So the spiritual realm or the spiritual world is more realistic to them. And totally understandable, because yeah, what is reality if you have to question everything? And everything that you thought was reality has turned out to be totally different than you remember. So I do think that the spiritual world is more realistic than reality itself. And I do also think that we see more like the ghost figures, the dark shadows, you name it. Also, with people with Mandela Effect, they have the synchronicity, double numbers, ringing in the ears, same subject if you talk to others. There's a lot of things that can't be explainable by science, but I do see them, and lots of people see them, and it's as natural as I don't know what, and I think it only will be more and more of that.
Good point. Yeah, that sparked some stuff upstairs for me, but before I go anywhere else, Dark Wolf, what do you got?
Oh, you know me, Bubba. I'm going to come with some craziness. So I'm going to go back to what you said, Vin, and I have to respectfully disagree with one part, because you kind of defeated your own argument here. You said you don't think more people would affect it, yet you start talking about frequency. The more people we have, the more frequencies we're going to have, the more... the way I see it, there's only so many sets of frequencies. You're going to have certain groups that are getting on the same waves. And these group consciousnesses or collective consciousnesses are going to be affecting the reality around them. So I believe the more people we have together, the more energy, the more waves, the more frequencies we have going out there, the more manifestation of oddities we're going to have, whether on purpose or accidentally, because we don't realize the frequencies that the waves are actually vibrating at and that we are affecting them. That's my take on it.
What about you, Magi? What do you think about what they said?
Well, I'm gonna say this. In my job, like I said, I work with cleaning water. When you look at under the microscope, and mine's not an electron microscope, you do see a world there. They're one-celled single organisms. You can see them eating. You can see that there's life there. But when you pull away from that microscope, you don't see anything, because they're microscopic. I see it like a spiritual thing there again. Like I was talking the other night, seed to germination to sprout to trunk, roots, branches. What I see is when you were showing the layers of the dimensions, the observer may be someone in another dimension that creates this reality. With the Juan Matus, he calls them inorganic beings. And we're talking about ourselves as observers seeing this. And then we're talking about simulation. So, and that's what I meant when as you get farther past that levels, the entities change. And when we get back to even the shadow people, that might be the way they choose to appear. We're assuming that they're holographic. Maybe they come as a hologram because they're not going to enter into this dimension or this 3D world. And maybe they can't even do it. I don't know. Maybe that's why they appear shadow. But my point still was, if say there's a 5th dimension and a 4th dimension besides time or outside of time, that observer creates this reality, which would be the way I'm trying to explain it is we're a high-tech biological simulation. We created a virtual one, which is zeros and ones, and I do see a connection there. But I meant when you're looking at the one-celled organisms, I mean, they're on your body, they're everywhere. You can't see them. You don't feel their vibration. I don't know if you feel their vibration, but you know what I'm saying. On a bigger level, like you drop something on the floor. But that world definitely exists. And we're the observers. And so if someone's above us observing, and we look like those one-celled organisms, they're watching us feed, eat. And, of course, if you put your finger on that slide, you can imagine what reaction you're going to cause. Or if you put your pipette on that.
That is super.
Yeah. I mean, if they could see, we don't know what they see. We just, we observe under a microscope. But if I put my pipette, you can watch them swim away. So they're reacting. They're reacting to anything I do. If you drop a drop of Clorox on it, it'll kill them. I can wipe that whole slide, which is full of life, out just with a eye drop of Clorox. So I see that it's actually could be created, and they may be created by one above them, and that may be infinite. And what you said. My point, Uni, is we're not the lowest form, because if we can look down at the one-celled ones, and then when I turn my head, I can't see anything, and I look back through my microscope and see that they're alive. They have to have the right environment to live. They have to have food. They have to have air. In that case, you see what I'm saying? When you turn away from it, I don't see anything. But I know they're there because I see them, or at least they're there while you're observing them. That's the whole point. And,
it's like a fractal almost. The more you go in, and you can
exactly,
down and zooming down.
Yeah,
that's what some people say about reality. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. And I like that. The thing about the observer may be in another dimension. So if our reality is created by an observer, and the observer is in another dimension, wow, that just really wrecked my head thinking about that. I want to make sure Shane has a chance to weigh in before we hit. I write down the things that shake me up, or that I think that we should maybe try to steer towards. Sometimes we don't get to them because we go other routes, which is fine. So I do keep track. I got that down there. What do you think, Shane? I want to give you a chance to weigh in.
I was actually going to say the same thing. I don't think there really becomes an opportunity for us to really have situations where things aren't being observed. I don't think that happens too often. So that might have been misleading to say when you leave your house, but we all know if you leave the iron on or the coffee maker on, nobody's there watching it burn your house down, until it starts building out the window, right? So yeah, I feel like there's definitely a whole other level. There might be mites observing it. It might be spiritual. There might be angels, or
still would be spiritual.
Yeah, it could be totally, 20 layers of observers for all we know. You know, we just don't see what we see.
Shane, think about it. If I drop that Clorox, I'm look at the level I'm on to that microscopic world.
Well, I believe they're even observers, though. They don't seem smart. You know?
That's why I said when I put my pipette down there, we don't know.
Right.
I mean, it's right.
Shane,
I do see a reaction. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Darkwolf.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Manager. My apologies. Shane, you said something about the idea. Sorry, I had some in my mouth. That was weird. The idea that there could be other people or other entities that are just a frequency out of sync with us and we couldn't see them. Theoretically, if that does exist, and this is hypothetical, that consciousness could also be observing what we're doing, even if we can't observe them.
Correct. Yeah, I believe that.
I like that.
That's what I meant about the one-way glass with the sheets earlier. Like maybe they can see through to us, but we can't see through to them. I didn't know I didn't really think that it's shadow people both directions, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant about the microbes too.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, do you think energy is an observer? I mean, you know, what we said is you know, there's certain principles in physics that says you have to have an observer. Well, maybe there's a lot of things that can be an observer. Maybe just energy being there. And the fact that it's not, you know, certain heat, I mean, like anything that can carry, I mean, inside of our minds for our, really what makes everything kind of tick is this electrical signal. And we look at electricity all the time. We really don't know what it is. We look at heat. We kind of get what heat is. We get the transference of energy and the rules that apply to it in our natural world. But looking at everything we just said, couldn't energy, couldn't electricity, couldn't some type of energy at all. So, I mean, like, yeah, parts of the universe are when there's no energy at all there, when there's nothing there, no heat, no energy, no nothing, no matter. Those parts of the universe technically are empty. So what do you think, and Vin and on down the line, and we're gonna run out of time here before we only got a little bit left, but I'm going to try to get a lot more, as much as I can in before we hit the end of this. So definitely, what can you give me about the observer being not necessarily, well, let's go up and just take it up a level. Do you think that energy or heat or electricity or any other thing that contains, I guess, energy could be considered consciousness, or the thing that qualifies for other things to be in existence? I mean, we are looking and saying, like, hey, if you're not looking at this, if there's no observer, it doesn't exist. Well, wouldn't there be some other thing that could qualify this? And what does that mean? What do you think, then, if I made any sense whatsoever?
Yeah, I think consciousness is pure energy. There's a source of pure energy, that's consciousness, and that's it. And with consciousness, that pure energy, you create reality by thinking about it, and that creates matter. And electricity, heat, it's all derived from that material world and that pure one energy source, probably, that exists. And consciousness, there's also a law in science that energy and information, especially information, can't be destroyed. So energy, information, well, energy with information makes matter. And that information comes from the conscious mind, I think.
Excellent point. What you got, Darkwolf?
Wow, that one just sent my head reeling, because that makes a whole lot of sense, Vin. I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
To back up what you were saying with science, the double slit experiment in and of itself, I think, proves that even the single particles could have a consciousness of their own. Because when they did the double slit experiment, the particle goes back and tells its other self which way to go, whether it hits the board straight on or whether it spreads out like a wave on the board, because of our consciousness observing it. So I really do think that it has a consciousness of its own, each particle, each entity in and of itself. That would make sense to me.
Just the energy it contains. Yeah, something's there. What do you got, Magi? What do you think?
I agree with both of them, but I would say to add to that, this may be what the D wave is. It may be a substitute observer. Ooh. Because they're trying to give it a consciousness. It's trying to learn. I had seen a comparison where I guess the supercomputers, the example they gave was that if they took a library with a million books in it and marked an X in one of them, it would take the supercomputer about 6 months, 8 months. They live, with numbers. They narrowed it down to it may take 6 to 8 months. Compared that with the D wave, and the D wave would find it in about 1/10 of a second. I think there's a possibility that the D wave could be our substitute observer at all times. I would almost guess that that's why the CERN and the D wave both operate at absolute zero. And yeah, I still agree with the others because it's given it. It's trying to create it to learn and to have its own consciousness. Of course, we know it has energy because it's running, and that's I'll leave it at that.
That is like the best thing I've ever heard on D wave, and I can't seriously I don't even know what to say. Maybe if we look at things from this perspective and then we think about D wave and we say a substitute observer, if you had something that could fake that phenomenon where conscious real things kind of have an effect on the reality around them, the D wave being a fake consciousness or an artificial consciousness affecting it, affecting the reality around it, would its reality be artificial? And would an artificial intelligence create an artificial reality around it? If you had a strong enough artificial intelligence, would that artificial reality meld or leak into real reality? My God, Shane, I want yes.
Uni, if I can add one more thing, to put it with the Mandela effect. We're seeing things different. The sun don't look the same. Are we witnessing the observer as opposed to the way things used to be? Now that it's an AI or substitute. Just adding that to it.
Yeah, but I want to throw one more point in here too. Speaking of conscious observers and technology, it really just clicked a thought in my head all of a sudden. Satellites are looking down on us. Those are artificial. Those are man-made metal. However, the person on the other side of the satellite looking at the screen has consciousness. So would that affect, observing it through a machine, would that affect the reality, the consciousness? We observe it that way.
Okay, I'm going to let Shane go. I had one more.
Go ahead.
One more thought on it.
Go ahead.
Well, if I'd studied years ago, and I'm sure some of you might have caught this, that also the planet Saturn, if you've ever seen the North Pole, it's an octagon. And actually they came out with this, so I don't know if it's to throw us off or disinformation, but it did seem odd because the South Pole of Saturn, it almost looks like a projector. I read this years ago, not just recently. Not to throw everything off the D wave, I was just coming from another angle. As a planet itself, maybe that planet no longer, if it was creating the reality and was the observer, I had that thought I wanted to add to it, by the way. In our scientific world or whatever, our knowledge realized that wasn't going to function anymore. They create this D wave, and then from that point, and then so they would have that artificial observer. They had to make one because that wasn't going to work anymore. If you get on the path of Saturn, you'll see that it has a gigantic octagon on the top, and it looks like an eye, like a lens almost on the bottom. And I've always sensed that it was starting to fade. And that's, Uni, when I said, maybe some of these things weren't bad. They were trying trial and errors. to try to keep the reality going. Yeah, or this reality anyway. That's all.
Trying to process it all and get it all arranged.
So they needed a substitute observer, yeah, to keep it going.
Shane, what do you think about everything that just came up? I want to make sure I give you a chance to weigh in, add to this. What do you got, buddy?
This actually brings up an old Gnostic parable. You won't find it in the Bible, but it was the parable of the fishes. Are you guys familiar with that? Where we actually have a little snippet of in the Bible, which is, you know, in God we live, breathe, and have our being. And I believe we are in the sea of, you know, God, basically, or energy. And, you know, it's basically always there. It's intelligent. I don't know that you fool it, but then, you know, isn't a thermostat sort of observing the temperature of your house while you're gone? Or I don't think you can really get away from an observer too much. But if you could, there would be nothing there, you know. So that's sort of my thought with it. I think with the D wave, they're tapping into this energy. They don't really know how. They just, you know, just like Cliff High said, you know, they're tapping into it. It's kind of like the shamans throwing the old bones and they're getting information out. They don't really know how it works. They're just sort of tapping in the way they know how they're tapping in, and they're able to formulate questions in a way that they can get back an answer. And it's right most of the time. And it doesn't have to go through the whole process of, you know, figuring out equations over and over like our typical computers. It just sort of spits out the answer right away. Yeah.
Shane, that's a real good reply. I think I just also read where the D wave has already doubled its 2013 it came out. It's called the D wave 2. I think it's either the 2 or you'll see it.
From 1024 to 2048.
Yeah, that's it. I couldn't remember. Thank you. And what I meant was it's an artificial observer. That's the point. You know, if it's a simulation, it's you had to have the observer. And if this one's going to be, and it's supposed to be, I believe, twice as fast. Who knew the number? Dark Wolf? Well, it was like maybe
twice as much capability and twice as fast. And then they're working on the 4096 now. Yeah,
okay. They're already. Well, I already watched the show where they got it ready.
Oh, so really?
It's ready to rock. Well, I mean, it's the documentary's about. He brings him down, and they're also closer to, you know, Kelvin is a zero, absolute zero, and I can't remember. It's 100,000ths of a degree or whatever. It's down there real low, and that's what I was finding out about the temperature, because you'll see that too when you catch that video, if you can find that. Not only did it, you know, learn more or whatever, advance more or quicker, I should say, they also got it to drop a little bit closer to absolute zero.
It also uses quantum computers from another parallel universe.
I was getting ready to say it, that's fine, because here's something that threw me. When they said that, it had collected all the information in this known universe, and they're basically admitting now they don't know where the rest of the information's coming from. And it's only been, this will be what, 4 years? And there's where they're coming up with, well, maybe it pulled information from another universe. And my question was always, did it create another one? Yeah, did it you know, multiply? Did it create its, you know, it needed more? So that would go to show you how far AI is out of control, really, and they may not even know it.
I don't think AI is creating. I mean,
it's your fault. I didn't mean it.
It's difficult. It's a difficult one to grasp. Maybe the quantum computer. It's working on a quantum level just like our brain, and because of that quantum computer is created just like a human being. It's within a spirit, or a spirit will house it. I don't know. It's difficult one to grasp.
I'm not really going to. I leave my door open for all thoughts.
Yeah.
My point was, when I was saying, when I looked in the microscope, I have to be looking in there. Let's say. At the end of the day, I write down what I have. They want me to write down how many one-celled, and there's different types of, you know, protozoa, and I leave that on a note when I leave work. And that's where we're at right now. Well, if I have a computer that can do that, it's watching it all the time, I could probably, in the near future, sit there and watch those microorganisms 24 hours a day if I want. Now you're going to have that observer. I'm going to have that substitute observer. It's where I actually have to walk over and look, write it down, go over and look later, see how they're feeding or if I make any adjustments. And if I have a computer constantly substituting for me as the, you know, the observer for me, I'm just applying that on a higher level. That's all. But I don't disagree with you. That wasn't a disagreement. I was just adding to.
Definitely, definitely. Okay, so we've gone full circle again, which I like. We've gotten started on a topic. We rounded out. We brought up so many good points. I can't even begin to sort through all of them. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this stream and get my notebook out and start writing down topics, because I've got three ideas for really good videos. Just in the last maybe hour, I've got Michelle's idea, and it's in the book. It's logged. It's going into production. We've got this idea about artificial. We've got the whole idea we just spun on, which was the fact of a tree falling in the woods and whether it leaves a sound, and then the physics theory that in order for something to even exist in a quantum state, it has to have some kind of observer or some type of energy to itself, and something that does not would not exist. Therefore, if you had a computer that could completely mimic a conscious mind, would it create a reality around it? And then could that reality affect other realities around it? That's going to go into a video. That's my number 2 right there. Because it's about time for a D-Wave video, and I just upped the ante by adding in a really good theory slash idea into it. And I do have another idea for a video that I got out of this last time. So what I want to do, though, is make sure that we listen to our viewers. We always do this while we talk. I want to see who's still around, because we're still sitting at very good numbers, for especially for the time the time frame that we're in right now. I mean, normally we have about 16, 20 right now, and we're about double that, so I couldn't be happier. We have Charlene. I think she's still in here with us. I only scrolled up a little. Tracy Pelgrim. We got Wake Up News. Dude, I'm sorry, Wake Up News. I would have said hi. I would have talked to you. I was just deep in thought. And if I missed anyone coming in or leaving, if you're still here, Wake Up News, say something to me, man, because I want to talk to you. Shannon, SL311. Yeah, you're still here, and I love it. Salted Cedar, that big old salted tree up there. He's chilling. I love it. Captain Late Night. Oh, Captain Late Night's always chilling late at night. He even put it in his name. JB Scott sent us a great video. We're going to hit it in just a second. And because we do that when our viewers send us things, we hit the stuff they send. We put it in the discussion. We look at the things. Stories here with the heart. That's what I love to see. It'd be nice if somebody was leaving me little kisses. I could reach up and grab them and oh, thank you. Oh, grab that from the webcam. Oh, there's another one. And not you, Salted Cedar. I'm just kidding. I'm playing. This is a tree sending me a kiss. I don't know. It just felt weird. Okay, I'm losing it, dude. I've been streaming for 6 hours straight. I'm losing my mind. Charlene, Captain Late Night, JB, Tracy, UFO. UFO's here. I know UFO's here because UFO Underground just sent Uni a UFO. It did go under the ground. I'm sure it went through a wire under the ground somewhere to go through the internet to my computer that I just pulled up inside of some wire. I love you guys too, Pelgrim. You know it. All right. Now, in order of topics received, we're going to look at this video. But before we look at this video, it's very important that no matter what, I always do what I got to do for the channel, and I make sure that we... Almost. There was a second in between my speech and then the thing playing. I'm almost there, man. I'm getting so close. Okay, we're checking out that Chan. We're checking out JB Scott's Chan. So let's see what JB has on his Chan. Oh, hey. we did have a moon guy on our team. Yeah, his name was the Bitter Truth. Haven't seen him in a week, maybe a week and a half. Bitter Truth, if you're out there, bro, what is going on? Where did you go, bro? You know what, JB, I'm coming right back to your channel because we're going to show our old friend. He used to come on the show all the time and talk to us and chill with us. Our old friend, the Bitter Truth, hasn't been around in a little bit. And in order to keep things civil and happy and cool, we're going to go over here and on his newest video, tonight's moon, 3, 2, what month is it? Oh, it's 5. I was like, dude, if he just posted on 2 and it's 14, that's not cool because that was recent. It wasn't. So, yeah, this was 2 months ago. So we're going to go to Bitter's page. I'm going to drop a link. So hopefully one of the Rockinati, that's you guys. That's what we call you, the people that watch this channel. Hopefully one of you guys will help me bomb. We're going to comment bomb. Whee! I need a sound effect for that. Bitter Truth's comments, and we're going to say bit. Wait, I can't say bit because BitofVenom's in here, and I always do that. I always like say bit to one and bit to the other, and then no one knows who I'm talking to. So, Bitter, where you at? Oops, where you at, bro? Bro, come chill on the stream. Join back up with the stream team, the Rockinati. Okay. We're just leaving him that nice little thing there so that we can maybe get Bitter back for a stream because I haven't seen him in a while. I don't like it when I don't see people for a while. That's not cool, man. So anyway, we were checking out JB Scott's channel, one of our viewers. We had to check out that Chan. You guys, I'm dropping a link for JB Scott right there. And give JB some of those comment love bombs, guys. I'm going to check out the video that was sent to me, Moon in Low Resolution. Let's take a look. While we look, I'm going to, it's what, we got 59 seconds. I bet I can pull up a song in 59 seconds and have the majority of it play before this ends. Let's see. Oh, I just picked a really slow song. Why did I do that? Okay. By myself, just me and nobody else. Stupid thing with my baby, but I'm not gonna lose any more sleep. It's over, it's over. Your bullshit is over again. $2 for a gallon of gas. No hope for the world getting flash. All right, JB. Yeah, we were just talking about the way the sun looks, the way the moon looks, and JB sent me a link to one of his videos about the moon in low resolution filmed, and it does give us a good view, I think, of, you know, what our eyes see when we look up there. Man, it just looks like the moon is floating so close, and I know he's zoomed a little, but that's not that much zoom right there. And it just seems like the moon is so close. I don't know why. I'm not a flat earther, just so everybody knows. I am a globe earther, but I respect everybody and everyone's opinion. So I've been trying to see more flat earth evidence, trying to get any flat earther out there to convince Uni the earth is flat. If you can, please send me the evidence. I will look at it. I look at all evidence. I like this video. I like looking at the moon like this. The reason I brought up Bitter Truth is because, oh, well, I searched for it right there. I brought him up because he does the same thing. Now, what I think we should do too is look at one of his moon videos really fast right here. Because, yeah, we get a little higher resolution video. Not much, though. Does the moon look the same? What do you guys think? Real fast so we can hit the other viewer submissions. Go down the line. Do you think the moon looks the same as it always has? What do you guys think? So many people tell us it doesn't look the same anymore. What do you guys think? Go ahead, Ben.
It looks different. Yeah. Also with a shadow how it's cast. And I saw the sun together with the moon in the sky. And the light side was facing, the dark side was facing the sun. So yeah, that was strange too. That is not normally what the moon does with the shadows. Also, the features on the moon, it looks different. I mean, it's hard to see the man in the man in the moon, so to say. So it's gone for me.
Yeah, I agree. Dark Wolf, what do you got?
I gotta admit, I'm another one of these ones that said it looks different. Mandela Affected, he's a British channel, brought this up, and I'm kind of on the fence with him. And I seen this one and looked at it very skeptically. And the moment I seen the patterns of craters on the moon, they look mirrored to what I remember. I mean, a direct mirror to exactly the way I remember them being shaped.
What do you think, Magi?
I agree with both of them. I just seen the show the other day, and I can't remember who it was. The Man on the Moon feature was upside down. They flipped the picture of a full moon a couple days ago, maybe a week ago. When they flipped it, it looked like, actually it still looked a little different, but it did have that Man on the Moon type face. It would be nice to see one, I can't remember where I seen that. But whoever it was flipped it back upside down, like the moon's upside down. Craters too. I agree with both of you. It looks totally different to me. Definitely Man on the Moon gone, but if you flip it up, it looks closer.
What do you
not
think?
Not exact, but closer.
I agree. It looks different. The sun looks different, and but I can't say it's not us passing through the, the solar wind or whatever, or the chemtrails they're spraying. It's hard to tell, but it is different. It definitely looks different to me too.
Yeah, great points. The chemtrails, the solar wind, the different things going on, even HAARP having an effect on our environment, our atmospheric environment. We don't know what all these cars are doing, spitting this stuff out. We know that it causes changes in our temperature. Now, some people will say global warming is not real. Okay, I get that. Okay, I'm not saying global warming is or isn't real when I say that when you let's say 130 years ago had very little cars driving, even if zero maybe, I don't know. So let's go back to the time before cars, which wasn't that long ago. You had 0 cars driving around. The sky was completely different than it is now, where almost all over the face of the earth you have massive amounts of cars driving. My hometown, when I would drive, let's just say at any given time, I would barely see cars around when I was driving. I don't care if it was even like at a busy time. When I was younger, riding with my family, barely ever saw that many cars driving around. I mean, on holidays, we would be like so shocked at how many cars were out, but it would be barely anything compared to now, even on a regular day at low traffic time. There are so many damn cars out there spitting out a some type of discharge of carbon dioxide, whatever you want to say is coming out of there, whatever you want to say is being changed. Who cares what's being spit out? Who cares what's being added? Massive amounts of different chemicals are being added to our air every second of every day now. And it is going to change things. I think it's going to change everything. I think it's going to change the way things look. It's going to change the way we breathe. I mean, we live off of the air we breathe. So if we pollute it like we're doing this bad, who wouldn't think that we wouldn't start feeling effects from it? I mean, come on, guys. It's been a major theory of mine for a long time, and I don't even go into it anymore. So, guys, I'm sorry to go on a rant like that. I want to jump back to JB Scott real quick. I want to make sure that at the end of all of this talk, no matter what I do, I still honor what I was doing to get us here, and I definitely want to make sure we on JB Scott's Chan Chan. Now, next order of business, with our viewers sending us stuff and us looking at it, because they're our viewers and we love our viewers. We have UFO Underground. Why, dude, I can't believe I didn't even think of this. What did I do with that? Where did I put that? Man, I dropped it. Where'd it go? So anyway, I was going to play it again instead. Hey, Dark Wolf, just say check out that Chan Chan all crazy for me so I can check out another Chan Chan real quick.
Check out that Chan.
Thanks, Dark Wolf. We're going to check out UFO Underground's Chan real quick because UFO Underground just, dang it, UFO Underground just dropped us a UFO, and I like it. I think it's cool. I'm dropping his link. JB, I will drop your link. I'm sorry I forgot to do that a minute ago. Okay, so this is UFO Underground's channel. UFO Underground has a lot of videos of really good UFOs. Do you not typically look at UFOs because you're scared of finding fake, crappy, dumb-looking UFOs on the internet? Well, worry no more. You can go to UFO Underground and get a good dose of all the UFOs you can stomach in one sitting, and all of them are going to be verifiably good because I've looked at almost all of them by now, and they are all good UFOs. Now, he sent me this picture, and it was in an email, so I'm going to tell you what he said. Another image from last summer's UFO hunting. I don't know what it is, but it looked metallic and round. You can see the sun slightly reflecting off the top of the object. I see it, my friend. Now, whether it's a cloud, whether it's a plane, whether Big Bird started flapping too hard and when he was singing his ABCs and flew up in the sky, I don't know, but there is something there, and I like it. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and analyze this more in a future stream. I've been putting in while the guys were talking, I was editing that. I was just turning up some filters and stuff. Definitely love it. Thank you, UFO Underground. Love it when you guys send me stuff. Now, whew, I'm going to lose my voice tonight, guys. We still have the crew. We still have the Rockinati. We still have viewership. I just want to make sure you guys know. I've kept my panelists for a long time. You guys are always welcome during any stream as long as you want to be here. I just want to make sure I'm not stealing you from anything important because, dude, I do this crazy thing where when I dive in to the live show, people may not see me for a few 10, 12 hours later because I'll be right there unless they click on YouTube and go to my live stream. That's the only place you're going to find me for a long time, baby, because I'll stream like crazy. So it's been a minute since we took a break. All of us may need it. We're going to take a second, and then we'll come back and see how everybody's sitting, how much time we have, how much time we don't. And we'll figure this out really quick. I'm going to chat with the panelists inside of the patented Google Hangouts chat window. It's on the left if you hover your mouse over the chat, and let me know what you guys are thinking and what's going on with your stuff. I don't know why I can't find a song to play. It's because my brain's not working right now. Let me play that same song. I love that song. This is the Rhythm Stitches, my old band, with My World. Okay, Shane's going to dip out. I want to thank you because this is your first time streaming with me. You're a freaking trooper, dude. You were here for the long haul tonight, buddy.
I appreciate you having me, man. I really do. It's been a blast.
Well, thank you, dude. I want to make sure I give you the invitation. You're welcome here anytime you want to be. So anytime you want to come in, I'm telling you, my live stream is open a lot. So anytime you see me going and you're like, hey, I don't got nothing to do. I want to talk UFOs, Mandela Effect, some conspiracy topic over at The Rock with Uni. All you got to do is email me, message me. If you don't get me on Facebook, try me somewhere else. But I'll be here, man. Just let me know what you got going on. We'll get together soon.
Right on, man. I appreciate it. And it was great meeting all of you guys. Too.
Shane, it's been a pleasure, buddy. I've really appreciated hanging out with you. It's been a lot of fun. I love the way you think. I love the way you look at stuff. I love what you're doing on your channel. The whole unbiased, taking all sides of it. I think that's amazing. I try to do the same thing myself when I put out theories and ideas. We have a Discord chat. If you want to go over there and join us, I'd love to hang out with you there. We also do a lot of Google Hangouts outside of this. If you're interested in getting into that, get a hold of me later. We can discuss that. It's been an honor meeting you, sir.
Definitely, Dark Wolf, and I appreciate having me on and commenting in the room and everything and watching the videos. So I will definitely be back on, guys. I appreciate it.
Anytime, buddy. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys. Vin, let me check in with Magi and Vin. Vin, you got what do you got playing, man? What are you doing for the next few minutes? You got anything going on?
No, nothing.
All right. Well, I'm stealing you for another stream. What about you, Magi? What do you got going on, buddy?
Brother, I'll probably tap out, but I'm very glad you had me on. I'm honored to be on.
We are honored to have you, my friend. You're welcome. I'm giving the same invitation I gave to Shane, Unbiased. You got it, buddy. Anytime I'm doing this, all you got to do is email me, message me, pop in the chat down there. Let me know.
For sure. I'll be back for sure. If
you go ahead.
If you have me.
Anytime, man. Anytime. Hey, like sometime me and you got to do a stream where it's just me and you talking too, so we can really get down into these conspiracies, and then
sure.
We'll still get on with all the other guys and do that too. So hey, we'll set this all
Sounds
up,
great.
dude. We will.
Sounds great. Stay in touch. Thank you, guys.
We'll do. Thank you.
Enjoy.
It's been a pleasure, buddy.
All right. Nice meeting you all.
And I dropped the link to Magi's channel. Go ahead, buddy. Oh, sorry. I can't. I've been streaming too long. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to overtalk anybody. If I do that, please just reach through the webcam and slap me. Whoosh. Whoosh. Okay, I'm like really dumb right now. I got to stop doing this, dude. What's going on with me? All right, so Vin, Dark Wolf, we are heading in to, let's see how many viewers we got. Let's see if we can keep this going. That's all that matters. If we got viewers, we keep rolling on the rock. That's what we do. You all say, why doesn't Uni ever stop streaming? Oh my gosh, like he's going to die from stream exhaustion. You're right. Someday I will. Not tonight, though. I don't stop streaming until that viewer count goes down. So I'm going to play a song. I'm going to give us a chance to go grab some caffeine because I'm turning the switch. I'm pushing the button. I'm engaging the stream machine. We're going to listen to this song while we get calibrated. And when we come back, we're going to blow your minds right here on the rock on the live dive.
By myself, just me and nobody else. Stupid thing with my pain, but I'm not gonna lose any more sleep. It's over, it's over, it's bullshit, it's over. $2 for a gallon of gas. No hope for the work in the clash. No working overtime, trying to make ends meet. People do like they can move against me. No proof from the head for them to sleep. That's sleep. And you're over your head. I'm starting to get easier. Not to get sleepier. And I can't afford to be looking. But be wasting. And I get myself out of bed. But I can roll over. Ships take me water. And I'm going slow. And I'm on my own again. To win. Not exactly a picture of hell. Can't say I'll ever know well. There's a few things I was the thing on my beat. But I'm still standing on my own 2 feet. My own 2 feet. And you're confused, you're not you me. Little people always want to be strong. Strong people on my own again. Love doesn't get any easier. Back to this easier. I can't afford to be open. Won't be wasted. Knocking myself out of bed. I can roll over. You take water and I'm going slow. And I'm on my own again.
Did I make it back in time, or did I just sit here and let nothing happen?
Just in time. You couldn't have been
Really?
any more perfectly timed.
Did it end? Did the song just end? Seriously?
Like
Yeah,
3
just
seconds, dude.
What? Man, how do I do that? I swear I'm plugged into this thing, man. I've been streaming so long, I am plugged into this. Well,
Deep subject.
this isn't a D wave. This is a U wave. I've got the uni wave going on. All right. Dude, is the Google Earth has been spinning this whole time, dude. I'm not making it do that. I'm not making it do that, I swear. I promise. That's all accidental. So weird. Nope, I stopped it. Where'd I stop? Let's see where we stopped. Oh, where do you think we stopped, guys?
Antarctica.
Yeah.
Of all.
Dun, dun, dun. Hold on, I have a sound effect for that. Oh, dude. I'm trying to wake up.
While we were gone, I went ahead and grabbed me one of our favorite drinks.
Oh my God, I need one so bad. I got to go get one. What time is it? All right. I got a little bit before the gas station opens down the road, so I got to wait. Damn. Sucks. I'm really upset, dude. So you guys remember I was in Dr. Lupo's live stream, I don't even know, like a couple weeks ago, and my cat had kittens behind me. Okay. So, dude, this is fucking weird, man. You want to talk about some weird fucking shit. I'm sorry to curse, but I'm very upset about this. Sorry, guys. It's getting late. Just going to let you know. I might start cursing a little bit. So my cat had, I was on this live stream with Doc Lupo. Let me start this thing spinning because this is going to get weird.
That was my live stream.
Yeah, it was. And my cat had kittens, all right? And she has been out with her kittens ever since. You know how mama cats are, right? Like my dog, I have a schnauzer, and he got near. I mean, like he got 20 feet away from the kittens through a fence. Hopper, that's her name. Hopper ran to the fence, jumped it. Dude, I've never seen a cat whoop a dog's ass so bad. And fucking Harley's a lot bigger than Hopper. And she whooped him, dude. She beat the freaking schnauzer snot out of him. Well, look, anyway, schnauzer snot. Anyway, say that 3 times fast.
Schnauzer snot. Schnauzer, yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, so anyway, so tonight, okay, I'm out back. I haven't talked to my neighbor in like a month. Now, my neighbor's a cool guy, okay? Nothing weird there. He's like, hey, Jason, can I talk to you for a minute? And I'm like, yeah, what's up? So I walk over to the fence, and he's like, hey, I thought I'd pull you over here aside. Do you have a mother cat or a mom cat or something like that? And I'm like, yeah, I do. Actually, I had to put her in the garage with her kittens because the kittens were getting bigger and it's warm. So yeah, I got this neat little cat bed set up. The kittens hang there. Hopper goes in there, chills with them like 6 times a day when I'm awake and probably when I'm asleep. She comes down in the studio dungeon. She goes in and out the doggy door, comes down in the studio dungeon and like lays on me and talks to meow, 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 and sees me for a little bit and then leaves. Okay. So I told him like, yeah, I do have a mommy cat. She lives in the garage. Well, her litter box is down here. So for the last like only maybe like a week, she's been going out there a lot into the garage. So I guess she was using the bathroom in his bushes. Okay. So he tells me, well, your cat is using the bathroom in my bushes. And I'm like, oh, neighbor, I'm not going to say names. Neighbor, I'm so sorry. I can fix that. If I put her litter box in the garage, she won't do that anymore. I only didn't do it because I thought she was going in the woods because there's this little woods behind our house. I'm like, yeah, if she's using your bushes, all I got to do is put the litter box in there. So anyway, normal. It's just a normal neighborly conversation of people being nice to each other. I go in, I start streaming, I start doing stuff. Yeah, it's a cool story, right? Everything cool about it?
Right.
Nothing weird, right?
No.
I'm just making sure nothing seems weird yet. Let me fix that for you guys. There you go. Hopper has been gone. Huh?
Getting a little dizzy doing around the world in 80 seconds, but all good.
Okay. There, no, I got it. I'll fix it. So anyway, Hopper has been gone ever since the conversation between me and him like 6 hours ago. She hasn't disappeared since she had those kittens for more than 10 minutes, dude. She's either in the garage or down here with me. She's been freaking gone ever since that conversation.
That's a little strange.
6 or 7 hours, dude.
No, that's
the kittens are starving. They're not even weaned yet. So I went out there and took a can of tuna fish, and they've just gotten big enough to where they maybe could eat solid food. So I opened up tuna instead of like wet cat food or anything, and I took all the like tuna juice from like 2 big cans of tuna fish so they could drink it up and get something in them, and put a bunch of like I tried to pull the tuna apart as much as I could in case they wanted to try to eat it because they could maybe gum it a little bit.
Right.
And I know that's not good for them. Everybody that's listening, I know that's not good for kittens. I didn't want to do that, but I had no choice. They eat like every 2 or 3 hours at least, and she's been gone for like 6 hours. Now, everybody knows that's been watching me for like a month. My older cat, Hopper's mother, whose name is Lando Calrissian, she's named after Star Wars, she disappeared about a month ago. Okay? She disappeared a month ago. Hoppy has the kittens like 2 weeks ago. Hoppy starts living outside 5 or 6 days ago. I have a conversation with my neighbor. Now, the only reason I know that Hopper was gone at all is because of the conversation. I went and looked for her, and I'm like, this is weird. I'm like, Rachel, have you seen Hopper? And she's like, oh, yeah, she walked out front like 30 minutes ago. So my brain has been dancing for the last 6 or 7 hours, man.
Let me ask you, sir, how long ago did this neighbor appear?
So listen, I haven't talked to him in a month or so. Last summer I helped, like I do physical labor sometimes. I haven't done it this year yet because I've been a little more like my hips been bothering me here and there, but sometimes I'd go make extra money by doing physical labor for anyone that needs it. So I dug his porch for him basically myself. I dug like a huge area out. It took me like 12 hours, filled wheelbarrow, wheeled the wheelbarrow, dumped it, went back. Me and him got along. It was cool. Like I did all the digging in the wheelbarrow and just sat and talked. He talked to me while I did it and shit, got paid, made good money doing it, whatevs. So me and him are all cool and shit. And he's like my dad's age. I don't think he did anything to my cat. Now, listen, I got to tell you the conversation, though, because it's real short. Okay, so he says, do you have the mother cat? And I go, yeah, I do. And Uni Mom, she was on the back porch chilling. She was over here. She's not here now. She left. It's late. But anyway, she was here chilling then. She stopped by. She was on the back porch hanging out with Rachel. And Uni Mom said, oh, my God, did she get hit by a car? Because we've had like a bunch of cats get hit by cars in the last 30 years. So she automatically thought the neighbor would never bring up the cat unless something bad happened. Long story short, this is the end of it. So he says, "Do you have a mommy cat?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then Uni Mom says, "Oh no, did she get hit by a car?" And the neighbor goes, "Oh no, no." And I'm like, "Mom, no, don't go there. I'm sure nothing happened." And he goes, "Oh no, yeah, she was shitting in my bushes." So now I'm starting to reanalyze the conversation and think, like, why did he stutter for like 20 seconds and not just tell me what was up? You know what I mean? And Darkwolf just fell out. I'm just getting worried that something happened to my cat. I wouldn't even be worried, but my other cat disappeared under strange circumstances a month ago. So,
wow.
I don't know, man. Yeah, all you missed was are you back? Can you hear me?
I'm back. Sorry.
All you missed is that my neighbor stuttered before he said, yeah, she was shitting in my bushes, and then went on to a shit in bushes 30-second thing. So, like, I didn't even think anything of it. Now I'm starting to go back and think, my first cat disappears. My first cat would have never fucking disappeared, dude. Landy was up my ass. She was the meanest cat you ever met. I constantly had scratches all over me because she wasn't happy unless her mouth was biting down on a part of my body. I have video of over like 30 minutes of this cat just sitting there with my hand in her mouth, biting really hard because she just liked doing that. So she didn't like being away from me. So, like, Landy disappearing is strange. And now Hoppy fucking disappears right after that shit, dude. I'm sorry, but I'm getting very suspicious. And I'm bringing this up because I want to know if I shouldn't be getting suspicious.
I would be extremely suspicious in this situation. Like, I'd be looking at every variable I could, especially the ones that presented themselves so clearly to me.
Yeah, dude. This is bugging me, bro. Bothering me.
I'd be watching his nightly moves, because if I wanted to get rid of some kind of evidence or bury something, I would wait till I thought nobody was looking at night. I'm just saying. I'm not saying he did it. I'm saying look for evidence.
There's more. There is more. I wasn't going to go here, but okay. So the neighbor 3 houses down. So I don't look. Here's my deal, right? I'm not saying that I think that neighbor did something and then stuttered because he didn't want to tell me he did something. I think that neighbor came up and told us, and he was real lighthearted in the beginning. Then I think when Mom was like, "Oh shit, she got hit," and got real worried, you could hear it in her voice. I think he was like, "Oh damn, these people really care about their cats." So I think he immediately didn't want to tell us what he knew. I think the neighbor that's 3 houses down shot a fucking pellet gun or something at my cat, or did something to my cat, because listen to this crazy fucking shit. So every night for the last like 2 weeks, 3 houses down, and I mean close, this neighbor of mine gets in trouble for burning stuff in his backyard, and the cops have been down there telling him to stop burning stuff. So, like, I went and checked the fire pit for cat bones. I was that freaking paranoid, dude. I know that sounds crazy, and I'm sorry, but I had to kick around the ashes and look. Because I'm like, I need to find my cat. Alive or dead, I'm finding this cat. I'm burying the cat if she's dead. If she's alive, she's coming home. She's going back down in the studio dungeon, and she's not coming out. Because I'm not having this kind of crazy cat disappearing acts. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, that's the end of the... That's all. That's the end of the story. I just needed advice. So I don't know. Fuck. You know, man, it's crazy.
Yeah. You look for evidence and watch this neighbor. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vin.
Yeah, I would be suspicious too, especially if yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would watch his moves.
Yeah, sorry, Wake Up News. I am done now. I'm not swearing anymore tonight. I promise. I promise everyone. I'm going to type this out because I really mean this. I promise everyone I'll stop swearing. I was just upset about my cat. Everyone knows in this room that I like cats. All right. All right, guys. Sorry, I kind of disrupted the stream a little bit, but, you know. I was like, okay, so when I went upstairs just now, I expected to see Hopper up there, you know, because I've been streaming for a good while, haven't checked. So I thought she would have came back. So we'll see, man. She might just be on a trip. She might be out catting around.
There's always the possibility.
We're going to tell Google to do a barrel roll.
Roll for us, Google.
Just to lighten the mood, we'll put in the number 2, see what happens, because I see everybody else doing this. Loop. What's loop? Does it do it? No? Why does it say it then? People type this. Oh, you have to do it from the first page. I always forget. Whoopsie. Here we go. Do. Yep. Okay, I don't think I can do it now. Here, let's try it. No. Dang. What was the other one? Gravity. Right? And you just type gravity?
Yeah, gravity.
Oh, I know what I gotta do. I gotta go back and hit I'm feeling lucky, or I'm feeling wonderful.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Or I gotta do something. Whoa.
Yeah,
what's
I'm feeling
puzzled?
lucky. Huh?
Hey, we could play I'm feeling puzzled together. What city, the major financial center of this country, is located in the northern coast of the island where a poet who wrote A Good Boy died? What city? Northern coast
Dublin?
of the island. Dublin? Nope.
London?
London?
London's in the middle.
Nope. Not France.
Queensland.
Because France isn't a country or a city. Queensland. Nope. We're running out of points. I don't know, guys. Oh, we can get a hint. Give me a hint. An ocean. Show the first letter. A. A blank, blank, blank. So it's a city with 4
Ocean.
letters that starts with an A.
4 letters starts with an A.
Afin. Nope. The hint was ocean. The word ocean is the hint, guys. Let us know. I promise we're starting our content right after we answer this. Hint, ocean, A, blank, blank, blank. We got 145 points, guys. Someone said the word rats. Maybe I can put that in rats. Nope.
It's got to start with an A.
A major financial center of its country is located on the northern coast of the island where the poet wrote A Good Boy died. This is too hard, man.
Well, how do we find the answer? Is there a give up?
Oh, we got another question. The castle that sits on top of the volcanic mound, Beblo Craig, was founded by this 16th century king.
Ferdinand.
Conan the Barbarian?
Ferdinand.
Ferdinand. Give me a hint. Monks. Oh, it's King Henry the something. King Henry the 5, 6, 7. Oh, got it. All right. That's all I needed was to get one. All right, guys. So we've hit Mandela Effect a lot tonight. We did. What else have we done tonight?
We've done Mandela Effect, AntiMatter with colliders, weaponization of Mandela Effect, viewer questions that led to if a tree falls in the woods, which led into a consciousness discussion, and that's where we stand. Oh, yeah, and a D-Wave, too.
Okay, so I asked the audience. What do they want us to do? Damn, I wish my cat would come home so I could chill, man. My brain would chill if she came home.
I bet. She's just out having fun, that's all.
I hope so, bro. Do I got the stream set correctly? Yes, I do. Okay. Hybrid program. I have no clue what that is. Let's type it in.
I believe it's talking about the Alien Hybrids program.
Dude, yes. I like this. Alien hybrids. Pelgrim, give me more on this topic because we're ready to get into it. I wanted to go UFO with this segment, so let's do it.
So the Alien Hybrid program would lead into the blood types of the O negative and the rhesus factor RH plus or minus, I believe it is. So the O blood type and then the rhesus factor being plus or minus, I believe is where the hybrid bloodline thing goes. I could be wrong.
He said alien abduction. She said alien abduction.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So
Dark Wolf.
this is the idea that the abductees are having DNA
I'll be
taken
back
from
in 20
them.
seconds. Tell him.
DNA taken from them to create hybrid children, both alien human mixes. Some have said that they could be interacting with our population or trying to find a way to meld in our population. Some believe that they could be helping their own population. There's all kind of different ideas where these hybrid programs could be going or come from. Which alien species, for instance. I've heard a lot of the Greys doing DNA tests. A lot of stories, conspiracies about the Greys doing DNA tests and trying to hybridize the DNA between the two to create a alien Grey mixed child. I've heard of, usually they say the women are impregnated with a child during an abduction scenario and carry it most of the term and then are re-abducted and the child is taken from them and then they'll come back and be claimed as a miscarriage or another pregnancy oddity. There's a whole lot of cases in the ufology field about this. Venom, what do you think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of alien abductions to get the DNA and to get into the hybrid program for to create a superhuman race, or I don't know. But what to go back to the Mandela Effect, if you see all those bodily changes in the Mandela Effect, maybe they try with technology or the aliens to get a superhuman, what we are now seeing naturally. I don't know. But yeah, lots of alien abductees and yeah. Also with the cow mutilations and investigations on that one. And most people that are abducted, they are traced and followed the whole lives.
And we have a whole lot of DNA in common with the cow. It's something like 97 or 98% in common with the cow. So that's not all that far-fetched either to be abducting or taking samples from these kind of creatures.
Sorry, I'm adjusting volume real fast because we're all a little bit loud here. I'm turning this all down about a quarter. I'm going to get us calibrated because we got led into a great topic, and it goes right in with something I wanted to show everybody, which is this insane UFO sighting we looked at earlier, but we didn't get a chance to talk about. It was right before Magi joined, right there. Oh no, this is a different one. Let's look at this. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. So that's a car.
I'll be honest, I can't see a whole lot for the me and Venom screens. You want to move it over a little bit, or
That was my bad. Hold on. It wasn't that great. Look, I need to find this one sighting that I was thinking of. It has 3 pictures and 3 videos, and I just saw it today, right earlier in the stream. It's right over here somewhere. Okay, Dark Wolf, have you heard, while I find this, have you heard of any abduction cases? What ones have you heard of? Like, do you know any major ones, or what's up with that?
well, anybody who's studied ufology for any amount of time usually runs across one of the most famous abduction cases of all time. And one of the things that makes this famous is it was way back in the 1950s, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 40s, but I want to say 50s. May have been later, but I believe. Anyway, don't quote me on the number, on the dates, but this is the Betty and Barney Hill case. This is a pretty commonplace case for old school ufology studiers. And this is a case where an older couple were abducted while on a drive somewhere, and they didn't remember a lot of what happened, had a whole lot of missing time. And when they went under hypnotherapy regression, a lot of odd details came out about the look of these particular aliens. This is where we got the original gray form from. One of the crazier pieces of evidence that came out of this is they drew star maps that they supposedly seen. The crazy part about that is about 20 years later, these star maps were actually verified to be spot on, point for point. So there's a lot of hard evidence in that particular case to call it an abduction. That's the most famous one that I know of. I know there's been a whole lot over the years.
Okay, so look on my screen. I know you see this. I've got many videos on this, and I've got many photos on this, and I've even got text on this sighting and a location, everything you need. This is in Texas, near Midland, Odessa, and just, well, we'll say just northwest of Austin, Texas. Hanging out with some friends when one of them noticed an odd object in the sky. We walked into the street to see what was going on when we noticed strange lights. I took pictures and videos. The object seemed to just disappear, like either there was no more fuel or they had reached such a distance that they vanished from our perception. So there was about a treetop altitude, sighting duration about 14 minutes, reported to MUFON, orange, yellow, pulsating lights. Let's look at the video evidence. Or here's a picture evidence of them, of the UFO sighting. Now this is one we saw earlier, but let me shrink you guys so they can see. There we go. This is one we saw earlier today, but here's the issue. When we saw it earlier, I didn't have all the videos loaded. I'd only seen the main thing.
Yeah, because you said, or not even you said, we seen it only had 2 of the 3 lights showing in the first video.
Yeah. Here's another video of this, and look, it's about to move into a tree.
This one's going really fast.
Whoa.
Yeah, watch this.
It's going through the trees right now. No, plane's going about 500-600 miles an hour.
Look at that thing pulsate.
So the only thing I can come up with at this point would be meteor at that kind of speed and that light and pulsation.
Meteors move much faster than that, though.
Yeah.
True. That's true.
And they leave sparkles or tail. Most of them.
Fair point. It's swamp gas. No, I'm kidding. Don't hurt me.
Where?
No, that's NASA explanation.
Another one.
And that's just over the tree line, too.
Let me skip ahead. Dude, this is a creepy sighting.
It really is. The triangle formation here gets me, but they're all separate lights.
Yeah,
so here's another video.
So could we say that we see the movement in the camera itself could be creating the little bit of distortion, distorted lines? That said, could we say these are 2 stars in the sky because they seem to be stationary opposed to the one that just moved across in front of it?
Yeah, but dude, they're moving. Like, look, they're about to pass behind a tree right now. Watch, here it goes. Passing
so both of these
are tree, but they're moving with each other behind a tree.
Gotcha.
They're behind a tree right there. That's why we can't see them. Here's the last video. Let's see what it looks like. That's another one. This one's moving different than the other ones. The guy said, what is going on right now?
Great stuff, this.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the only thing I would think of. No, there's no noise at all.
Yeah, you heard them. They just said there's no noise. they're sitting here like freaked out. You can tell they really did record this because you can tell by the way they're talking about it. Not only that, they went ahead and posted it to MUFON like, look, people need to know, and they've shared the information.
Well, as grainy as that was, it's still that's pretty. I can't debunk it. I'm gonna put it that way. I can't debunk it.
Same here, my friend.
What happens if we can't debunk something?
We are gonna put it into a video and talk about it. I don't know.
Absolutely. Well, that and it holds weight to be truth. If we can't debunk it, it must be true at the moment.
Well, yeah, I'd say this one is not debunked. So far, we'll label it not debunked. Now, I haven't plugged it into Photoshop. I haven't taken it into the hardcore editors yet and really tried anything. I just
the chat room's asking. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
The chat room's asking, do they have a backstory on this? And this is the second or third time they've asked it. What's the story behind this sighting?
Oh, I've got a backstory. I'll read it to you right now.
They would love to find out about it.
All right, here we go. It's in Texas. We've even got the latitude and longitude, 31.9 by negative 99.89. The sighting duration was 14 minutes, 3 photos and 3 videos. You can see right here. Those are what I loaded those from. The website is right here if you'd like to look for yourself. You'll see this in an Unirock video this week. We go down, hanging out with some friends when one of them noticed an odd object in the sky. We walked into the street to see what was going on when we noticed strange lights. I took pictures and video of the instance. The object seems to just disappear, like either there was no more fuel or they had reached such a distance that they vanished from our perception. This is the picture that I think what he did was he took a picture of this. Then he continued to see them, so he took the video that I showed you. And then there was more and more and more. Because he's got this video, the video with both of them, the 2 floating by. Then the other video, well, he's chasing him. He's trying to run after him. Look at that. Then he's got the other video. Sorry about that, Dark Wolf. He's got
I'll be right back. Give me a second.
You're fine. So I want to know from our viewers. I want to know from Vin. Vin, there's a lot of these things being seen in the sky. People can just pull out their phones and just straight out record this stuff. What do you think's going on, man?
No idea, but they're flying information and always they fly information, exact information. And well, it's good that everybody has a phone now, so they can record it and document it and share it with us. So that's nice. But what it is, that's incredible speed that they're moving. I don't know, can be, yeah, they're UFOs, unexplainable.
So true, man. You know, this is one of those just like cool sightings. I love these kind of sightings where we have details, we have
exactly. Multiple witnesses.
We have more information.
Yeah.
These are the good ones.
It's hard to find a good verifiable sighting anymore.
So true. And these kind of like, okay, so there are 3. It's a triangle like formation. These were moving. We saw the video ourselves. Oh,
this is a classic formation.
Did you see this video UFO underground?
So here's a theoretical thought. Assume that they are extraplanetary visitors. If I were coming from a planet, I would want to maybe kind of show the people where I come from. Look at this spot. Look for this design in the sky, and match it up to what they've drawn a triangle. Because we see a lot of these triangle light formations like that that aren't just a single solid object because they do move around in other directions.
Yeah, man. Here's the thing, right? I just don't think that they are coming from another. Look at this. Oh, that's cool. I don't think that they're coming from another planet, and I've told you this before because
this is where you and I kind of disagree on it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, let's say they are coming from another planet, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me these beings, like, okay. They've been studying us, abducting us, doing this stuff for a while. Pilgrim says they are interdimensional, and that's what I've been led to think through my research. I think that the reason why we see strange lights in the sky, they defy gravity. We came up with that great thing the other day. We were talking about how if a UFO defies gravity, it's also defying space and time, because those things are linked together. Now, in order to defy gravity, you got to defy space, and you have to defy time by the sheer principle. So what is something that's outside of our time, outside of our space, that doesn't get manipulated by our gravity? It's from another dimension. It really is. You are bound by the rules in this dimension when you enter this dimension. We know that. So in order for you to break gravity, you'd have to be able to meld into another dimension. What do you think?
Well, okay, I'll give you that point, but I'd like to take it in a different direction. Let's throw both of these ideas together, see if we can't come up with a theory of everything on this one. So, assume another planet, another species has come up with space travel technology and they can travel to stars. However, this technology does not involve a tidal wave or any kind of super jet engines, but say they figured out how to do just as you're saying, jump between the two dimensions, say a subspace from Star Trek. Jump into subspace in one end and jump out the other, kind of like a wormhole. That way you would be going through the interdimensional area, defying the gravity laws, yet appearing here.
Well, I get that, but I don't see why, like, you see these things flying through the air and all of a sudden they just take off in another direction, and we have all those kind of sightings. I don't get why we see them morph around and...
Well, what about an inertia dampening field? All they would need is a dampening field to negate the inertia being presented by that type of speed, and they can travel any speed they wanted.
Look at this sucker. That's a plane of some kind. Kingman, Arizona.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Kingman, Arizona is where UFO proof is from.
Now, wait a minute. I've seen a problem with that one. I want you to go back to the story on this. Here's a huge issue for me.
Okay.
Waiting for fireworks to start on the 4th. On the 4th of July.
I thought it was a plane making a loop until I noticed no wings and leaving a fire trail. Well, we can probably just look at these pictures and say this could be a fighter jet.
Fair. With the sun reflection could cause that color. Depending time of day, it is in the evening waiting for fireworks, so it's going to be off the horizon, creating the reddish effect in the sky to begin with.
Very true. Okay, let's jump down to Texas. Let's take a look at this one. We're almost done, guys. Oh, this is the one we looked at originally. I'm only going to look at the ones that have the pictures. Yeah, I think that's about it in the United States. Let's jump down to Mexico, because Mexico does have a lot of sightings. Typically. Now, I don't know about reported sightings on this network, but I know they have a lot of sightings. Oh, we have a picture right here in Holguin. Picture of wife on Cuban beach. So they must have spotted a UFO when he was taking... Yeah, okay. Whoa! His wife is a freaking vampire, dude. Look at her freaking teeth.
I see it.
We've got vampires and UFOs.
Never mind the UFO. Check your wife. Yeah.
UFO?
That's
Vampire.
what came out of the
UFO? Vampire. UFO? Vampire.
Vampires are really aliens.
That was creepy.
We figured it out.
Nope, she is a vampire. I just got the actual picture of her. She's a freaking vampire. And yes,
nice.
That is a UFO. Vampire?
Vampire?
UFO.
UFO.
Vampire? UFO. Boat? Vampire? Boat. Vampire? Trees. Vampire? UFO. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'll stop. All right, let's move down
great.
Oh, we got another picture. Let's pray that we don't have zombies or vampires in this one.
Werewolves would be great.
That would be. Whoa! Talk about a UFO. Whoopsie. Yeah, that's a good sighting. Yeah, freak. Whoever drew this needs to punch themselves in the face.
Get a camera. Yeah.
Now that's some of the best evidence I've ever seen.
Yeah, right?
Lots of detail.
Waste my time. Oh, that's a good drawing. It's like a third grade freaking crayon drawing. All right, we got a couple. Oh, we got some new ones with. Whoa, this said that it had video. All right, we'll download it. It's done. Open file.
That was quick.
Let's hope it's a UFO. Oh, my internet is lightning fast. Oh my God, that's a freaking train FO. Why do people put this shit on their freaking UFO website? Wee.
That thing's flying, I tell you.
That's one fast UFO. All right, let's see this. Oh, we got lots of photos and a video. On April 8th in the city of Mandela, Colombia, in the middle of a thunderstorm, I wanted to take a photograph of a lightning bolt. For that purpose, I used first a camera of Samsung, blah, 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 blah. And then he got a UFO. Let's see what happened. No, I don't think so. Not there. Okay, well, that's okay. That's pretty cool thunders. Whoa, am I seeing something right here? That's rain. That's what you call raindrops, people. Nope. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything good in this one, guys. We can check out the video, I suppose. Download it, opening file. Oh, yeah, good. This is a full produced movie. Okay. Those are raindrops, dude. Yeah, thank you for taking the time to make a fully produced movie on raindrops. We appreciate it. Okay. Well, that's our UFO report for the day. I can't believe we still have viewers. You guys have to be bored by now.
And a good amount at that. Apparently they like what we're doing.
Watch time is way up on my channel tonight.
Oh,
high viewership through the whole thing. Well, we got to keep things moving today. So let's go ahead and do something we haven't done in a few minutes. And we are going to
with the video article.
Thank you, Dark Wolf. We're going to press this button until someone tells us to stop. And then we'll talk about empathy because Pelgrim wants us to.
All right.
Just give us a stop. Give Uni a stop. Please give Uni a stop. Give Uni a stop.
I see a stop. Stop.
Where? I don't see it.
Charlene.
Where? I see my Mother's Day gift. Oh, see, I see the stop. Oh my gosh.
The Bible.
What a topic.
Wow.
The Gutenberg Bible, the first printed Bible. The Bible from Koine Greek means the books, is a collection of sacred texts or scriptures that Jews and Christians consider to be a product of divine inspiration and a record of the relationship between God and humans. Many different authors contributed to the Bible. What is regarded as canonical text differs depending on traditions and groups. A number of Bible canons. I have a lot of background noise, guys. Someone's giving me a lot of background noise. What is regarded as canonical text differs depending on traditions and groups. A number of Bible canons have evolved with overlapping and diverging contents. The Christian Old Testament overlaps with the Hebrew Bible, and the Greek Septuagint, the Hebrew Bible, is known in Judaism as the Tanakh. The New Testament is a collection of writings by early Christians believed to be the most Jewish disciples of Christ. Mostly Jewish disciples of Christ. Written in the 1st century Koine Greek. The early Christian Greek writings consist of narrative letters and, my favorite, some apocalyptic texts. Now, I would like to have a show on apocalyptic literature. I am not saying that this show is going to be on Christian apocalyptic literature. We're going to talk about generalized apocalyptic literature. Yes, the Christian text Revelation will be a focus in some of the stuff we talk about. We're not telling you what religion to pick. We're not telling you what to choose. We are just going to talk about this. Okay, bit of venom. Me and Dark Wolf talk about this on the channel all the time. So we don't know what you I don't know what your upbringing is and stuff. And if you do feel comfortable talking just about it for a little bit, what have you learned about the end of days? What did the majority of the people that you grew up around, what was the major religion around you, and what did they tell you about the end of days? Then.
I went to a Christian school, so I had a Christian upbringing, in a sense. They couldn't convince me, so there you go. I tried to, but and the last book, Revelations, yeah, it was the rapture wasn't there. I mean, I don't think if there's a rapture, I don't think if the Bible is real, there won't be a rapture because it's not stated that clear. But yeah, it's always nice to believe. But they think they will be going to heaven, while Jesus in the Bible says there is no place for physical stuff in heaven. So if there's a rapture, you won't be physical going there. Yeah, and the whole Revelations, it's all the signs, the 666 that can be Nero at the time because it was Roman occupied. And in the beginning, it was also that John, not a John that was an apostle, but an other John. He gets inspirations and wrote the book of Revelations. And well, every good book needs a good beginning with Genesis and always have to get a good ending with Revelations. So that's why probably they choose it. The Roman Empire,
yeah.
The Roman Emperor. So yeah,
man, definitely awesome summation of it. And you know, Revelation is my favorite biblical book, and I've read so many of the texts from Christian religion. I've read Zoroastrian texts. I've got a lot of books actually saved on my hard drive. I've got a folder of just the stuff I'm working on right now is the one that I'll bring up. But I read the pyramid texts. I've been working on them a lot. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. There it is. Okay, so let's go to books. The Book of Enoch, The Law of One, The Complete Works of Nostradamus, Who Were the Magi, the complete Zoroastrian texts. Those are the ones I'm
That almost looks like my entire ebook collection.
Yeah, I've got a lot more, but these are just my, work on it right now deal.
You should read The Hidden Hand. That coincides with the Law of One. That's very interesting stuff as well.
All right.
Hidden Hand.
Download that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Here's a internet version of it. I like having my own copy that I can shoot over to my computer. Secret Government. Does that have anything to do with it?
No, it's Illuminati, and a guy in one of those family hidden hand questionnaire, a bit like that.
Is that the one that covers the Jesuits connection?
No, it's not a PDF. It's I think it's on the internet, just a questionnaire that he did. Hidden hand with without an S. Questions, yeah. Questions and answers. Hidden hand.
Gotcha.
That was the name that he used.
It's not the same book I'm thinking of.
Yeah, the first one. I shut up. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right, and then the Hidden Hand dialogue reveals extraterrestrial factor in the Illuminati. Whoa.
Yeah.
That was
There
self-proclaimed Illuminati. Okay, great. All right, let me save
That's
this
also,
so I can look at it here in the future.
That's also very interesting, stating about Genesis and the beginning, and also stating about Revelations, how it ends. So it coincides with the Bible, and he tells about Genesis, how it started with the apple, and the tree of life, and it's really interesting reading stuff.
Whoa!
Those
Did you download
the distortions and the dimensions and the logos? It's like the law of one pure energy, and everything is a god, like Earth. All the planets are gods. All the logos, as they're called. And in Buru,
cool.
That's reaping planet, and they will do some harvesting. That also you can read in Revelation about the harvesting, and also in the Bible in general, it's about harvesting. Harvest when the people are ripe.
Oh, dude, so cool, man. I like these little gifts and stuff.
Yeah, you will like it if you read it. I think everybody will like it if they read it. You will see a lot of Bible stuff, and you have to put your mind to it. It's Illuminati. That's somebody in those families, or somebody. You have to discern the information, but it's interesting stuff.
Cool, man.
Did you download the PDF, or are you still looking at the online version?
Well, he said that there is no PDF for this one. It's just an online text. So you can look it up with your phone or however you want to look it up, just through this website. I dropped the link, so the link is in there.
All right, do me a favor and drop it in our private chat sometime.
All right, will do. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff over here, too. I wonder if these... Nope, they're not chapters. Yeah, so it's books. Oh, this is a cool website. I've been to this website before. You know, part of the conspiracy theories that we talk about is one of those theories that talks about pretty much everything that has to do with the way that we live our lives, which is the conspiracy that involves the bankers.
The Rothschild, Rockefellers, and the Carnegies.
Kind of. You know, that definitely them there. Also, oh shit! I'm gonna turn this all down. This is loud, and I'm turned up all the way, so it has to be loud for everybody else. All right. Okay. We can do a sound check. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think about the fact that? Laying back and relaxing. What do you think about the fact that there is a huge global population of wealth? There's this huge global population where we are all, we get jobs. Most of us work remedial jobs. There's so many people that are just under the poverty line in every country. We're talking huge percentages of the population. I've even seen figures as high as 90% are under the poverty line. Now, those are great numbers. I'm sure those numbers aren't, large numbers, they're huge. And I'm sure I don't know if that's exact or not. I'm just telling you like what some documentaries will say. But I do know that it's a fact that a lot of the wealth in the world is contained by the top so many percent, which I've heard numbers. It's no more than 10%. I've heard it's been 6%, maybe even less than 6%.
I keep hearing 1 and 2.
Yeah, me too.
Exactly,
1%.
1 and 2%. Exactly. So the 99% is the poverty stricken, and the 1% is the people who are super rich. So it's almost like this whole Anunnaki thing where they said that you need to hoard the gold. You need to have the gold, issue all the peons paper to exchange. All the super wealthy, the super rich, those families will contain the real money. And then when it's time for the gods to return, they have nothing. They are nothing. They contain nothing for the gods. And the big families are going to have all these bars of gold, and they're going to hold it up to the mighty Anunnaki and say, we were the ones that followed your instruction. I know it seems like a fairy tale, but
not all that out of line, because there's been a lot of evidence in South Africa of the ancient gold mines that were found, and a lot of stuff to back up the Sumerian legends that are becoming more and more proof that they aren't just legends but truth. So going along those lines and holding that assumption, then I think it's very, very likely what you're saying is these top family bloodlines, these royals, if you will, or these banksters, are probably the ones that have the knowledge of how and when they're coming back and what's going to happen when they do, and where the gold's going to go. You're probably right. It probably focuses all around gold.
what do you think, Vin? Why do you think that things are like they are in the world?
Yeah, most people in the world, all the people that work are enslaved. They have to work because they have debt. They have to pay their whole lives, especially the working class. And those 1% own the 99% or the 97% of the wealth in the world. So that's huge numbers. And gold seems to be, before the dollar was connected to the gold, it's now not anymore. It's all digital. Why is that? Then you can have more money, more loans, more be enslaved. It's kind of a modern enslavement for people paying taxes. And yeah, and gold seems to be the key in everything. Just like the mines in Africa, that used to be mined by humans. Maybe humans are genetically altered to be able to mine those gold mines. So,
or be attracted to them.
Yeah, and maybe they're coming back or they don't. Either way, they're hoarding a lot of gold. I mean, the conspiracy about 9/11, there was a gold deposit underneath the Twin Towers. You see countries
can't be
like
found.
Exactly, and you see countries like Germany, France, all the countries in the world that store their gold in the United States are getting the gold back. So that is telling also something, that everybody's hoarding gold and getting all the gold back they own.
Yeah, China called for theirs last year. You said something a second ago. About the internet banking. So that in itself, when you switch over to full digital currency, bitcoins, the whole 9 yards, when everything goes digital, which we haven't got there yet, but we're right on the precipice of it. So when it happens, what you're in essence going to do, like you just said, is pretty much take the gold out of the equation at all, make people forget about the actual gold, and point to more, digital. And hey, look over here, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the stock exchange, it's not connected to any labor or products being made. It's all digital. It's all in the minds of the people. If they think, oh, I like that company. I mean, look at the internet bubble that was created. It's all in their minds. It's all virtual. I mean, they think Google makes a lot of money, and they think they make money out of, I don't know, AOL or something. And in a matter of fact, they only have members or people watching, or even Facebook. It's all digital. It's only content, and they will disappear as well, just like any old Yahoo that was there, or AOL even. it's all virtual on a stock exchange, and there was a deficit in the money market, and one of those central bankers they had to bail out that money, and the journalist was asking, how do you get that money? He says, I'll just go behind the computer and just punch in some numbers and I get the money. And that's the state of it now. It's virtual. It's not connected to people. It's not connected to labor or products. It's all virtual. No, it's based on trust. And if that trust is gone, the same with those how do you call it? Those not shares, but they had that products that virtual products with the house mortgages, and they put another products in it, and nobody knows actually what they were buying. It was all virtual, but they trust the other one, so they bought it. But if the trust is gone, that's why we had the whole crash and all the money problems, because they scheme all the other bankers, and bankers don't trust each other anymore, so they don't want to loan, and that's why the loans are so high, because they don't trust them. That's why if you have savings, it doesn't you don't get any interest on it, because they don't trust each other anymore. So it's and if the trust money, it's just a piece of paper, and if you don't trust the paper, you don't trust the money. The same applies for digital. I mean, you see the numbers on your computer, on your bank account, and you trust that that's the money that you have. And
well, you know, it's scary that the only thing keeping the American banking system or money system going is just the fact that the American people believe that it's going. The trust in the dollar bill is what keeps it's a fiat currency is what they call it. Because we trust that it's going to work. It works. The moment we all decide we don't want money no more, it'll be just as worthless as the paper it's printed on.
Well, what gets me, right? Okay, we don't have like this huge, complicated system that regulates the money in the United States. And I hope, you can explain how this works, because I live here. I don't even know how this works. And why is it that we don't have some type of big government ran company that makes the United States money? I know the Federal Reserve is who is responsible for printing our money, creating our money, setting what it's worth, setting how much of it's out there, how much of it's destroyed every year. So how much is even generated in the computers to say this is how much money the United States has, this number. Why is it that the Federal Reserve does this and that these families are behind the Federal Reserve? Why isn't it a actual like big group of like 20,000 mathematicians working in a computer program that's checked and balanced by the government? Why is it done by families instead of an agency? Why is that?
Well, it was the Federal Reserve. It's above the law. It's above the government. They are not accountable to the government. That's the really funny part. Also, the central bank, and they wanted to place some rules and some regulations concerning that money, but they were stopped, and it didn't happen. I believe in one of the presidencies. I don't know the name anymore, but that president wanted to change it, and he was stopped. I think it was just after JFK. I don't know. It's true.
JFK is the one that wanted to stop it. He came out in a speech and said he's going to uncover this plot. There's men to enslave every man, woman, and child on this planet. That was JFK.
Yeah, and before that, I think even president before want to regulate that whole money system. Well, in the end, all the bankers they
murdered him, basically.
Yeah,
they killed him.
yeah, they disrupt the whole. I think it was during the crash in 1920 or something that happened. They wanted to place some regulations, and they caused that. So they wouldn't have those regulations. I believe around that time. I have to look it up for the facts. I'm not sure about it now, but I think it was around 1920. And yeah,
during the Great Depression.
Exactly. And that was an extortion to the government to keep the bankers in control and to regulate the whole banking system. And also the crash, the crash that we had recently about all those mortgage loans and all those package deals that they sold. I mean, at that time, they wanted to put some good regulations in it, and nothing has been done. It's still there. Also in Europe, it's still there. And it's a big bubble looming to explode, that whole money bubble. And well, there's a lot of money bubbles in Europe, Italy, Spain, you name it, everywhere there's a money bubble ready to explode in your face because there's no regulations or whatsoever in place. And if one country goes, all countries will go, and the whole world financial system will collapse.
Domino effect.
Yeah, and that crash that we had because of those mortgage loans, that was already the trust that was gone. That's why all those loans are expensive. The trust will be totally gone if there's a crash anywhere in the world now, and it's based on, well, the same banking system, and the bankers are bailed out of tax money, so they don't feel the pain. And yeah, the working class, the working men feel the pain by paying more taxes and pay more money and have less interest or pay more interest on loans. So yeah, in the end we all lose.
So like, yeah, and why is it that, like, who are these people? Who are they? Is it like his family with royal blood, or is it just like these people were lucky and they were the right people at the right time? They created the money a long time ago and they said, look, we have to manage the money. We know how to do it. We're going to do it. And they just got into that position. So they stayed there and they passed it down to their kids and those kids. Or is this really a bloodline thing? Like, what makes this family have the right to control this? And what, or these families, I know there's several involved in this, what designates that they get to be this way? I've never understood it.
Well, if you read the Hidden Hand, the text, it talks about the families that, yeah, it's mouth to mouth on generations that they tell, and they are prepared for future generations, educated, those families, and those families own other families or have other families, the Rockefellers, all the banking, the Swiss banks. Also, if you look at all the ex-presidents of any country in Europe, they all are involved with one of those families or have a banking, the same financial institute. I forgot the name, but they sold a loan to Greece, for example. That's why we have in Greece big problems. But they still do business with them. I have to look that up. Soros, it's one of those guys. It's really big. Yeah, I won't say conspiracy because it's proven. Because
yeah,
that's
what's crazy about this topic. This is one of those proven things. It's not necessarily a conspiracy. This is one of those truths of the world, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that families, well, it's proven that only 1% owns the rest of the money. So that has been proven. And that's financial institute. Yeah, that's proven that they sold loans to Greece, and Greece took a lot of loans and changed the books so they could join the euro. And well, the whole euro thing is that the richer countries have to bail out Greece, for example. If they don't, the euro will fail, and also those countries won't have money. So this whole system that we have, with a monetary system, that if a currency will go down, they will produce cheaper products and they can sell it to any country. That whole currency mechanism is gone, and it's now one currency. So and if one country does bad, they won't be punished. They are bailed out, and bailed out by the people in the countries that have their financial system in order, and by the people that pay a lot of tax. So yeah, they also get yeah, people that are upset because of that.
I've always been disturbed by the stuff we're talking about here, and there's just never been a good feeling that comes when you dive into this topic, man. You know what? So I mean, I imagine the United Kingdom, their money is controlled by the royal family, in a way, or I mean, how does it work? How do other countries? How are their money controlled? Does the United States have a hand in telling other countries how much money they can create or not? I mean, or I'm sorry, the United Nations, not the United States. Or I always wondered that too. Do we have any information on that?
Well, in Europe, it's now the European Bank, and they have a mandate to do anything they want. If they say we need a couple of billions of euros, all the countries just have to cough it up without question where the money goes to. So that's one system. Then you got the trade in oil. That's all in dollars. Russia is trying to get their currency in together with China to change the dollars to the ruble or to another currency to not be dependent of the dollar. So yeah, you got the EMF, you got the European Central Bank, you got the Bank of the United States, the central bank. You got a lot of banking systems in the world, and a lot of families behind it. So yeah, it's not like one rules all. It's everybody negotiates or talks to each other and comes to an agreement to get their dollar up or to get the euro up. And yeah, and once in a while the euro will go up, and once in a while the dollar will go up, and at that time they will trade a lot of things, those families.
Hey Vim, let me ask you, have you heard the reports? I know I've read a couple articles on for instance, ships being turned away at docks because the docks refuses to accept the American dollar.
Yeah, I heard about that one. Yeah, and they really want to get the dollar out of the whole, because that's the global currency now of oil and all the products. So they want less power to the dollar and get it more. They want, in effect, one world order and one world currency, and that's the scary part of it. They succeeded in Europe already with the euro. And maybe they want to get it to the rest of the world. I think here, I think there will be a crisis, and it will be create a problem, offer a solution, and implement a solution. So there will be a financial crisis all over the world. And they will say, yeah, it's all the dollar's fault. We need to go to one currency. And a bit like the euro. And then we got one world currency.
In your opinion, how long away is this? Just in your opinion.
Well, you have to create that event. I don't think it won't take long. I mean, it's looming and glooming everywhere in the financial system. So can be anything.
Especially if you look at Italy and Greece, like you mentioned earlier, and a lot of these countries that are starting to show really, really weak economic signs.
Yeah, even Germany now, even the Central Bank of Germany has a problem. France has a problem. You got the Brexit. England's got a bit of a problem. They don't experience it yet, but with the trading, they need to get contracts with the European Union, and the European Union don't want to get contracts given to the United Kingdom, because they don't like it that they left the European Union. So there you go. They will negotiate very hard, and yeah, the Brexit will suffer people probably, not because of the Brexit, but because of the European Union and their contracts or their negotiations, and that they really want to suffer, let the people suffer in the United Kingdom. So yeah, it's not going to be nice. If you look at Spain, for example, all the pension funds they invested in
Spain. That was the other one. Yes.
Yeah, they invested. All the pension funds are invested in state bonds, so they are the bonds of, from the state. Well, yeah, it's quicksand. It's all those pensions, if they are gone. And the pension funds, they invest in stock markets, not only in Spain, but all over the world. So if those pension funds, if Spain has a problem, it will collapse everything. It will collapse Spain itself. It will collapse the pension funds. It collapse the stock markets. It's a cascade. It's a domino effect there. So yeah.
Definitely. And guys, I hate to end it on that, but I need to get a little tiny bit of rest. I think I've streamed for like 5 hours, 6 hours now.
We're going into 6. We're headed towards 6.
Yeah, so I definitely appreciate it. Guys, Vin, I hope you're here tomorrow. Are you available tomorrow at all? What's tomorrow? Sunday? I guess today's Sunday.
Yeah, Monday.
What time is it there, Vin?
It's now just before 12.
Okay, so by the time I get up and come back on, it might be like evening for you. Maybe if you have time, I'd like to get you in with me and Dark Wolf and do some streaming tomorrow and explore this topic a little more. I hate jumping off when we have good viewer numbers. We still do. I love it. So guys, you're so hardcore. The Rockinauts who've been here throughout this stream, you guys held in for the long haul on this one, guys, and we appreciate you.
Hey,
so,
Uni, I just like to
you guys.
say something. I just like to say something really, really quick. We've not touched it all night long, and I've been waiting to the end of the stream. To all the ladies out there, happy Mother's Day. If you're a mother, if you're a daughter, if you're a son, be nice to your mothers. Take them out. Do something nice for them. If you don't have one, find a mother. Do something nice for her. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Very much so, bro. Very true. It is Sunday. I keep thinking, like, when we do these streams that start in the night before, I always forget things like that. So we have gone into Mother's Day. So, yeah, definitely. Happy Mother's Day to all you mothers out there. We're going to do our Mother's Day stream later today. Talk about Mother's Day a little bit. We'll see you guys then. Get some rest. Everybody have a good one till then. Vin, thank you, bro. I will message you when we get ready to go later, so...
Sure.
We'll be hitting you up. Dark Wolf, same with you. I'll see you guys soon, all right?
All right.
Well, until then, you make sure you guys be nice in those comments because those are people on the other side. And never be afraid to speak your mind.